welcome in. 8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. We thank you for taking time to be with us. Very special day today. If you're a part of the Golden Ticket Seats, travel safely. We'll see you in a couple of hours as it is another Friday if you're listening live. And we have Golden Ticket Seat holders coming in and enjoying the show last couple of hours of the live show. So we look forward to seeing all of you. It's day 7 of the 12 working days of Christmas. RBU this week was with Ryan Wilson. We recorded that yesterday. It'll drop Saturday morning. He's with NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, JPL, and we'll talk with Ron. Some really good conversations take place, and so you don't want to miss that. And we have intern Blazin Silverman's last day today. He does receive his degree in common sense, and he's looking forward to seeing all of you Golden Ticket Seat holders coming on in a couple of hours. So we'll celebrate Alex Blazin Silverman as he's our intern today, but it's his last day. You know, there's it's excitement when you graduate, and today he graduates from Rick and Bubba University. All right, we'll be, let's see, over to my left, it's Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Hey.
Everybody fired up, ready to go?
Yeah.
Huh?
Exciting day ahead.
Holla?
Can't wait.
Can't wait. We have got a lot to hit today. There's a lot of updates when it comes to just stories we've kind of followed throughout the week, and we'll jump into some personal stories here as
Definitely got personal issues.
we just go out and live life, come back, report it, and then a lot of times we need your help to get through it.
Yeah,
And that'll be one thing that we Helmsy's got a bizarre story.
Yeah,
That I think we just jump right into that he's been dealing with over the last few days. Everybody knows these, Walmart grocery store pickups, right? You order and then you go, you get in a parking spot, they walk everything out, load your trunk up and all that. You have an interesting story that has to deal with that.
Well, so Monday morning, we're sitting here. This happened during the show. We're sitting here, and every once in a while I'll get alerts, about, hey, did you make this purchase? We all do that from our credit cards and check cards and those type of things. And so I got a purchase thing, and I thought, well, that's strange.
Yeah.
Who did Amanda? Because now I'm gonna tell you something. Amanda's in the purchase mode right now.
Uh-oh.
Happy holidays to you.
Tell me about it.
Santa's little helper.
And so we, I just assumed she was buying gifts, and a number came across an amount, and I thought, well, somebody's getting a nice gift. What's that all about?
Right.
So I texted her and I said, hey, are you buying Christmas gifts? I know you said you were going to the grocery store. What's going on?
Mm-hmm.
Our account is showing 3 charges that they're flagging going, hey, something doesn't look right. And so she said, no, I didn't buy any of that. Now, I don't remember what the third one was. One of them was this giant, large canopy thing.
Well, you need that.
Okay, and I mean, like, you know how those, it's not a pop-up tent, it's like a full-blown, you've seen them like I see them at Lowe's and Home Depot. I didn't know Walmart had them, but you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So, like, it's a whole.
Like, sure enough good when you put it in your backyard and put a grill
it's
under
one of those you leave out. You don't, you're not taking this down. You leave it out.
Right.
So that was one of the purchases. The other purchase was a set of golf clubs.
There you go.
And then I don't remember what the other one was, but it was like a $150 item, whatever. And she goes, I clearly didn't purchase that. I said, okay. So at that point, I said, okay, cancel those orders since it's under your account and change your Walmart password because somebody's ordering stuff out of our account. And so she went ahead and finished the grocery order and submitted it. Because she had finished it, but you know how you get you want this substitution or this. So that was going on at the same time. So I just thought it was a whole thing she was doing all at once. I said, go ahead and finish that, submit it. We got to have groceries, but then reset the password. Try to get these things canceled since it's under your account. You could go in and cancel it. So she goes in and cancels all those items. I go then to the card, the banking information, logged in, to where this account is, and I see those 3 charges. And I see Amanda now has done the Walmart grocery charge as well. So I've got 4 purchases from Walmart, 1 groceries, and 3 this other stuff. So I email the bank, whatever, hey, this is going, and they're calling too, by the way. At this point, they've figured out what's going on, so they're calling me.
Was she able to cancel it, though? And
she canceled the Walmart order. Here's what's the strange part. She canceled the Walmart orders. because I started getting those emails. Your order's been canceled. Your order's been canceled. Your order's been canceled. The bank clears everything up, takes the charges off, says it's no big deal, we'll handle this, but we got to get you a new card, that type thing. Well, then a day later, the canopy shows up at our house.
All right.
What?
You got it
So
for free.
currently,
But she canceled it.
She
and
did.
the bank refunded.
Yes.
You got it for free. Go
Good
put it up in
night.
the yard.
So a couple things at play here. One, we have to this day, that happened on, it showed up on Tuesday. It's Friday for you podcast listeners that are just now getting this. I got this huge 10-foot by 3-foot box on my front porch that I don't know what to do. I can't lift it.
Seen the forecast next couple of days?
I know. And so we've told
rain.
them like for 2 days, hey, y'all got to come get this. Like
I got to know if golf clubs showed up.
The golf clubs haven't showed up. Okay. And that other, I don't even remember what the other thing was. But it was like $150 per, whatever it was. I don't know. I think it was something to do with like home furnishing, decorations or something. I don't know. Anyway, but we've got this giant box on our front porch that I can't move. Amanda said when she saw the person she went back and looked at the camera. The way they had to get it down the steps was crazy. And so I don't know what to do. Nobody come get it. So now I've got this giant canopy thing.
Don't you wish it was something you really wanted, though?
Yeah. Well, to Speedy's point, the golf clubs, I could at least sell them.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, but here's what's really bizarre is that
the order.
She canceled the order. Yeah. So it didn't go through. Did she get a confirmation and everything? Like y'all had paid for it and all that?
Oh, we got.
I mean, how did that work?
The flag. That's the
so
first.
She couldn't cancel before the purchase.
Correct. So that was the first concern. Then we canceled the order, and we got emails going, your order has been canceled.
Okay.
So then when it shows up a day later, now Amanda's calling them. They're going, we canceled this order. You see that it's canceled, but they delivered it anyway. Can I tell the criminals too that stole? What were they? They had it delivered to our house.
So you got the dumbest criminal in the world.
Yeah.
I'm going to get your info, and I'm going to charge something, and I'm going to send it to your house.
Yeah.
So if the criminal's
Part
listening,
of me wanted to just sit back and just watch, see who comes and gets it.
That's true.
You know?
If the criminal's listening, I got a cat. He'd come get it for all I care.
If he put on a fake FedEx uniform and came back?
What if we looked and it was like Greg walking down your steps trying to come get you?
Guys, I got a gigantic box on my front porch that I cannot move, that nobody will come get, and the order's been canceled. I've been refunded. I don't know what to do. I'm kind of in a
put a decoration on,
and I really need it gone.
Let me ask you a question. On the box, does it have like information about the purchase, like the order number and stuff? You know how they put it on top of the box?
Yeah.
Does it have all that?
Oh yeah.
So if you go and you plug that stuff in, what comes up? I mean, is it the same? Is it the same canceled order?
Yeah, they have it canceled in their system.
That's crazy.
I can't get anybody to come get it.
That is crazy. I guess they went and I guess it got canceled, but before it got canceled, it got pushed through
evidently
the distribution center or something.
Yeah,
and
loaded on the truck and away she went.
Yeah.
They must have caught it before the golf clubs.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah. And that other thing that was
I got to know if you have room for the canopy. Do you have room for the canopy? I got to kind of know.
So I don't have room. I don't have room at all, and I'm certainly not gonna. I mean, I don't know what to do. It's almost like it's too big of a hassle for them to come get. I may have a free canopy that I don't have anything to do with.
I got it.
Sell it.
12 working days of Christmas. How about a canopy?
A canopy. It's going to be tough.
Hey, I'll tell you this. They'll have to come to my house to get it.
Can Braden help you pick it up?
No.
And the kids?
No.
Like Groove
I could drag it like the FedEx guy did.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, my coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got my coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code BUBBA to save 25% off your order of my coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free. Or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link Terms and conditions apply. This holiday, let HelloFresh take the hassle out of dinner so you can spend more time celebrating the season with those you love. HelloFresh delivers delicious recipes and more right to the door, and ingredients come pre-portioned, so that means less time spent in the kitchen. Plus, their festive eat seasonal recipes and holiday hosting essentials make entertaining a snap. Get 18 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. If you need a new sofa or chair and you want to update your living space, look no further than Allform. We have an Allform sofa, and folks, the Allform sofa pieces are made in America. They're easy to assemble, and they're scratch and stain resistant. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, and they ship right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund. Allform is offering 20% off all orders if you go to allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com for a link. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
I thought learning a language would be too much work. Then I discovered Babbel. They make learning fun. J'aime Babbel.
Babbel's lessons only take 10 or 15 minutes, quick and easy. And soon, you turn and realize, hey, I'm starting to speak another language. How'd that happen? Como si fuera magia.
My friend from Italy said my accent and pronunciation is perfect. It's because Babbel's lessons are designed by language teachers and voiced by real native speakers. Each lesson is like living in another country for 15 minutes.
I love that there's all kinds of ways to learn. Babbel's podcast or games or videos. You can even join live classes with a language teacher.
You learn words and phrases you actually use in real conversations.
In 3 weeks, I was starting to speak in another language. So easy.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than Babbel.
Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Here's our go-to gift idea this holiday season: premium audio products from Raycon. Raycon's wireless earbuds, headphones, and speakers offer useful features and almost custom comfortable fit and up to 54 hours of battery life. And for the next month, Raycon will have a countdown to Christmas with a new pop-up flash deal every single day. Get 15% off site-wide plus free shipping with the code HOLIDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's the code HOLIDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Prices on just about everything are still rising, but thanks to CarShield, you don't have to worry about how much it will cost to fix your car when it breaks down. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. Every protection plan includes coast-to-coast roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car options at no extra cost. Go to carshield.com/Bubba. Call 800-465-6550 to save 10%, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
We're rolling back 22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. I know we've had the regular season wrap up. We had championship weekend when it comes to college football this past weekend, and then that set up the bowls and all that kind of stuff. This weekend, though, is kind of an in-between before some of the early bowls get started. It is the Army-Navy game, and it will be at 2 p.m. on CBS. It's going to be at Lincoln Financial Field there in Philadelphia. It looks like if Army wins, they'll be bowl eligible. They're 5-6. Navy midshipmen are 4-7. But that's 2 p.m. Central Time on CBS. Last night, I was traveling and didn't get in till kind of late, but I saw one drive where this Baker Mayfield thing is bizarre. So he's with the Carolina Panthers and then is told that he is going to be the third-string quarterback. And then he looks at his options and all this kind of stuff. Anyway,
they put him on waivers.
Enters the waivers because out of his request and all that. Well, the Rams are the only team that picks him up because apparently they're in a handle. I didn't know that they were.
I know Stafford was.
I had no idea. I don't follow the Rams, but didn't know. So he gets on a plane and flies from the Panthers all the way out to L.A. and lands Tuesday night, and they play Thursday night. They didn't have practice Wednesday, and so he had not taken a snap with the team. Said that in pregame he threw the ball around a little bit, read the playbook on the flight out to L.A., and then
and I bet he did.
And
knowing Baker.
Yeah, well, you could tell he did.
Yeah.
I don't know how else he would have known him because he brings the
he
Rams.
backyard balled it's what he did.
Yeah.
He brings the Rams back and beats the Raiders last night 17-16 and is at the line checking, just running the offense. And it's just really a cool story. But anyway, last night had a stunning ending to it, the game between the Rams and the Raiders. He took over for the Rams backup. I guess got the start, and then it was 10-0. Raiders were winning, at the blink of an eye. And so they went to the bench and pulled Baker off the bench, and he came back with about a minute 45 remaining. He had a 98-yard game-winning drive. He had only 2 days to work with the team, and the crowd was loud, going nuts. And so anyway, it was just a cool little behind-the-scenes little story there where – you get pulled and traded and picked up on waivers and all that, and next thing you know, you're in another uniform. And it was funny.
Across the country.
It's funny because Kurt Herbstreit said he had not even met some of the receivers. He said it's like his first completion was like a 20-yard completion or whatever.
It's like a 15-yard out. He was on the money.
Yeah, and Kurt's like, he might want to go up to him and go, "Hi, I'm Baker Mayfield. How are you? What's your name?"
Nice to meet you. Good cake. But here's my prediction. They'll start him next game, and he'll completely flop.
Yeah.
You know that's going to happen.
Oh, yeah. He gets settled in.
And he's going to be a flop.
Right.
And then they'll eventually put him back on waivers. So. But, boy, it's a cool story at the moment, though.
Yeah, and even though it was an L.A. home game, the crowd was loud.
And even though they were playing the Raiders.
Yeah, and the Raiders, they travel well. Their fan base,
fans everywhere,
and
especially in
they were
California,
loud and stuff.
They were there for years.
But anyway, it's just a cool little side story there as to how that happened. And he's number 17.
That looks weird.
It does. I'm sitting here. That's the first thing I noticed.
But anyway,
do you think he continues and has success, or is it going to be a flop? I think he's going to flop very next game.
Well, I think they only picked him up for like $1 million or something like that. They picked him up off waivers. I think it's like 1.3. I don't know what it is. So he's obviously not going to stick around there. But if anything, he probably helped his career a little bit, just going, hey, I can come in and be a good backup or something if he wants to continue his career.
Then
he
can make the argument, it wasn't me in Carolina. Carolina's got other problems. That's why I couldn't be successful.
Right. That's a great point there.
And they got rid of their best player, McCaffrey, who's lighting it up in San Francisco.
Right.
Having a really good year.
Yeah. So, that's kind of interesting to see. Look at Big Papa. He's wearing red. You're not going to believe it. Is Bubba wearing red too?
I think so.
Yeah.
It's the Red Boys.
Red.
Hey, man, I don't want to interrupt with you guys. Sherry said for the party, Saturday night, I need a canopy.
For the backyard.
If y'all know anybody that's got one, I need them to deliver it.
Okay.
I don't have to come get it.
All right.
But anyway,
and put it up.
I'm looking for one canopy.
We got a guy, Rick, I think, that has one.
Turns out we can help you out.
It really
of
is.
all things from the mess up, though,
I know.
daggum canopy.
I know.
Yeah. I'm never, of course, you don't want anybody to take, and this is referencing the last segment. If you just joined us, go back and check it out. This is kind of, it would never happen. I would get my stuff stolen, my card or whatever. People would order it, and it wouldn't come to my house. It'd go to theirs, and I would be out hundreds and hundreds of dollars. And you've canceled it, got your money back, and still getting something. It's crazy. It really is weird. I don't know what to do about that. Maybe our audience is I mean, you never know who's watching or listening. I can tell you that. And so maybe someone in the system can holler at you and go, I got you. I got you, buddy.
So. Well, it's a big system, too.
Yeah. Did you go ahead and pay your parking ticket yesterday at UAB?
Did. I sure did.
I found me. Did you go in there whining and try to dispute it?
No, I just went and paid it and moved on. I Greg, if you're on Snap, you would you'd be able to see things like this. But I parked probably about 75 yards past where I had parked and got the ticket.
Pretty long walk, by the way.
That's a decent walk, but I need the walking.
Sure.
I mean, you sit here 5 hours a day, and then you sit other places, throughout the day. So that's not a bad thing. But I just parked on the street, and there was nothing. Everybody else was doing it, and there was no parking. And now I was concerned because there was a bunch of power company workers doing some stuff, and there was a crane working on a building above. And I thought, well, this is great, but I'm gonna come back, and my truck's gonna be destroyed.
Did you tell them who you were? Did you look up and go, "Hey, man, I'm Helmsy. I'm here"?
No, I didn't. I did want to talk to some of the power company guys about Greg, but I didn't. They were working too hard.
I've been gone too long. And, they won't remember me.
Yeah.
But I saw a bunch of those scooters. And I was this close to getting on one just to say I did it.
Really wish you would.
I'd like to try one out.
Yeah, they look pretty cool.
Let's get one right around.
Apparently, you just ride it and then wherever you
just
leave
stop it. Yeah, leave it.
I like that.
Yeah,
I bet you do.
Have you ever seen them just piled up?
Yeah,
they'll be laying everywhere.
Yeah. Does the tennis team need a canopy?
We might.
Yeah, maybe that's
a good idea.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
Home should be where you and your family feel safest, especially over the holidays. This season, give yourself and your family the gift of peace and protection with the #1 rated home security system, Simply Safe. Right now, Simply Safe is offering 40% off a new security system. In an emergency, 24/7 professional monitoring agents use Fast Protect technology exclusively from Simply Safe to capture critical evidence and verify the threat is real, so you can get priority police response. 24/7 professional monitoring service that costs under $1 a day, less than half the price of ADT. With the top-rated Security Safe app, stay in complete control of your system anytime, anywhere. Arm or disarm, unlock for a friend, access your cameras, or adjust system settings. Get 40% off any new system at simplysafebubba.com today. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
So I've been telling you how much we are loving the products from Brick House Nutrition, especially their #1 selling product, Field of Greens. I take it, my family takes it, and it's a great investment in your health. Well, here's some great news. Right now at brickhousenutrition.com, they're having their massive Black Friday sale. Everything on site is 30% off. This includes the popular Field of Greens powder. The superfood powder is packed with the perfect balance of fruits and veggies, 1 scoop, and you can fill your daily nutritional fruit and vegetable needs. And they use the best ingredients in everything they make. We really like this product, and we know you will too. And with the Black Friday sale, it's a great time to try it. Why not kickstart your journey to better health and take advantage of the biggest sale of the year? All you need to do is go to brickhousenutrition.com and enter the promo code HEALTH to get 30% off everything. That's brickhousenutrition.com. Use the promo code HEALTH for 30% off any product, or you can go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsor. The holidays are here. You can savor every moment with a little help from HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers chef-crafted recipes right to the door, so you can skip that trip to the grocery store and spend more time celebrating this wonderful season with those you love. HelloFresh makes it easy to host a holiday meal or simply add some seasonal flavor to the weeknight dinner routine with their festive eats recipes and crowd-pleasing quick meals. Whether you're hosting a holiday party or you're just stocking up on snacks, you'll find it all at HelloFresh. From quick breakfast to cheese boards and desserts, it's never been easier to prep for a party or fill your pantry. Kids loving, they're getting in on the cooking action too, and because all quality ingredients arrive pre-portioned, it's easy enough for them to help out. Plus, with over 35 weekly recipes to choose from, there's always something new to try. How about this? Sign up today at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Use the code Bubba for 18 free meals plus free shipping. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, my coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the MyStore.com website. Go to MyStore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Prices on just about everything are still rising, but thanks to CarShield, you don't have to worry about how much it will cost to fix your car when it breaks down. Their price will never go up, and they help handle everything. Here's why we love them. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. When you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. You can also count on CarShield to help take care of you when your car breaks down and you're stuck on the side of the road. Every protection plan comes with coast-to-coast roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car options at no extra cost. So as long as your car is covered, no matter how old it is, you're protected from the rising cost of parts and repairs. Get coverage today. Call 800-465-6550 to save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba or 800-465-6550 to save 10%. Or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're rolling back 25 minutes until top of the hour. We thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. So yesterday I was able to run up and see my parents in Huntsville, spend the afternoon with them, and they say hey. I thought, Helmsy, you would enjoy my snap of standing in the kitchen with my dad and him being concerned that you were leaving the show.
I did. That warmed my heart to know he was concerned.
You know how some people, they hear kind of bits and pieces, and he can't listen all the time. And so he was, now what's this about, Helmsy? Is he leaving or what, you know?
Oh, goodness.
And I thought, well, I've got to capture some of this for Helmsy.
Yeah.
And you know, anytime Larry the Leaf is concerned that you're leaving. And so I was able to let him know, no, I think he's good.
It made my day, actually.
We're fine.
I was on my long walk when I saw it.
Right. And I ran to the grocery store and actually bumped
You
into
had quite a list, I saw.
Yeah, and I bumped into some folks that actually listen. And I don't know how I was recognized, but hey, Speedy's at you. Hey, what's up, man? And they listen on the river, and we thank them for that. I was tuning into the river a little bit yesterday, jamming, coming on through the old Rocket City. And I was talking to a few of them, and I felt like I was being just a little bit of a bip because my mom had some things on her grocery list that I was a little confused on, and I asked for some help. But the blue vest people, those are the people that are getting your grocery list ready for your pickup.
Yeah, they are.
So they know where everything is. They got their little scanner. It's like, bleep,
yeah, they're counting them away.
You know,
they're in my way a lot.
And I kept passing them. It looked like about 5 of them, busy little bees. I mean, they're just running all over the place. They got these little rolling carts, and they're putting stuff in the blue containers and all that. And I kept passing a couple of them and I looked so confused a couple of times. They said, "Can I help?
Yeah.
Can I help you?" And then I realized after
you imagine that conversation
after the first time that we spoke that, man, they know where everything is like immediately because that's what they do all day. They get grocery lists ready for people to pick up.
Yeah.
So I kind of went back to them a couple of times.
I hate when I can't find
I just,
what I'm looking for.
Buddy, I do.
I can't find nothing that's close to it,
I
so I
know.
know it'll be on the same. I'm trying to work it out in my mind.
Right.
And sometimes they'll fake you off.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm going to tell you, I had a disturbing situation last night, disturbing on me and my ability to find something on an aisle last night.
Yeah.
I don't want to interrupt this, but I walked away going, what is wrong with you?
Yeah. Well, I had
And
a
the
little bit
lady
of that.
handled it so well, like she did. She was so kind. She acted like it didn't even happen.
Really?
Yeah.
well,
I was
they'll
looking for
fake you
Tupperware.
off, though, because you would think Velveeta cheese would be with the cheese. But
Yes.
it's not.
That's
It's
always
not
been
with the
bothering
cheese.
me.
not.
Yeah,
It's
you're
in
right
the
about
aisle.
that.
It
I know.
is
You're right.
not.
That's always
Bother me,
bothered
it's
me.
hot.
It's
Right.
always bothered me, Greg.
I go home and put it in the fridge.
Right.
Yeah. I don't do that, but it does bother me. It's not in the same general area.
Yeah, you got cheese everywhere. Where's the Velveeta? Oh, well,
Right.
that's over there by the taco shells or somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. And I did think of you at one time. I got baby carrots, and I thought
I
about
like
you,
good baby carrot.
because you'll tear up a baby carrot
Yes,
like
sir,
a little
I like
rabbit.
'em. I like it.
Oh yeah, talk to it. And there was a couple of times where I felt a little silly because I was on the aisle, like to get pickles, and I didn't look far enough down, and I saw mustard was on the list, and it was right behind the pickles. So now I'm back on that aisle, and I'm like, see, if I would have done better planning, I could have just turned around and got the mustard. But now I've circled around. I can't find the mustard, and it's right where the pickles were. Yeah. What a good one!
I always try to have a plan.
And I don't know about you guys. Well, I was just kind of handed and didn't. I'm just.
No,
I wish
know.
I'd
I know.
had been able to sit down and.
No, what I'm saying is I
diagram it out,
always.
but I just
well,
couldn't.
I am that guy, and I always go in with that plan. But to Greg's point, when cheese is not where it's supposed to be, you get off your plan.
Yeah,
you do.
So I go through and cart. I mean, I'm out talking about it was full, and so I go through and bloop,
You couldn't believe it.
the lady's just so nice.
Sure.
And I get to the very end, and I don't know how. I have no idea how I missed the bread. Don't know how I missed the bread. I have no idea how I missed the bread.
That's like at the top of the list.
And then I'm going through, and I went, son of a. I can't.
You were already checking out.
Oh yeah,
You weren't
I
that
mean,
guy that held the line.
The
like
line
Helms
was
did that
no,
time.
but here's what I did. The line's
Greg,
full.
I was trying to do the right thing.
Man, look what he got you.
I know.
Do you want to know how I caught that I
Different
missed the bread?
scenario though.
I missed the bread because she's putting everything in the little spinning bag.
Yeah.
Okay,
And I'm always afraid I'm gonna leave something in
I
there.
know, and I'm looking
And have.
And so I'm picking everything up, and I'm picking. Heavier stuff goes on the bottom. Some of the lighter stuff, goes on the top. And then I realize, where's the bread? It needs to go on the top. Oh my gosh, I don't have the bread.
There it is.
And there's the line's full behind me. Because now everything's self checkout and they have like 2 lines open.
I really hope you paid and put it to the side and went back and did it again.
Yeah, I did.
Okay,
that's what I was going to
Did you
say.
know it?
I said I didn't even say, let me hold on, whatever.
Okay.
I just to myself
In your mind,
I was
yeah.
screaming at myself. Really telling myself off. To be honest with you. And
cussed yourself.
And then I pay and I said, ma'am, can I leave this cart right here? I got to go get the
That's
bread.
Good move on your part.
And
so
so
you
I
knew
went
exactly what kind of bread you
Oh
wanted.
yeah, I went straight. I got the bread, and I didn't go back to that line. I went through self checkout. It was one item. You bloop, paid for it,
Smart.
got it, and said thank you, ma'am. Yeah. But I felt like a bip because I was holding. I mean, I wasn't going to hold everything up. We were towards the end of everything. Plus, the guy behind me looked like he had a rough day too, and so. But yeah, it's always. I guess I always forget something. It's always forget.
Do y'all
something.
wish that they would put more in the bag? I think
Yeah.
on the plastic bags they don't put enough in.
Right.
Them. They'll give
Yeah.
you 50 bags and you'll have something with one item in it.
Yes.
Pile
yes,
it in there.
yeah.
I'm good. It don't matter.
Right. It's like, wow, this is just a little bit of protein powder. We could
Pile
fit
it in
more.
there. Don't give me a bag with one thing in it.
Yeah.
Why are you doing that? That's just another bag I got to deal with.
Yeah. For
Fill
sure.
them up.
So a little cupcake drama at our house last night. Evidently, Maddie had to make a bunch of cupcakes for some Christmas thing today. So they did that, pulled that off, made the cupcakes. But then Caroline and I roll in probably around, I don't know, 6-ish, and there's cupcakes galore. I mean, we got icing, sprinkles, the whole jam.
Smell pretty good.
It did smell good in the house. And so then I hear the controversy is we don't have anything to put the cupcakes in because we can't find tops for the plastic Tupperware.
Yeah.
And we don't want to put them in glass because Maddie don't have to deal with that. And plus you don't want to put aluminum foil on the top because then you're going to mess up the icing. So I'm hearing all this and I just got up and I said, listen, tired of the cupcake drama. I'm going to get Tupperware. I'll be back.
wow.
Put my shoes on, and I rarely
Did you have to step over the canopy to get out?
I rarely do this.
Busted
usually I'd have been like, well, y'all just deal with it. But I was done listening to it.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a little bit of energy left. I thought I'll go get plus I had like 10 minutes of a podcast I really wanted to finish, and that was perfect drive time for that. It was not all just good deed. And so go in and I walk where I think the Tupperware is, first of all. Where would y'all think it would be? See, in my mind, I think if it's
what store you
probably I'm in Publix where shopping is a pleasure.
It's going to be when you go through the produce and you make that turn and you got all the utensils hanging there.
Yeah.
I think it's right in that area.
Greg, that's where I thought it would be. Okay. So that's where I went first. Okay. Which is, to your point, on one end of the store.
It
really.
is.
It's on the $5, close to the $5 sushi.
Go there first.
Yeah, right across from there.
So that makes sense. That's where I went. First thing, that's where I went. Well, then it's not there. So I think, well, probably where the Ziploc bags are then.
Yeah.
That's just was like what I was thinking. Because if it's not at this place, it's got to be here.
Yeah. That's good.
I was over
so
where
that's where I go first.
Yeah.
So that's where I go second, Not there. So then I think.
Are you still being sweet?
Well, I'm tired at this point.
Are you walking hard,
and
stomping hard?
No, not really. I don't really have the energy to do that at this point. I'm just kind of floating through the store at this point, just trying to get through it. And not there either. So then I walk around, and a lady sees that I look confused because I'm going, I know this place has Tupperware. Like, what in the world? Am I this tired that I'm missing it? She goes, can I help you, sir? And I said, looking for some Tupperware, and I said I've walked to two places I thought it'd be, and I can't find it. Do y'all have Tupperware? Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, go to aisle 2. Oh, and I said aisle 2, okay, thank you.
Like a little angel.
So I go over to aisle 2, and I'm not sure if it was. I think there's just a ton of cereal on aisle 2.
Mm-hmm.
Not where I thought it would be. Okay. But I walk down the aisle. I think it's cereal, maybe cookies, but it's whatever. I'm thinking
granola bars.
There's no way Tupperware's on this. She's told me wrong.
Yeah.
I walked up and down 3 times. I hadn't seen Tupperware yet. So I just give up. I start walking out. There's another lady that's at the kind of the register, and she goes, "What's wrong? Did you not find what you're looking for?" I said, "Ma'am, I may have walked by. I was told to go to aisle 2 for Tupperware, and I didn't see it." And she goes, "It's over there." And I said, "Tupperware? Are you sure on aisle 2?" And she said, "Yeah." We walk over there. I don't know how I missed it.
Just right there in front of you?
Right there in front of me.
That sounds like something I would
do.
It
was alarming. Like, I was so concerned. And I said, "Ma'am," I said, can we act like this didn't happen?" She started laughing. She goes, "Oh, yeah, honey, I got you. We ain't acting like this happened." So then she goes back to the register. And since she's been so nice help, I didn't even go through self-checkout. I wanted to talk to her more because she'd kind of made my day. And she gets, this is a good one on her. "Hey, sir," she says this in front of me, "find everything you were looking for?"
That's a good one.
And I said, "Yes, ma'am, I sure did." We were both being loud about it.
Yeah.
And she was just grinning from ear to ear, and I got my Tupperware and got home, and Cupcake drama was over.
Oh, wow.
You know, you had 2 people come up and call you out. Do you think it's your haircut and they thought you were challenged a little? You think that was it?
Correct. So that's how you're going to end this segment. Huh?
Oh, bless his heart.
That's where you're going with it.
Well, I mean.
They did stop. Both of them stopped me.
I'm just saying.
Now, in my defense, I had a hat on.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind. There goes my theory.
I don't know what to do.
I don't either, Speedy.
Well,
See, this is the kind of stuff we have to put up with right here. I was so thankful Cupcake drama was over. I was so excited when I went in the house.
Bless
Daddy
his
got
heart.
it done.
They said bless his
Then I
heart.
went to bed.
Blessing.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Looking for the perfect gift? Get them a shirt from Untuck It. Untuck It shirts are designed to be worn untucked. They're the easiest way to keep him looking sharp and feeling comfortable. You can't go wrong with their super soft flannels, wrinkle-free shirts, performance shirts with stretch, and cozy sweaters that are all perfect for right now. They even have a line for her. Find the perfect gift for every guy on your list at one of 80-plus Untuck It stores or at untuckit.com. Untuck It. Shirts designed to be worn untucked.
The Spirit of the Cowboy special. Spirit comes from the soul. It's not something that happens to you. It's something that happens in you.
You take pride in yourself. You take pride in your brand.
It's hard work. It's perseverance. It's dedication. And it's preserving what's old and keeping it new.
The Spirit of the Cowboy is the last wild free thing left.
Boot Barn. Share the West.
I'll second guest dinners with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancrelipase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit creoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
So I've been telling you how much we are loving the products from Brick House Nutrition, especially their #1 selling product, Field of Greens. I take it, my family takes it, and it's a great investment in your health. Well, here's some great news. Right now at brickhousenutrition.com, they're having their massive Black Friday sale. Everything on site is 30% off. This includes the popular Field of Greens powder. The superfood powder is packed with the perfect balance of fruits and veggies, 1 scoop, and you can fill your daily nutritional fruit and vegetable needs. And they use the best ingredients in everything they make. We really like this product, and we know you will too. And with the Black Friday sale, it's a great time to try it. Why not kickstart your journey to better health and take advantage of the biggest sale of the year? All you need to do is go to brickhousenutrition.com and enter the promo code HEALTH to get 30% off everything. That's brickhousenutrition.com. Use the promo code HEALTH for 30% off any product, or you can go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsors. All right, so the holidays, let's be real, we're coming up. The hectic holiday travel, stressing over getting the family recipe just right, and other common holiday stressors, the last thing you want to worry about is finding a great gift for everyone on your list. So in the spirit of giving, here's one of our go-to gift ideas, premium audio products from Raycon. Raycon's wireless earbuds, headphones, and speakers offer premium sound, useful features, an almost custom comfortable fit, and up to 54 hours of battery life. They start at half the price of other premium audio brands, and for the next month, Raycon will have a countdown to Christmas with a new pop-up flash deal for you to take advantage of every single day. The Raycon website also offers free shipping, free returns, and buy now, pay later options, plus a 30-day happiness guarantee. Right now, we get you 15% off site-wide plus free shipping with the code HOLIDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's the code HOLIDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
And we're back. It is 8 minutes until top of the hour. This portion of the show brought to you by cleanpods.com/Bubba. You know, we talked the other day during the main show when Rick was reading this about a personal story at the house. We have some clean pods, and we talked about that one of our dogs freaks out when bad weather comes in. And I don't know if that's what they're looking for, Greg. And Greg's telling me to play sound effects. But do y'all remember when Terry discovered something in her little office upstairs the next morning?
You peed on the floor and blamed it on the dog? I remember that, yeah.
But she had discovered it. I'm here, and she's at home working. And she went and got the urine blast that Clean Pods offers. Went and got that spray bottle, went and cleaned it up or whatever. And when I got home, she's like, hey, next time y'all are doing anything or talking, we have a testimonial. It works. It works really well, too. So this is kind of what they do. When it comes to cleaning products, they got you. Cleaning supplies, it's one of those things where you get something, you think it works, and you kind of stick with it. But you need to think out of the box and give Clean Pods a try. CleanPods.com/Bubba. Terrific all-American-based company right out of Dalton, Georgia. They do great work. They use technology to create something everyone needs, and that's cleaning supplies. And to help you get going, they have stepped up to offer the show fans 10% off all products and any order plus free shipping. So stop wasting money on cleaning supplies for your windows and glass, bathroom, kitchen, and floor and more. Go to cleanpods.com/Bubba. And there's a smarter, cleaner way to clean. And check them out, cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Again, glass, floors, bathrooms, multi-use, even the urine blast, as we just talked about. You can go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well, and 10% off and free shipping just for listening and watching the show at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. All right. As we roll on back, it's hard to talk when y'all are good talk.
I'm sorry. There's just a couple things you said that got me.
You did a good job.
But
and you were excited about doing it.
Well, I
know it's like forget. You look, an hour's almost over, and you go, "Oh crap!"
Yeah. Well, no, it's not that.
Greg, I don't think that's.
No,
it's
really more y'all.
No, let me just say this. Let me tell you what happened.
Just be honest.
Let me tell you what happened.
said. Go ahead, Greg.
I can't exactly how he said it, but
clean way to smarter clean.
Look, and he was looking at me, acknowledging like it's smarter. And he gave me that head like this, and he was
yeah. Well, you're giving me this DA look.
I couldn't help it.
like you. I
apologize.
Like somebody just pinched you. You're like,
but he was trying to get. It's a
you got to understand too.
Well, you know what I thought? I thought I might get a little interaction instead of your.
But I couldn't help it when you had to turn away.
And here's the thing.
Yeah, I'll look over to the guys and they go, "Yeah, that's right." Instead, they're just like.
If you ever say anything,
yeah, I mean, you know what I'm saying, Greg?
I couldn't help it.
I mean, that's a smarter.
He was nodding his head like this, and
it's a smarter way. What I was trying to say is a smarter way to clean.
I know,
and
but
I said it's a smarter,
funny.
clean way to clean.
That's what it was.
If we ever,
it's a smarter, clean way, and smart.
Hey, Greg.
And if we ever lock eyes on the same thing, it's over for us.
Yeah, and then y'all
we start laughing.
Oh, and then y'all like little buddies.
I will say this: you have really, really good peripheral vision.
Yeah,
because
I
think I'm out of the way.
Oh, you don't think I can see y'all? It looks like you're waving in a plane, and y'all are like.
So you got to feel good about that.
Yeah. It's just you just got to stay focused. And then Blazing Silverman's in there. He's just enjoying it.
It's a good,
he's just
smart
laughing.
way to smart good.
Well, sometimes
nodding at me. Have
you ever driven and then all of a sudden your tires get over on the side? You hear all of a sudden you hear, and you like try to. Sometimes when you're reading copy, you get over there on the side and you try to pull it back into the lane, and sometimes you can do it smoothly, and sometimes it just sounds like a mess. But
get ready during the best of weeks when I do them. It's an absolute.
No,
I have gotten better about.
And I'm here by myself and still mess up.
I've gotten better about looking at them right before I do it.
Yeah,
like I'll do the segment or two before I'll look at it, and then the right before it I'll look at it, and so hey, you know what? It helps if you prep a little bit. And it's not so bad.
Things.
But sometimes you get caught up in here doing things and making sure everything times down and all this, and all of a sudden you're like, wow, I got a live read.
And then you
here.
Got some good ones that are trying to distract you and have a good time.
Sure, I was trying to get out of your vision.
I mean, here's what you hear while I'm here. While I'm reading, you hear.
No, the only reason I lost this is because you were giving me that acknowledgement while it's completely trashing the sentence.
And I think. think too is that you enjoy not giving me something that I need to when it comes to that, because I think in a very cruel, like, evil way.
I want to just go.
You want to just go. No, I'm gonna let you play in it. You know. I know you're muddy, but fall back down.
I'm gonna work on that.
I'm not. You know. Oh, quicksand. No, I got a rope. By hell, I ain't throwing it.
Guilty.
You know?
There it is.
Yeah.
Guilty as charged.
So
it makes great radio.
Yeah, does it? Yeah. Blazing Silverman's last day. He's in there, and we've told him.
Junior.
We've told him that he has to come cut a rug on the rug.
Yeah, that's a tradition.
We have a rug here, and he just got to break it down. And
you can either buck dance,
whatever you want to do, and you can even tell us what song you want us to play, and we'll play it, and then just let you go to town. About 15 seconds is what we're looking for.
I'll leave him.
You want to do that now or later? Now or that later?
What if he dropped
later?
me spinning on his back? And all that?
Yeah, and he broke it down.
You remember the first time you saw people break dance and spin? I remember thinking, "Now, how in the world did that happen?"
Is that what you thought?
I did. I thought it was the most amazing thing I'd ever
Hey,
seen.
gloves are off with this one.
Yeah.
You better watch it.
Yeah, is that the most amazing thing you've ever seen?
Yeah, at that point.
All right.
When it comes to dancing.
What y'all think about this?
So me and a bunch of strangers in my family, we decided to rent a 15-passenger van and ride back 8 hours to Tennessee.
And so excited that I'm still able to make my college tour.
Love you guys. This is awesome.
Apparently Bart Simpson was with them.
Well, who was? Yeah, I was going to say, what? They got an elf in there with them?
Do y'all know what's happening?
Someone rented a van. They got stranded somewhere.
Look at you.
And they rented a van instead of waiting on the plane.
What about you, little brother? What about you, little brother?
Sounds like it.
Huh? We have a TikTok video that's gone viral.
I would hate I
you had 13 strangers that took a road trip together after their flight from Orlando to Knoxville, Tennessee was canceled. And they
were stranded. They didn't know each other. I didn't know that.
No, they it looked like there were some family members and then some others. It says it's a case of 13 strangers in Orlando, Florida, late Sunday. They got a minivan and
probably a good idea.
And grabbed the van and did a road trip. Hundreds. Let's see. It says here they drove hundreds of miles, and it was 13 strangers, total strangers, that went in together to get the van and get home.
I don't know if I'd want to do that.
That's what I was getting. That's the whole point of me doing this, is because I would want to know if you're
out of 13. There's a good chance somebody in there is going to get on your nerves.
Yeah, it's probably a Greg in the van. You think?
Probably.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I know it's crazy. So I don't know. Look, none of us know what happened, but this is the new thing now. And the good news, Jimmy Kimmel's not going to talk about that at the Oscars.
No, Rick.
Also, another one. Y'all were telling me about this earlier. That one of the bobsledders, Lauren Gibbs,
I know,
had to delete a selfie with Ivanka Trump
because of the haters
and Sarah Sanders, because she put up she sees Ivanka Trump, part of the first family. She sees Sarah Sanders, gets a selfie made with him, and she was attacked so bad she's taking it off the internet or the social media or whatever. So
you can't even have a selfie.
Can't even have an Instagram post.
She says
you need to get James Spann to speak about trolls.
Right?
Yeah,
she said
haters and trolls.
Here's what she put out, which I agree. It's important to remember that we don't have to agree on everything to get along. Be civil to each other and enjoy each other's company. Hashtag It's For America. It was a pleasure to meet you both. And so I don't even think she was doing some great endorsement of them.
She wasn't.
And then people just went crazy. I'm telling you, I've never seen more bleeding hearts be so mean.
I thought all along they were supposed to be the open-minded people. I think they've been so open-minded, their brain fell out.
It did. It's out. It's on the ground. Somebody pick it up.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
Look, let me tell you, there's nothing meaner that you'll meet than the left-wing, all-loving, all-caring, all-inclusive liberal.
Yeah.
There's some of the meanest people.
Greg didn't come.
Right. And then Lynn. Yes. Boy, I weep for a generation didn't know the Daz Band.
Oh, I know, Rick. I tell you, I have found myself just depressed lately that a lot of people, a lot of these young folks, a lot of kids didn't have the opportunity to grow up in the 80s.
They didn't drop.
I just find myself bawling sometimes.
Sure, they didn't drop the bomb. They didn't know how to let it whip. They didn't know what to do.
I tell you, I can't even describe the feeling the high that we had for life in the 80s because we had the world by the tail.
Yeah.
We had turned around a terrible economic malaise that we'd had in this country. We had Ronnie in the White House. We had the Russians on the run around the globe. We were moving forward with space exploration.
Golly.
And, I mean, we just had it going on.
Good.
Ronnie had a new
Interest
gun?
rates were down. He did.
Yeah.
Hey, we had the largest tax cut in American history.
Good night.
Look, you could go to the drive-through of a bank and get $1 million loan if you wanted it. I mean, I'd never seen anything like it. It was wonderful.
Nothing to.
Huh?
Golly.
Didn't care. Here, take more.
How can anybody just even?
We used to get loans at the drive-through, y'all.
Yeah, sure.
Seriously. I did. Did y'all?
I
don't know if I went to the
I got $1 million loan. Had a sucker in the thing when they sent it to me.
Yeah, they put it in that little envelope.
I mean, times were. Look, the 20s called and wanted their fun back.
Sure.
You know, I mean,
It was fun.
I mean, this is like we're all in detention compared to them.
Oh yeah.
You know,
people think this is something. This ain't nothing.
Oh, y'all, and look, it was everybody had their act together.
I know.
People, you could make a joke and everybody laughed about it. I feel like the racial divide in this country was minimal.
Yeah.
Everybody had their arm around everybody laughing, cutting up.
Sure.
We made fun of each other's differences. It was the hip thing to do then, and we laughed about it.
My gosh, even Eddie Murphy released a song. You know?
Eddie Murphy was a recording sensation at that point.
Sure.
Rick.
I mean, we just had things.
Saturday Night Live was funny.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, really.
It was really funny.
Yeah. That's good. Well, what it
James
was.
Brown's Celebrity Hot Tub. Who did not love that?
Golly. Yeah.
What about Mr. Robinson's Neighborhood?
So you
was that good?
You couldn't do that anymore.
No.
Gumby?
You couldn't do any.
Gumby, dang it.
Yeah, you couldn't do
Gumby.
You couldn't do any of that right now.
That, let me tell you, that was the.
I will. To your point, if we keep
Thank
going,
you, Lord, for letting me experience the 80s.
You know, I mean, because see, they prepared us like we were children of the 70s, we were teenagers and young adults of the 80s.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So what they did when we were just in those formidable years, they put us on the groove line.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then right as we were getting older, we learned how to let it whip and drop the bomb and
all that.
I mean, and
music just exploded during that time because everybody was so happy. They just sung great songs.
If you think about it, I believe that
Rick James was an icon.
if we don't make an adjustment, and there's people who are even liberals that are starting to believe this who make a living at it. If we honestly, straight up, Ben Carson tried to tell us, and everybody thought he was terrible. If we continue on this path that we're on right now, it's because y'all are reading me all the headlines again today. Comedy will cease to exist.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you won't be able to have it. You won't be able to have comedy because anything you would say that might be remotely funny, there's some group that says that you're being mean to them.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you're Chris Rock and he gets to make fun of white.
Now you can make fun of white people, but that that we can't just have all comedy about that's making fun of white people.
I know.
Do y'all realize that it's offensive for somebody to say that you're evil because of the color of your skin? That's just as bad as somebody saying you're worthless.
Yeah.
No, you're right. You're right.
It really kind of
Rick,
is.
It's also the same thing if somebody says you're evil because of your gender. That's just as bad as saying you're worthless because of your gender.
Yeah.
Neither one of those are good.
No.
Rick, in the 80s, comedy clubs popped up all over the country because you know why people wanted to go out and laugh. They had a good time.
You couldn't sling a dead cat without hitting a comedy club.
Oh, you're everywhere.
So you can't even say that now.
No, you can't.
Somebody. Rick in high school.
That's fine. Cat people
I
ain't worried
remember
about.
very clearly we had.
No, they're really offended, Rick.
That's right. Can't trust them.
We had people with rifles in their trucks. We looked at them before school.
Oh yeah.
Put them up.
Yeah.
There was no school shootings. I mean,
if
it-
you
guys would go turkey hunting before school.
How about this?
Have shotguns in the back.
deer hunt. We had rifles. We had deer hunt. We had people that would deer hunt. It is 6 minutes past the hour. How about it? A brand new hour beginning on a brand new day, wrapping up another week in Rick and Bubba history. We are thankful that you are here. There is much to do. We start this hour with our national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We got a lot to do, folks. Day 7, 12 working days of Christmas. Day 7. So gift number 7 might as well go to you, but it's not going to happen if you're not paying attention. You got to find some way to get to the live show. So that's going to happen today. Another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Think you'll find it fascinating. We'll talk about that on the program today. We say goodbye to Blazing Silverman. We send intern Blazing Silverman out into the world, flapping his wings, toting a degree in common sense, which is now a superpower. So we'll say goodbye to him today, too. We have the Elite Great 8. Today will be the Terrific 10. As we have an old friend from Rick and Bubba history dropping by with his wife. Is she coming with him today? And we may be able to reminisce with him a little bit because he's got some funny Rick and Bubba stories from the last 28 years we've been doing this. So anyway, he was with us for the first 3 or 4. So we'll talk about that maybe today, but he'll be here today for sure. Your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG will be part of the program today as well. So we got Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy. They did the kickoff hour. That's behind us. Catch that in the archives today if you don't get it live. Eddie Van Adler has settled in. He's ready to go with all the YouTube options. And there sits the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
It's a white trash Christmas. Sing it, Blazing.
We got 7 cats scratching fleas
underneath the artificial tree.
Go! Walmart certificate in my stocking. Mama's always queen of one-stop shopping.
Bacon, eggs, and beer for Santa. God bless us, everyone. God bless us, everyone. Hey, a little white trash Christmas for you. Hey.
The only snow I see is on my sister's shoulder.
When her cousin comes over, he likes to hold her. She best get in the kitchen just like I told her. It's a white trash Christmas. Let's
we
go.
We got turkey and spam, beans and yams.
Papa's having flashbacks to Vietnam.
Yep. Grab the kids, go run and hide.
Take shelter underneath the double wide.
Bacon, eggs,
and beer for Santa. God bless us, everyone. Thank you. God bless us, everyone. Merry Christmas.
Mama spent the last of her welfare check to buy Granddad carton of cigarettes.
Bring him cigs in
she
here.
Knows it'll make his best Christmas yet.
It's a white trash Christmas. All right.
The dog went and took another dump on the floor. Mama's making up a fresh batch of s'mores. Daddy got drunk and hit his head on the door.
It's a white trash Christmas. Hey, hey, hey.
My presents are wrapped in the comic strips.
Goodwill shirts and deodorant. Yeah.
Fresh beef jerky and a 6 Miller Lite.
We'll be having us a party on Christmas night. Let's go.
Bacon, eggs, and beer. Santa, God bless us, everyone. Bacon, eggs, and beer. Santa,
God bless us, everyone. God bless us, everyone. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Boy, that hits close to home, doesn't it?
Little tribute to my family there. I literally told y'all a story just a couple weeks ago where Sherry said, "I'll cook us some deer if you'll go out and kill us one." I mean, literally happened.
that happened. Well, you told that story like a week ago.
I just did that. So a lot in there hits awful close to home. Really singing along with it, and I know it really is focused on white people, so you're probably okay. But there's a lot in there that I thought to myself, this we may be singing a song that's been canceled by society, our culture.
Well, you can cancel it all you want,
Right,
but it exists.
Yeah.
That world exists, my friend.
It still does. There was a time that you could make a joke about how your cousin's kind of likes the other cousin. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so
I know you've never had that situation in your family. So.
Adoption is a different thing.
Yes, it is.
Adoption is a different thing.
I
brought
agree.
this up. I didn't.
That's right. So
I agree.
She was adopted. All right. So that line and that joke has lasted the test of time.
It has.
That one's been here.
You're talking about 28 years. That's been here. It's gone on 28 years.
What a good one.
How about we got big news as the show starts?
Okay.
We were all copied on some tweets, and people are sending me notes that the new Best Of
Oh,
CD is on iTunes, and people are downloading it right now.
Oh, yeah. That was one of my big announcements to get started. You're right, Speedy. So when it gets to this stage of a CD every year, we're totally helpless. But it appears that we were told by the folks at 30 Tigers, which is an independent publisher that's part of Sony, I think, isn't it, Bubba? But
yes.
Anyway, we're one of their clients, which is great, and we've learned this whole digital world over the years. And I told Bubba today in his office, I said, I think this is the first year ever that this process has run as smooth as it has run, and that is the hard copy came out a few weeks ago. They're still there, and if you prefer to get it out of all these digital platforms, Helmsley put in show notes for several days. Go ahead and pre-save it or pre-order it. And today, as you said, all over the country and even around the world, people are saying, "Hey, it's there."
It's there.
And I did the pre-save, so I've already got it.
Yeah.
I did the pre-order, I've already got it.
Yep.
So Where's the Bathroom is available on all the different platforms today. Do you call that the digital world? What do you call it?
Digital platform.
Digital platforms.
You saying Where's the Bathroom like real serious?
Oh, yeah.
Where's the Bathroom? It's available now.
There it is. and I like how some of you caught on the cover. We always have a little fun, put some little things there that you have to know the show to recognize. The fact that Bubba and I, in those two stalls, one of us has red shoes on.
Yeah.
That's a little tribute to the red shoes guy.
Well, we got a lot to cover today. We got to tell you about a real high-tech, fun podcast that'll be available this weekend. I don't know if y'all saw this, but Kristen Sinema, the Democratic senator from Arizona, has resigned from the Democratic caucus and will now be an independent.
Really? Didn't know that.
Carrying the Democrats' number back to 50, not 51.
How about that?
How this will affect how the Senate does business is still a little gray. We'll see. Now, she was the one with Joe Manchin that was always giving them fits anyway. So she said she hasn't changed positions on anything, but she is going to vote her conscience, and a lot of times that is against higher taxes. She still supports what some people would call gun control. She calls gun safety.
Yeah.
And she supports non-traditional marriage, but when it comes to dollars and cents, she's rather conservative. So she's independent. We'll have to see how that plays out, and a whole lot more.
Well, a lot of it yesterday, this stuff that we're finding out about Twitter, which you can only assume would apply to other social media platforms too. It's almost, it's like watching Perry Mason and all the evidence came in.
Yep.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, another thing that I saw last night, when we look back at all this is a 90s thing, but this Waco thing.
Yeah, y'all have enjoyed that. I've been out of the loop on it.
Well, I just, at the time, and I know we were.
Did you say Maul Reno was in this?
Maul Reno finally showed up because we'd not seen her yet. And the way they portray it last night, and if this is not the final episode, they must have a aftermath episode, I guess, because it's over after this one. But as far as the event, and so they portray that there were two FBI guys that were finished with the long drawn out. David Koresh keeps saying he's coming out, then he doesn't come out when he says he's going to come out. Right. The negotiator said that and David, let's face it, he's not right, but that he wanted to finish what I would call a manifesto, and as long as he let him finish it, and he handed it, and it went out to the world, that they would all come out with no problem. Mm-hmm. He said he got his sign from God. He just needs to finish it. Said he'd need a week. So they gave him an additional week as it's being portrayed. Well, that gets toward the end of that week, and he still hadn't come out, and he wouldn't send out what he had done so far to prove he was working on it. So finally,
the two guys that went to, he looks around, the negotiator says, where's the two guys in charge? And he said they went to the airport, which means they flew to Washington, sat down with Ma Reno, and they portray it in this show. Now, some of the information comes from one of the FBI guys. The other one comes from a surviving Branch Davidian. Okay, so we got two people on both sides.
Right.
And they portrayed it that Janet Reno was new and asked them, is going in the only thing we have left, which they told her, yes, we've resolved everything else. And then they told her, if this is correct in the movie, that children are being abused every day we let this go by. Now, they portray in this that was not correct. Now, they had some wacky views on life, and they had some wacky versions of marriage.
Right. They also had videos of what was actually going on inside, and interviews with kids once they got them out that showed that they were not mistreated.
Correct.
And chose to not show that to the public.
Right. They some of the kids were let out at one point, and they had those, and all the psychologists and everything said these kids aren't abused.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they may have a weird setup of how they do family, but they're not abused.
Right.
So that scene, they portray in the movie that was the turning point for Reno, that she was told by these people that kids are being abused every day we let this go on.
And that should be a cause.
And then she went to the president, as it was portrayed here, to get the final word. Who would be the president then? Clinton?
Yeah, she was Bill Clinton's.
So, because you remember we said that Bill Clinton was trying to tell the world that he put a woman at a very high-ranking position. We think that Janet Reno was actually a man.
Right.
It was just a theory. I'm not saying that was ever proved, but the so they portray that Bill Clinton and Janet Reno gave the FBI permission to take the tanks, ram in through the walls, and drop tear gas in there and that'll bring them out.
Right.
So what you see in this is that the FBI is portrayed in this also that they really did think that they would, because they even said, there are no gas masks for children. They don't make one.
Right.
And so he said, well, yeah, the minute that those kids' eyes start burning, these mamas will bring them out. Well, that was a bit of a miscalculation, because what they didn't know is that they had a safe room where they could get the kids and the mamas and go inside there, and the gas wasn't affecting them.
Right.
And so what they portray here is they knew what the house layout was, go ram in through that and drop some in there, and that'll bring them out. But what they didn't know is the door only went one way.
Mm-hmm.
So when the men put them in there to keep them safe, the men would have to come back and let them out.
Right.
They couldn't get out on their own.
Mm-hmm.
And so you can imagine the end, how that ended. Mm-hmm. So it was botched, no doubt. And really, when you finish it up, you get down to this. There's two things that no one knows the truth on, because you get two different stories. Number one, the first killings, the officers being shot and Branch Davidians being shot, the Branch Davidians say they started firing at our dogs and firing on us, so we fired back.
Right.
The FBI says they started shooting out of the house at us, and then we fired. And then the last part is the Branch Davidians set themselves on fire. The surviving Branch Davidians said, no, we didn't. We had no suicide pact.
Mm-hmm.
We were coming out. Now, if you want to say we delayed it and David kept telling us he had one more vision, that's accurate. But we had no final plan that we would all kill ourselves.
Yeah.
You guys caused the fire when you threw the tear gas in, because it knocked over one of the lanterns, because y'all.
21 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba. So gift number 7 happens today. Where's the Bathroom is now available on all digital platforms. We got that for you. And Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, will be out again this weekend. Our guest, Ron Wilson, retired Air Force Brigadier General, who flew the A-10s for the Air Force, now flying 777s with American Airlines.
That's a pretty big plane, Rick. I don't know if you've seen that.
That's your big boy. But really, we focus this weekend on he is part of a number of teams that are working on the LCRT. What is that? It's the next stage, Bubba, tell me if I'm not explaining this correctly, of telescopes that can look into deep space. This one will be robotically placed on the moon.
How about that? In a crater. It's the Lunar Crater Radio Telescope.
Yeah, you need to go.
And he's working through the Jet Propulsion Laboratory on this project, and it's we'll have to explain it in the podcast, but it's part of a program at NASA where people who want to do these programs all bring in their ideas, and then NASA scores them and funds some of them to move forward, and some of them don't get funded, and they were picked. They're like in the top 5 now, I guess, out of about 1,500.
Yeah, it's supposed to be able to see, like we said, further than we've ever been able to see, to the earliest galaxies and stars being born. And it's a fascinating conversation. And I will say, I went into this podcast fully, Greg taught us long ago, and he's 100% right. I think one of the most freeing things that could happen to any person in their life, if you would learn to shut your hole and know your role. Just stay in your lane, okay? And your lane's important. It's not like your lane's not as important as other people's lanes, but don't get over there in your lane where you don't belong. And so I was fully prepared yesterday and even said it on the podcast. I even said, I'm here to do the commercials.
Yeah, we were going to let you just leave.
Yeah, that's the only reason I'm here, is to do the commercials. And I'm going to let these two men talk, and I hope it turns out to be fascinating for you. I'll sit and listen with you. But I will say I am credited with a couple of chimes. I mean, they're just chimes. But I mean,
here and there.
Yeah, but it was.
I told Ron after it's over with, I said, I know JPL has marketing people and all that. But I said, they've got to come up with a catchy name for this. The lunar crater, all this is fine for the military folks and the scientists, but because it's going to be like a web that's going to shoot out of a little box and get hooked on the edge of a crater, I said they need to call it the Spider-Man telescope.
Yeah.
Now, you call it that, you'll get attention.
I will say,
AKA the Spider-Man telescope.
Yeah, I was not as uncomfortable as I was the day that Bubba got into the talk of dark energy with Tyson Grossi, whatever his name is. Neil deGrasse Tyson Grossi, whoever this guy is.
Yeah.
The dark energy thing, and the minute it was brought up, I thought this guy has no idea what he's walking into. and speed of light and Big Bang, and let's be sure we understand we're talking about a word theory here, and it gets deep.
You did hear General Wilson mention a term yesterday, and I saw you light up when he said,
like a little light.
He said it seems like the universe is expanding quicker than the speed of light, and you looked at me.
I was so happy.
I may be totally wrong, but
well,
we'll see one day.
How about this? Can I say this? I think this is the best way to frame what you're saying. It's not whether you're going to be wrong or right. The question you're bringing up is a correct question. So, sometimes we just say things, and when someone says, now it is possible, right, that we don't have this right due to this,
right,
and that part is correct. Now, whether it turns out to be so, that's different. But
it's a fair question.
But the question you're asking is spot on.
Yeah.
So anyway, that'll be this weekend. So catch that, and that will be the final Rick and Bubba University of 2022. How about
good
that
one
right
to
there?
end on.
That's a good one to end on, and it's and we get into some pretty deep things that get spiritual, because there's a little bit of Big Bang talk here and all that. So jump into that, and it will be incredible if this can be pulled off, to be able to see even further than we're seeing now.
Yeah, to the very
good, Rick.
The dark time of the universe, it would be right after the Big Bang, before everything spread out.
I had warned Ron. I said, "Now look, Rick's going to look like he's in a tennis match."
I heard that. That was funny.
I said he's going to look left, right, left, right, a lot.
Yeah.
And I said, but he'll interact some.
I think what kind of calmed the room.
Now, Rick knows a lot more than Rick acts like Rick knows.
but I calmed the room by acknowledging that I realize I may only be here to do the commercial.
Yeah,
and that's important.
You know how then everybody goes, oh, good, he doesn't think he's involved.
Yeah,
he's not delusional. So then if he pops in, it's just bonus.
Chime.
A couple of chimes in there.
I'll chime in. A little space knowledge out there.
A couple of chimaroos.
So what
in
you're
there.
saying is,
So basically, Ron,
When I, too, was flying the A-10, I found it to be difficult to maneuver in certain turns.
While I was destroying tanks of the enemy, flying at low altitude.
Yeah. Rick, even after you left, the
777 feels a little clunky.
The conversation kept going. Bubba, I had to run him out of here to do the best stuff.
I know.
And,
yeah.
The guest.
Can't think of his name.
But y'all do not help him.
General Wilkes.
Do not help him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they were in here. I finally said, guys, look.
Did you have to
normally after the podcast, Bubba will run you over going out the door. I like never got him out of here yet.
I played the role of Bubba yesterday and vanished.
Yeah, Rick was already out the door before I got off the desk.
He was.
Well, it was one of those things when you're dealing with youngsters, these young adults, and they had me convinced. And there's certain things that people, we've been doing this a long time, and there's certain things that we do every single day. And which might seem like a big deal to some people, to us is nothing. Just like there's a guy or a woman right now, and they're literally scrubbing in to work on people's brains today.
Oh, I know.
And they worked on people's brains yesterday. I mean, this is
there's nothing to it,
right?
And them
in
their world.
So I had some scheduling yesterday, and my son was involved. And he was like, well, Dad, if you can get here by then, we can get you to the next thing you got to. But when I got down there, I realized they'd allowed more time than look, one didn't need that much time.
But you'd rather have need not have and not need. I got it's kind of like how you dressing for the cold.
Right. I
have and not need. I like that.
Yeah.
And have you ever had that happen before, and they almost try to extend the time so it looks like they didn't call you too early, and then finally they have to acknowledge, I think we got it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, guys, me coming down here and reading some things and then looking at the camera and doing one segment.
Did they not know who they were dealing with?
I was like, I do this every day.
Come on.
I mean, you realize how many things we do every day like that?
Right.
Which was fine. It went good. And, I know y'all used to dealing with people. We got a pro in here. Let's just get it done and let's move on. Anybody want to have lunch now? Plenty of time.
Yeah, done.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be back. 866 We Be Big is the number. We got a lot to unpack, and gift number 7 will be given away today. Wheel of Meat will happen today.
Hey, bring it on, Wheel of Meat.
We'll let the elite grade 8 handle that today. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Power off, that ignited, and then of course there was a radio host that went through FBI ATF history saying these types of tear gas bombs have ignited several times.
Right.
And so he said they knew that was possible based on history. So where was the fire truck in case it caught on fire that they could have just simply put it out? Well, then the FBI will come back and say, well, we don't think it caught on fire. We think they set the place on fire. The Branch Davidians say, no, we didn't.
So that's kind of the dividing line of
the shooting and the fire.
Right.
Everything in between, is not really up for debate. Not really up for debate because the guy who was trying to negotiate them to come out just simply said, these were my conversations, so they're real.
Yeah.
And then the guy who got out said, here's what was going on inside because he was there. So the thing that the disagreement is, FBI says we didn't shoot first and we didn't set the fire. Branch Davidian says you shot first and you set the fire. So I don't know that we'll ever know the real answer.
And the way they portray it is the FBI is running up and shoots the dogs for whatever reason, and but the people don't know that. They don't know they're shooting at dogs.
Right.
And I don't know why you would shoot the dogs in the first place.
Well, don't forget the negotiator says you got to be careful here because you got a tinderbox.
Yeah.
Because everything he's telling them, you're acting like it's coming true.
Absolutely.
So that's not the way to go.
Ain't no doubt about it.
Well, tomorrow's Read Across America, and a lot of concentration on reading. We've been doing the world's largest classroom for a long time. You can still sign up for that. But children will also be reading a brand new children's book from one of our favorite authors. He's become my favorite children's author. And that is John C. Wilburn, better known as Speedy's dad. And Mr. Wilburn joins us now. How are you, sir?
Hello, I'm here.
What a great day today.
What a great day.
I appreciate the offer to come and the hospitality. You guys are great. Coffee is BuzzBox, you can't beat that.
Oh, it's good stuff. Thank you, Mr.
That's
Wilburn.
good stuff.
Yeah, I have to call you Mr. Wilburn. Is that okay? I just feel like I know you're an author now, and I should be saying, John, tell us about Larry. But since I've known
John's good. John is good.
Yeah, since I've known you a long time, to me, you're Mr. Wilburn.
Yeah, if you're Speedy's dad, you're always Mr. Wilburn.
That's right. Yeah. But
except for Greg.
Y'all raised good.
Yeah, except for Greg, who for some reason is giving you a nickname, but as he does everybody.
Right. That's all right.
So this book, I
I know that you've written poetry, and for some reason we've let Greg read those.
I'm a little disappointed. I get it. John Ed is way more qualified than me to read this book, but I did have my heart set on it.
We have Speedy's niece, Johnette Sheridan, here today, better known on the show as Reg's wife.
Right.
And
we're mad because Reg didn't come.
Right. And then Lynn McCraney, Speedy's sister, here. And Greg really had his heart set that he would go read Larry the Leaf.
Look, I know they got to bring a pro in.
Well, you know what? What I did, I got a quarter, and I said, heads, Johnette's going to read, and tails, well, Greg's always a tail.
I'm giving it back to you. I like it.
Right. But I'm still the official poem reader on the show.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it.
So there.
So to kind of unpack the story, what was this something that you always had thought about? What was how did this happen? You end up writing this book.
Well, it was really interesting. I retired from a day job about 6 years ago, and I was sitting around. I've always had a passion about writing poems, anything, have a kind of an active imagination. And I sat down in front of an old antique desktop computer in 2013, and it just kind of came to me. I wanted to write about a leaf, and I guess one reason for that was I had a flashback, like we all have sometimes, and when I was a kid, probably 8, 10, 12 years old, we climbed trees quite a bit.
Oh, yeah.
The kids nowadays stay inside. They don't know what outside looks like, you know. And
sad.
So at any rate, in one of our games we played at this one tree, it wasn't a maple tree, which is what we wrote was what Larry is, but it was another type, and we would have a little contest like who could find the biggest leaf. We'd overlay them and see who won the deal, you know, and the guy that won got 10 marbles from everybody.
Oh.
Yeah. Because we shot a lot of marbles out on the dirt, you know.
Oh, yeah.
So anyway, I was thinking about that and just kind of started. I said, well, leaf. What rhymes with leaf? You know, in terms of a name, and I came up with Larry.
Yeah.
And it just began to flow. Just and I kind of hunt and pecked at the keyboard probably over a period of 4 months. I would maybe write a sentence or a paragraph or half a page and walk away for a week, and then come back, and there it is.
So the question that we've already asked you on the phone, but now that we have you here,
let's just revisit it.
When we look at your son's blue eyes, and we look at the blue eyes of Larry the Leaf, there is a striking resemblance, and I'm wondering, is this? It's 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big's our number. Thank you for being with us today. Bubba, I believe it was listener Mike, and we got a lot of mics out there, tremendous amount of mics. But said that the Raycon earbuds came through for him.
I read that.
Yeah, I read that story too. While he was deer hunting, right? He got into a bind and left them in his pocket. Is that what it was?
Got washed.
And washed them. And he usually listens to us while he's up in the ladder stand. And he said, you know what? I got them out, let them lay there and dry out, and they work fine.
I wear mine daily. I haven't washed them yet, but I've heard of people. Speedy, we had that conversation. You know, find them in the washing machine.
Yeah.
Earbuds.
Yeah.
You don't care. Just go back to sleep.
I'm going to be in. How about I'm going to be in trouble. I'm going to be in trouble today, Greg. I had a photo card that I left in my pocket that Sherry washed.
Oh, no.
Put it in the sweats I had on last night. Left them in there again.
Oh,
so I got to text her and say, by the way, now the second pair of pants I put on, I've left them in there too.
Oh, no.
But anyway, buy Raycon.com/Bubba. And Rick, make a note to self to contact Mary Carey, and whatever she is pressing on her computer that she thinks is half, make some kind of weird symbol.
Apparently, Greg won't do that.
But they're about half the price of the other premium audio brands. And for the next month, Raycon is going to have a countdown to Christmas. Now, a new pop-up flash deal is going to be available for us to take advantage of every single day. Man, we love these. Buy Raycon.com/Bubba. Also, they've got free shipping, free returns, buy now, pay later, plus a 30-day happiness guarantee. And all that means is if you're not fired up about them, in 30 days you can get a full refund. But you're going to love them.
You're gonna be happy.
I mean, the audience loves them. We love them. Even Greg loves them. Do you realize how few things Greg loves? I think we've documented this week that Greg has liked 2 things this week.
Yeah.
Wow. But anyway,
outside of grandkids.
Here's a well, that's a given. Promo code that changed to his whole being.
Oh yeah.
Here's the code HOLIDAY to save an additional 15%. Holiday.
So do that when you go to rickandbubba.com and click the link or go directly to our URL and let the savings begin. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. All right, so we got that. Y'all do remind me to text Sherry because she finds that photo card in another pair of pants and washes it again. But anyway,
Sherry, I'm putting a note.
So do you want to get into any of this? Because I know Adler said that he had Bongino ready to go, and all that about
Bon Jovi got a new song.
Well, do you want to look just back just for a minute on this on the Brittany Griner prisoner exchange? You know, we were kind of breaking that down yesterday as it happened. I mean, the more we've learned about this Merchant of Death guy.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh,
my goodness.
I just don't think this deal should have took place. Look, I don't want Brittany Griner. I don't want anybody to be held by the Russians. But you see what happens when we actually put one of these terrorists that is state-sponsored by the Russians in jail. They will grab a high-profile American for no reason and put them in jail hoping for a prisoner swap.
Yep.
Now, they said this prisoner swap was one of the most clunky deals. It wasn't exactly that thing on the bridge, you know, where we've seen Tom Hanks, you know, and all that.
Oh, ugly.
And I guess that's what we're looking at here now.
Yeah, and at one point, you realize that there was, like, on the most wanted list, there was Osama bin Laden and him.
Well, I want to know who made the deal because, arms dealer for a basketball player with a little bit of cannabis oil, and you can't even get the other guy added to your swap?
No,
it still would have been. You know what I'm saying? You could at least give
listen.
us all the Americans if we're giving you the arms dealer.
No,
not just the basketball player.
Here's Joe Biden explaining that, and let's hear his clip.
I bet that's clear as mud.
Oh, my goodness.
We never forgot about Brittany. We've not forgotten about Paul Whelan, who's been unjustly detained in Russia for years. This was not a choice of which American to bring home. We brought home Trevor Reed when we had a chance earlier this year. Sadly, for totally illegitimate reasons, Russia is treating Paul's case differently than Brittany's.
That's not what we're asking.
But I'm still holding an arms dealer.
That's not what we're asking. Every American is asking, and this is what I want it to be clearly explained. Did you make an effort to say, if we're going to give you the Merchant of Death, we must have Brittany Griner and we must have the Marine, Paul, what's his name?
Whelan.
We must have Paul Whelan. We must have them both or you don't get the Merchant of Death.
No, he's saying the only deal on the table was Brittany for the Merchant of Death.
He's basically saying Russia ran this negotiation.
Yeah,
we
Russia
had to go.
said we're
We
not
had to go
offering it.
along with what they wanted to get Brittany back.
I would still disagree.
Which I think was a bad deal.
Yes.
I would still disagree, but I would like to hear them say, well, Russia tried to say it was Brittany or nothing, and what we said, no, we're going to give you the Merchant of Death, but we got to have Paul too. We worked and worked and worked, and they just would not give us Paul Whelan, and we made the decision that they were never going to give us Paul, so we took Brittany because we didn't want to end up with nothing.
Well, we have
that,
the administration basically saying that in 2A. Let's hear this clip.
Okay.
Differently, given the nature of the totally illegitimate charges they have levied against Paul. Unfortunately, the choice became to either bring Brittany home or no one. As the president said this morning, he will never stop working to secure Paul's release and return home, and he will not give up. On a personal note, Brittany is more than an athlete, more than an Olympian. She is an important role model and inspiration to millions of Americans, particularly the LGBTQI plus Americans and women of color.
A lot of letters.
She should never have been detained
I think being American
by Russia.
Yeah.
And I am deeply proud of the work that the president has.
All right, let's go. Let's stay with this. 2B. Let's hear 2B. Peter Ducey is asking the question that Rick wanted to know.
Yeah, and it's a good question, I think.
Yeah.
In this prisoner swap, why did Russia get such a better deal?
Look, I've talked about this.
Notes, looking for notes.
And I'll say this again. Here were our choices. Our choices was Brittany or no one at all. Bringing home one American or no American at all. And that's
a professional athlete. We gave up a prolific arms dealer who was convicted of trying to kill Americans, who was called the Merchant of Death.
The professional athlete is also an American citizen. So let's not forget that. Who deserved
American citizens,
and
so we
so
can do this all
and I've explained how the Russians have illegally totally illegitimately treated his situation. I've been very clear on that. We've laid that out for you.
Look, you made a bad deal.
Yep.
An international terrorist known as a merchant of death traded for an American who was a basketball player is a bad trade. We should have got 3 or 4 people for an international terrorist if we were going to do that. We never get more than one. I mean, usually we give up a bunch of people for the one person we want back. Terrible negotiating. And if the Russians are going to play this game, we need to play it with them. We need to nab a few of Putin's family and trump up some charges and say, okay, look, we'll all play this game.
There you go.
If that's how we're going to do it. And that's the only way you can get these thugs to quit doing that. They understand one thing, and that is boot to the throat. They're not going to be civilized. They're not worried about sanctions because that hurts somebody else. You got to put their neck under the boot, and then you can be and decide who's going to be generous, when, and where. Sorry, folks, that's the world.
See what you've done.
I know that bothers some of you, but that is the world.
They gave up the biggest bargaining chip they had.
Yep.
Now you're talking about we still going to war. You have nothing to offer to get him back now.
No, that's right.
What else? What other prisoner do we have that you can negotiate to try to get him swapped? You just gave up the biggest piece you had.
Well, and that
in the game,
and that's what,
and you didn't get enough for it.
That's what some journalist needs to force the Biden administration to answer what Greg just said and what you just said, Bubba. But what we want you to understand and explain to the American people. Now Paul is doomed.
Yeah, what do you got?
Because what the Russians did is they made you play your ace when there wasn't a need to play it.
They got your rook card.
Yeah.
Now you got nothing to play.
You got nothing.
Yeah.
And so you're never going to get him home now. What are you going to offer to get him home now? I mean, you had the guy they wanted the most, and you gave it up in the first rounds of the game. I mean,
he's a very strong play.
And what it's done is just told the rest of the world how to get things done.
Sure.
The rest of the world.
Yeah, if we're going to give arms.
And once again, we've instead of discouraging the Russians from these silly, trumped-up arrests, we've encouraged them to do more. Mm-hmm. Because now, anytime they need somebody, look, I mean, we can go through our court system, charge somebody, due process, we lock them up. The minute that happens, they're going to nab somebody.
Oh yeah.
I know the world wouldn't be able to take it, but I'd march the merchant of death out there and say, you give us Paul, you give us Brittany, and whoever else you got, and if you don't do it in the next hour, we're going to shoot him right in the back of the head.
World couldn't deal with it.
No, they couldn't. No.
And to probably get Paul killed too, but it might stop it from happening next time.
But well, that's the reason why nobody grabs Israelis anymore.
Right.
Because if you grab an Israeli, their entire military comes after you and tries to kill everybody they can, and you're going to kill
not only you, your family.
Yeah, and
they're bulldoze their house.
And you're going to kill the hostage you have. They got that, but they know that as an Israeli, that if they've been captured, they're willing to give their life for the good of the country, so the country isn't compromised.
Right.
And you know what people do? They quit grabbing Israelis because there's no gain in it.
No, it's actually a loss.
Yeah, because when your family's house is bulldozed down and they're firing missiles into your neighborhood, you're kind of like, oh, okay, well, maybe we shouldn't do that.
Yeah, really wasn't worth it.
But what we found now is, my goodness, if we can grab somebody that's smoking weed that plays basketball and get the merchant of death.
For that, yeah.
For that, my goodness, let's go grab some more, to Bubba's point. And now also, and stand by for this, and it's funny, I actually saw this being put out yesterday by black people who are conservative. So this is not a bunch of white people saying this. These are black conservatives, and they were putting out yesterday, stand by for Brittany Griner to be now made into American hero.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We've seen that.
And you heard the press secretary. It's begun.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Probably pretty much tipped you why it happened that way.
Yeah.
If you just think about it, she told you why the swap happened.
Yeah. And we've got another video clip telling you who the merchant of death is.
Oh yeah. If you don't know,
you need to really understand what we gave up yesterday.
14 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Sort of loosely based on Speedy.
Well, Speedy Calvin, as we call him at the house,
right.
that flirted with me a little bit. I said, well, some of the characteristics and some of the trouble that Larry gets in, it kind of reminds me of Speedy.
Thank you, Dad.
Well, he streaks at one point during the show.
Well, Larry doesn't wear any clothes.
Larry's pantsless.
So
watching you over there.
Yeah, right. So there's a great message in the book. What obviously when you think about a leaf and a character, you start thinking children's. But was it always just drawn to trying to come up with a children's book versus writing a book for adults or something like that?
Well,
or is that still to come?
That's still actually. I've written an adult book, but I've still got it at the house.
Yeah. Is it a novel or is it something?
It's called Let's Just Think Happy Thoughts. It's more of an inspirational, scripture-driven book.
Come on with that.
And it's got 10 chapters. And what that came from is that growing up, my mother didn't like any controversy around the house. Anytime anybody got in an argument, I don't care if you're talking about a ball game or what. She'd always stop. She'd say, "Hey, wait a minute, everybody. Let's just all think happy thoughts." Oh. And so I've always remembered that. And so I sat down a couple of years ago and began to, I guess, outline something like that. And so, I came up with chapter names, and I would go back and fill in the blanks, so to speak. So I have a passion for that. I have a passion for poem writing, as you guys know. In fact, I've got a lot of them. Primarily, I would say, patriotic type stuff. No, and also I've written a lot of what I would call Christian type poems.
Yeah.
And in fact, the publisher wanted me to package those and send them to him, but I haven't done that.
So this is something that's been a passion for you your whole life, or just your adult life, or?
Pretty much, since mostly my adult life. I guess I started. In fact, John Ed over there, back when I was at work, and she graduated from college. She was working in Atlanta, and I used to send her emails every now and then about a rabbit called Wiggly Ears that was always looking for John Ed because John Ed exhibited great character and determination in life, and Wiggly Ears wanted to know how to find out about that. So I've had that kind of imagination all the time, and I've enjoyed. It's a passion, really. I guess a passion.
I guess that skipped Speedy.
It did. It did. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, I
was waiting on you over there.
You see different talents in the
quiet.
family.
Right. You do.
With Mr. Wilburn being the writer, and you have Uncle Duke, who's the dancer.
Right.
And then
brought him up.
And then there was Speedy
Then there was Speedy,
the bald guy.
Right. I guess Lynn is the one who is creative. And,
right.
John, I don't know, Speedy. We don't know what to do with you, do we? I mean,
it is kind of neat to see, and we've talked about this as a family, to see all this happen for him because he has had so much of a passion for it. He would send us stuff, and he still does to the family. We're on a big group message where he'll send a poem that he's written, and we try to save all those for him. But to see all this happen and how it happened, it's really kind of neat. And so today's a really big day, and I can't thank y'all enough for this.
Well, see, this is your role. I mean, now for just a serious moment, you think about God's plan and His design for all this. Your role in all this, you now have been afforded by God a platform that when this was completed, you can go back to your dad and say, "Hey, I can help with this."
Yeah,
which is kind of pretty incredible.
I'm very much honored by my kids. You know what the Word says about those that honor their mother and dad. They got a lot of good things coming for them.
That's right, amen.
And I want to recognize John Ed over there, if I got a minute to do that.
Sure you do.
Basically, I wrote the story, and it just kind of laid in our computer. I said, "So what? I wrote this, and it's no big deal." And she came through the house about a year ago, roughly, and she found it and read it, and she said, "Hey, you need to do something with this." Oh. And then she called me after that and said she found a publishing company in New York City that I could send it to. So I did, and they accepted it. And about that time, my wife saw a commercial about Christian Faith Publishing, and I said, "Well, I like the name Christian Faith better than the other one."
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So just based on that, I contacted them and I sent them the deal, and they liked it too. So I called the first bunch and said, "Sorry," And so I went with Christian Faith, and so it's a very lengthy, as Sherry knows, a very lengthy process.
Yes,
and
yes, it is.
So it went in. The editors first went through it because they're not going to change a word because I'm the author, so to speak, but they'll correct punctuation and spelling and all that. And then they wanted me to come up with some illustrations because it's a children's book.
8 minutes to the top. You got the Rick and Bubba Show. Fun Zone Friday. We inch ever closer to the big year ender 1 week from today. 1 week from today. Brand new CD, Where's the Bathroom? Available on all the digital platforms today. It is there. If you pre-saved it or pre-ordered it, you got it. And also, if you're like me and you have Apple Music, it just says, I want to add this. And I'm like, yeah. So it's there. And if you want hard copies, they're at rickandbubba.com under the store. All right, so, Bubba, the Merchant of Death has gone back to Russia. Russia. And we got Brittany Griner. Russia. We left our Marine there, but we got Brittany. Brittany is home. I see that we do have a little something for her saying she's happy to be home. I will say this for those of you that are doing I'll tell you one thing, she better stand for the national anthem now. You're totally missing how this is going to be played. What she's going to do is say if she had been white and a man, we would have gotten her quicker. And if she'd been straight, of course, it's completely the opposite is true. Yeah. But anyway, so she'll make a big fuss that she was mistreated by her country and that we didn't get her quick enough and all that. I hate to break that to y'all, but that's how that's going to go. Yeah. All right. So
just so we all know, when you're discussing it in the office today, the Merchant of Death, you'll have the full picture of him. This is a 60 Minutes package that they did some time ago when they did a story about him, and it's about 2 minutes, but it'll give you the full scope of who he is.
Victor Boot, in my eyes, is one of the most dangerous men on the face of the earth.
On the face of the earth?
Without a doubt.
Mike Braun, the former chief of operations for the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration, told us Boot first exploded on the scene in war-torn West Africa in the late 1980s. Elevating bloody conflicts from machetes and single-shot rifles to
AK-47s, not by the thousands, but by the tens of thousands.
So he weaponizes civil war in Africa.
He transformed these young adolescent warriors into insidious, mindless, maniacally driven killing machines that operated with assembly line efficiencies.
Now 43, Boot from the Soviet Republic of Tajikistan is a mystery man who reportedly served in the Soviet Air Force and intelligence service. The U.S. has indicted him on 4 terror-related charges, including conspiracy to kill Americans.
What makes him a threat to the United States?
He is a shadow facilitator. He's arming not only designated terrorist groups, insurgent groups, but he's also arming very powerful drug trafficking cartels around the globe.
Taking advantage of Russian military contacts at the highest levels and the collapse of the Soviet Union, federal prosecutors allege Boot essentially became a one-stop shop, offering an unlimited supply of stockpiled Cold War weapons to bad guys around the world, including Charles Taylor of Liberia, who's now on trial for war crimes. According to the U.S. indictment, Boot had a unique selling point when it came to weapons trafficking. A fleet of cargo airplanes capable of transporting weapons and military equipment anytime, anywhere. More than 60 planes in all, his own private air force.
Those Russian aircraft were built like flying dump trucks. He could move this stuff and drop it with pinpoint accuracy to any desert, to any jungle, to any other remote place in the world, right into the hands of what I refer to as the potpourri of global scum.
That's who we traded.
I didn't know Pat McAfee was on 60 Minutes.
I didn't either.
Does that not look like it?
Does anybody think the Merchant of Death is rehabilitated and us sending him back out into the world is no big deal?
Let me tell you what this is going to mean. Let me tell you what this is going to mean. There will be other Americans and other citizens from around the world killed because this guy's on the loose.
So what we just did...
You have traded Brittany Griner for the future people that this guy's going to kill.
Right, you just made the world less safe.
Yep.
Have you guys heard of the movie Lord of War with Nicolas Cage?
Yeah,
and
one of his
Jared
best
Leto?
movies.
That is who the character is loosely based on.
Yeah. You're right. I forgot about that.
That's who we're talking about.
So,
y'all,
I can't. Well, this administration, as we have said all along, and it's one of the things, good, bad, and ugly, about President Trump, is President Trump, if he didn't do anything else, he came in and said, we have got to stop allowing the rest of the world
to bully the United States of America and stop committing to these stupid deals that compromise the American people.
Rick, if a U.S. company is going in to negotiate with another company, they carry experts in negotiating. They carry experts in doing due diligence. They carry experts in forensic accounting to be sure they're buying what they think they're buying. And when we deal with some of these foreign countries, we've got the howdy-doody gang negotiating these things. Some political appointee that's never done anything more complicated than check out a library book.
I'm going to tell you this: I'd be sitting here questioning the trade, even if it was the Marine.
Yeah.
I would be going, I just don't know that we need to
realize what we're trading. It's that guy does not get out of jail.
I don't think we trade him for anybody.
I agree.
Yeah. Do you realize
you're going to come to me a lot?
Yeah,
it's
bizarre.
What I'm saying is because, to our point now, I just think it's better for the world that this guy can no longer do what he was doing. I don't know that there's any deal that I go, well, let's put him back out into the world.
Yeah, they want to take gun rights away from law-abiding citizens in the U.S., but we release him.
Well, the world just got more dangerous again. I know it didn't solve all the problems, but we solved him as a problem.
Yeah. And yes,
but now we've put him back out there.
Yeah, and she should come home. She's an American citizen. We should try to get her, but
no doubt.
But we shouldn't let Russia be our daddy and tell us how it's going to go.
Yeah. Well, bad deal. I don't know what else you can say. Once again.
Well, because you keep hearing the press secretary saying it was either this deal or no deal, and I would say, well, you should have said no deal.
Yeah.
But because I don't think there's any scenario. What we should have said as Americans is we'd love to have brought Brittany home, but they demanded the Merchant of Death be released, and we just can't do that for the good of the world.
Yeah.
I mean, and I think people would have said, "Oh, wow, I understand." Now there would have still been people crying, "Y'all left Brittany," but that's all right. I could go to bed and say, "Well, let's try another plan to get Brittany."
Yeah.
I mean, God, they're holding a pot-smoking basketball player. At some point, they would go, "Well, what good is this to us?"
Yeah, really.
I mean,
we don't even have a team she can play on.
Right.
Yeah.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so let's talk about, we were just speaking of how right now our country is treated like we don't know how to cut a deal anymore, and that's hurting the economy. This administration is driving our economy into the ground, and no matter how many times they tell us that's not happening, I mean, it is, but and there may not be a whole lot you can do about it as far as, how can I change the Biden administration? Well, we had the midterm elections. We did a little bit, but I don't think any of us think it's going to be enough. It wasn't the sweeping red wave we had hoped. So now you better concentrate on your individual finances and how can you protect yourself from them. So one of the ways to do that is with Allegiance Gold and diversifying your IRA or 401k with physical gold and silver. Now, you could also say, I'd just like to have some delivered securely right to my house. Okay, you can do that too. Their approach is different. They're going to focus on educating and developing a long-term strategy that's going to be right for you, that's going to be right for me, not what was right for somebody else, because I may not work for me. So if you'd like to get the best offer yet, that's up to $2,500 of free silver on a qualifying purchase, use this URL, protectwithrickbubba.com. Protectwithrickbubba.com, or you can call them, 844-790-9191. Mention the Rick and Bubba Show and have access to that same offer. That's protectwithrickbubba.com. Protectwithrickbubba.com with Allegiance Gold.
And of course, with my eagle eyesight, I couldn't come up with that. So they said, just do a word picture, and we'll give it to our art department, and then they'll take your description and draw a picture and send it back to you.
Boy, they did a good job.
Yeah, they really did.
And so when they sent it back to me, well, then I would send the email to Johnette, because she's my eyes.
Right.
And then she would look at it, and she'd say, hey, Granddad, it looks pretty good here, but the eyes
Let's
are not
change
big
that a little
enough,
bit,
or
right,
this and that and the other, you know.
Didn't send it to me. Yeah.
And then
Didn't send it to Speedy.
No, because I don't have that artistic look. I can't. I would have gone, yeah, it looks fine. It'd been a stick leaf, you know?
Yeah.
So then she, she would send it back to the. I told her to forward it back to the publishing company, back and forth, and it took almost a year, to get the whole thing done. So here we are.
It looks great. Some other stories that are out there. These big game hunters, every time they get in trouble, I don't know if you've seen this one, but we have an Australian big game hunter. By the way, tell me that Australia, of all places, is not getting where they're soft on stuff like this.
Surely not.
Well, we know
Sure.
we had somebody who clarified for us when people were saying, "Well, look at gun control in Australia. Look how well that's working." And some of the Australians are going, "No, you if you think this is working, you need to see the real picture." But you remember we went through the whole thing that, and about we had the guy that shot Leo the lion or whatever it was, and he was a big game hunter.
Right.
Come to find out, the guy didn't do anything wrong. What was wrong was whether the outfit that he used to go on the hunt, whether they did anything wrong, because he certainly didn't based on what the instructions they gave him. Remember, ruined his life, couldn't be a dentist anymore.
Oh, yeah.
Well, now there's an Australian big game hunter that has resigned from a vice president position at a private club after a backlash over his trophy photos, where it looks like he's shot or killed. Well, looks like a baboon here, and in different pictures, he takes the animals and puts hats and sunglasses and stuff on them, and then has his picture made with them, and people are very upset with it. Yeah. I don't. I wish we would get upset about things that. So now some of them though, it looks like he's just posing with the trophy that he shot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now he does have one where he's looks like a baboon with sunglasses on and a hat. But
riding shotgun
in his truck. But I'm sorry. And he's even got the monkey's hand on the wheel like he's driving. And
that's a little bit of any which way but loose.
I mean, look at that. I mean, I'm sorry. Is that? Am I the only one who thinks that's funny? I mean, now look, I will tell you, and I certainly don't have any, problem with what's going. I understand, conservation. I understand managing of herds. I understand how all these things work. I've been very open about that. Now, I personally, just personal preference, and I certainly am not out to get mad at this guy or anybody who does it. I have friends who do it, and I have no issue with it. I've never been what they call a big game hunter. It's never appealed to me. I've never wanted to shoot an elephant or a lion.
You ain't going for the big five?
No, I went on a safari to see them.
Yeah.
But that doesn't now. Obviously, now American white-tailed deer, or a turkey, or a quail, or a duck. That's a whole different deal. I'm not even all that crazy about shooting birds. But as far as hey, I want to go out and shoot an elephant. That just never appealed to me.
I know, I'm the same way.
Yeah, I want to go out and shoot a lion.
I really don't want to shoot a baboon. I didn't know you hunted baboon.
Yeah, I don't. No one. No, I didn't say, man. I'll tell you one thing. Before I die, I hope I get a baboon. I mean, that's never. That just never. But I don't fault them for it.
Right.
But what I'm saying is, I don't know why this is such a big deal, and especially in Australia, when you of all places you would think that somebody out there, Crocodile Dundee on the Barbie, why would they be mad?
What is the some callers had mentioned earlier, it had been a topic of debate.
Six minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here and ready to go for a brand new hour. Blazing Silverman, his last day today. And he's taking your phone calls right now, and we're about to talk to you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Lines are available, and you can join us right now. And Blazing Silverman, on his final day, earning his degree today, he'll take your phone calls and get you ready to go. Rum-pa-pum-pum, rum-pa-pum-pum, rum-pa-pum-pum. And welcome back, Santa's Little Helper, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us, and thank you for 28 years of the Rick and Bubba Show.
Bubba, on this day, we played Linus Van Pelt coming out of the top of the hour. On this day, on December the 9th, 1965, A Charlie Brown Christmas debuted on TV.
You know, there was a big debate about letting him read the scripture.
I know
that too.
Can I tell you this?
And he did, and it was a big hit, and CBS said they would play it every year after that.
Bubba, I want to ask you this question until Apple Plus bought it, and now nobody else can have it. How about this? Did you know what the Charlie Brown Christmas and the Rick and Bubba Show have in common?
Gosh. No, help me.
Expectations were low for its success. Absolutely true. If you've ever seen the special on it, the expectations, to your point, were they were like, this is going to be a disaster. And it turned out to be a huge, huge hit.
Yep.
So anyway, there you go. To the phones we go. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. James is in the great state, the Magnolia State, Mississippi. So sweet Magnolia. James, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm driving through listening to y'all on iHeartRadio. I appreciate y'all.
Thank you, buddy.
I've got a question. I've been listening to Fox News. They were talking about the deal was brokered for Griner through Saudi Arabia and the UAE. Have y'all heard anything else about that?
No, I don't know the channels they use to do this.
I mean, that may be, but I have not heard that, no.
I mean, I know we're, real trustworthy when it comes to Saudi Arabia and everything. Yep. I'm just wondering.
Well, it wouldn't surprise me modern day if we were anybody's chump, because we seem to be very accepting of being chumps. I don't know why, but we are. But I haven't heard that, James. Thanks for listening, by the way. John in Dadeville. No, I'm sorry. Let's go to Jonas. Jonas in Montgomery, I-92 WLWI. Jonas, go ahead. Jonas?
He got swallowed by the whale.
John, Joe, back to Dadeville. John,
don't y'all give me more on that.
Well, it was Jonas, but still, it was good. John in Dadeville. If it had been Jonah, I'd probably laugh.
See, it was close.
It was
That's
close.
what made it funny.
It was. I thought you were going to do a Jonas Brothers joke. Now threw me. John in Dadeville, go ahead.
Hey, good morning.
Hi,
quick point on that special, the Charlie Brown special. Linus has only been without his blanket one time in all of the strips that he did. And just to emphasize Charles Schultz's belief in God, he had the Linus drop his blanket right at the exact point where he said, "Fear not."
Right.
And it's an interesting little symbol that he threw in there to say, "Fear not. God's going to be with you."
Well, you know what? Somebody pointed that out to me in a lesson one time at church. I had never caught that before and went back and watched it, but you're right, and because that was what he used for security. But when he spoke about the Lord, he dropped anything else that provided security for him. Huh. And so that is a great point.
Yeah.
We continue. Let's go to Tyler. Tyler in Alabama. Tyler, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
I was just wondering if y'all read the article I was scrolling through last night about the FedEx driver that when he was 17, 18 years old, he was arrested for sexually assaulting a young child at that time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that just tells me that the contractor did not do a background check, because I do work for FedEx as a delivery driver, and the background check I went through, they know everything about me from the day I was born.
I hadn't heard that story. I saw Speedy acknowledging that he had, but I don't know how something like that would not be caught in a background check. And as you said, you work for them, so
it would have been caught in any background check that they did on you. And I'm not, thankfully, you didn't have that. But I'm just saying, you're saying if they vetted him the way they vetted me, that shouldn't have happened.
Correct. And then now what the FedEx driver's telling the police is just weird. How he was delivering Christmas packages and hit her, ran over her, and panicked, threw her in the van,
and she was
okay.
Left. Actually, he did it because she was going to tell her dad.
Right, that's his story.
It ain't like that he ran over and killed her.
That's his story, and it's I didn't know about his past, and I was just reading that and thinking that story doesn't add up.
No,
he was.
Right.
I think it was much more proactive.
Sure, yeah,
no question. Yeah. Let's go to Toby in Hartselle. Toby, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
Great.
Got all the kids with me dropping them off to school, and we were talking about the conversation yesterday on the favorite Christmas movies. How do y'all feel about Home Alone? That's one of our classics that we watch every year.
Home Alone.
I don't watch it. It's almost like Home Alone's one of those movies that there was a time I watched it and my psyche said there's no need to watch that movie again. It doesn't. It's not on one of my rotations. But it's a good movie.
I wouldn't say it is a hot rotation, but it is funny. I watched it again maybe last weekend.
Mm-hmm.
I saw it on something and I stopped, and it's one of those that I kind of forgot how funny it was.
It's funny moment.
But you know how there's certain shows. It's not they weren't bad.
No.
You liked them, but there's
But you moved on
There's
after
no
you watched
desire to ever see them again.
Yeah. They good show, and then you go on.
I don't think this was mentioned yesterday. This has got in my rotation now. Love the Coopers with John Goodman? Have y'all seen that?
Never seen it.
It's a good movie.
Never saw it.
It's not really something kids would want to watch, but it's about a family. Everybody's coming home and everybody's kind of frustrated with each other. And it's a pretty good movie.
Okay.
To Taylor in
Probably this
Vestavia.
I had never seen it. I'm gonna watch it.
There it is, right there.
Taylor, go ahead.
Hey guys, I got to be honest. I'm just wondering what Ukraine thinks of this Brittany Griner deal.
What Ukraine thinks?
Yeah, them giving the merchant of death back.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to be at war with Russia, and the merchant of death is back in business.
Well, I don't know if you've noticed, the Ukraine has changed their tactics. They're now attacking Russia inside Russia, which the U.S. did not want. We were actually fixing our missiles so they would not fire far enough to go inside, and they've attacked 2 of their military bases.
Mm-hmm. Jason, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead. Jason?
Hello. Hello.
Nobody knows their name today.
Hello.
Jonas, welcome to Rick and Bubba. You're trying it again. And is your name not Jonas? Why won't you answer us when we call for you?
Bubba may be right about the whale.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Hey, look, Blazing. No need to do that again. Okay. I don't know what's wrong with that, guys, but he can't get it done.
With Jonas's problem.
Rodney, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Could be over the world.
I'm in the lower abdomen.
Beats the whale. Beats the whale.
I'm the unknown brother. I have no hits.
Rodney, go ahead.
Hey guys, how's it going?
We're good. Hope you're okay, Rodney. I'm thankful that people can actually hear me say hello.
Yeah. You seen Jonas?
Hey, I'm glad y'all can hear me. Hey, but a few years back, Greg somehow didn't get personally invited to the Christmas
Yeah,
party.
he got shut out.
And I'm just making sure that he knows tomorrow night's the Christmas party and he can come.
I haven't seen anything on it.
Yes, you have. Look, the Christmas Queen, Sherry Burgess, has been group texting everybody periodically. If people
Greg's actually coming to this one.
I haven't got any of that.
Well, you probably aren't included in it. And really, the year that he wasn't invited, I mean, I guess I can confess it now. I told Bubba not to.
I know it. I get it. Rick.
Well, I didn't think he would come. He didn't come to the ones at my house.
Just say you forgot to put me on
Next
the
year, will you come to the one at my house?
I don't know. If I feel welcome, maybe.
I feel welcome.
All right, bottom of the hour. That's been my world, hosting that. I'm sure today there'll be a lot of drama today. 16 minutes past the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Australian gun laws. I don't even know what the gun laws are in Australia.
I don't either.
They're strict.
But all I was told was when people say that this has worked well, they're wrong.
They had this deal where you turn them in, where everybody turned their guns in.
That's right, Greg. I remember that. You're right.
Certain weapons, certain assault weapons or whatever.
So, anyway. So the people are mad, and they're so mad that he now has to. What does it mean? A vice president of a private club, a private hunting club?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So he's been removed from the hunting club for hunting. Somebody help me here.
For killing animals.
Somebody. Wait a minute. So we have a hunting club.
Are they mad because he killed them, or that he's posed? What's it matter if you pose with them? Funny.
I got to ask a question.
What kind
is
of
this
baboon mount is this? By the way,
we came out with
Have you seen it? It's pretty funny. He's got him propped up.
No,
in
I
there.
see the picture, but I mean,
I think that was before. They just killed him and propped him up.
Is this the Rick and Bubba hunting hat? It looks kind of like it. Look,
I don't understand. What's the big deal?
By the way,
remember that one?
I think it is.
We had.
I think it is. That's a Scene Earn hat.
Yeah, I think it is.
That worked out great.
Yeah.
See, like that, I have no desire to shoot a baboon.
But again, this is this.
not unless he's on me about it.
Well, now, let me tell you, I've seen them go bad.
If he's coming at me.
You don't want to see him go bad.
Have to set him down.
I'm not going on a baboon hunt.
They organize in groups. It's not pretty.
Oh, I know.
But I'm just saying, I'm a little gray. I mean, this would be like I'm the vice president of a dinner club, and they fired me for having pictures of me gorging myself.
Right.
I don't follow
You were
this.
posing funny with a piece of cake.
We didn't like the way you had that prime rib.
Yeah, you got to hang on your mouth.
It doesn't make any sense, does it? Now, if I was the vice president of PETA and they caught me posing with animals I shot, sure. Now I realize I'm probably going to get fired.
Yeah, you see a line there.
A lot of these are just poses with what he shot.
I don't know. See what? Yeah.
Was it the baboon picture that got him?
Yeah, because every big game hunter poses with their kill, right? Or deer hunter.
You set up a baboon like he's driving the truck and you're riding gun. That's hilarious.
Yeah, it really is.
But has the baboon lived some pristine life that you should honor him, or what is this?
I have no.
Now, keep in mind, I mean, look, I'm not a conspiracy theorist,
Right.
even though I don't take chances. This is an area. Now, gosh, I just thought about this. My 16-year-old, who is a conspiracy theorist like his uncle,
he'll love this.
He's going to be all over this. But doesn't it seem odd that after this horrific, evil, cold-blooded murder attack in Florida, another one, that now we have a president that has quite a few enemies, would we agree?
Yeah.
Who is saying that he's all for arming teachers. I mean, he's not even – he says, look, we got to do something to make these schools, like Bubba's been saying, quickly move, and others have said it too. It's not just our original thought here, but others have said it too, that you got to do something to make the schools safer like Monday. And,
we need a 30, 60, 90-day
plan. Right, and so people started getting some momentum that teachers either who already are licensed with weapons should be allowed to have them. Security teams, there's talk about that. And then all of a sudden, right when that's being talked about, a Georgia teacher is in custody after allegedly opening fire in the classroom.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Rick, what the heck is going on here? Dalton, Georgia, of course, it's carpet capital of the world. And this guy does play-by-play on the football team, right?
Yeah.
On the radio broadcast.
So he barricades the door, wouldn't let any of the students in, and when an administrator tried to open the door, he slammed it and then shot out the window or something. And he said he didn't know if it was to scare us away or what he was trying to do. And the only person hurt in all this was one of the students trying to run away. She sprung her ankle.
Yeah, well.
And it's weird. I mean, reading on down here, they're saying this guy was loved by everybody. What in the world happened? And the way it played out, it was really, really strange because he wouldn't let anybody in. And he started making all these weird noises. I don't know.
What? Bottom line, like Speedy said, he went into his classroom, shut his door, wouldn't let anybody in, and he did have a handgun. Now, keep in mind, he's not supposed to have a handgun on campus, again. The school resource officer was off campus at a nearby middle school, but we're really not. We just don't have enough of them. We got them covering too much ground.
Yeah, the resource officers are going to have to be where we need the resource.
Yeah,
or it's not going to do any good.
We just got to have more of them or whatever. And he said that he told the people, but like Speedy said, that were putting his key in the door, announcing that he wanted to come in. That he told this guy, he said, "Hey, do not come in. I have a gun." Obviously, the school goes into lockdown, as you would expect.
21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Merry Christmas. Gift number 7 coming up at some point today on the Rick and Bubba Show. Gift number 7, so be paying attention. Will of meat still to come? That's going to happen on the program today. So that's the Elite Grade 8 plus 2 coming in as well with a terrific 10. Deck the halls, but you don't like Christmas at all. You were here, and all the fun we had last year. So all that still to come on the program. We say goodbye to Blazing Silverman as well. And we will get to all the stuff that happened yesterday as Elon Musk continues to produce the evidence that these how about this point was made, and I guess I can wait on that, but that it was so bad, and it was that it had to be that Elon Musk was willing, was it $44 billion?
Yes.
To take $44 billion to show us what was really happening. And that was the only way you're ever going to know.
He was the only guy big enough with enough money to pull this off, to expose all this, because it is a shell game of deception.
So that's no longer a conspiracy theory. That's no longer somebody.
Fact!
It's absolute fact. And all that ugliness is continuing to be revealed. So we'll talk a little bit about that coming up. And also under the delusional headline, Disney World announces ticket prices will go up.
Yeah, no joke.
Okay, so, boy, Disney, I don't know if you know this.
Eisner's back in.
Hey, Disney, we're all like questioning whether we should associate with you anymore. Not a time to hike tickets. But Eisner's back in there. Maybe if you straighten it all out, you probably can charge whatever you want.
Yeah.
All right, so football-wise, we had a couple of stories. Deion Sanders at Colorado is starting to build his staff, and that information is coming out now.
Yes, he's added Charles Kelly to be his defensive coordinator. Kelly was with Alabama and won a national championship as a member of the Florida State coaching staff in 2013. He played at Auburn and has had several stops along the way. Most people are considering that a big hire for Deion.
Yeah, and as you mentioned...
and he actually was hired by your dad and coached at Jack State one time.
It was. I don't know if that was one of his first jobs. It had to be one of his first, but he was hired by Dad back. I don't remember the years, but
I can tell you,
95?
Starting in 1994. Well, he was a graduate assistant at Auburn in 93. 94 moved to Jacksonville State as running back coach, and then secondary coach for the 95 season.
There you go. And for some reason, no longer will go to Montgomery.
96.
Yeah, doesn't go to Montgomery anymore.
Well, yeah, I think he was especially close with another friend of ours.
Right. You think he ever looks up and goes, "Oh gosh, I'm in Montgomery." I love things like that.
That is funny.
All right, so that's
the inside joke.
But can I tell you this? That's a surprising hire to me.
Well, it's when you have somebody come off Nick Saban's staff and leaves him to go to Colorado to Deion's staff. I mean, they call this the Aflac Challenge, don't they?
But doesn't and maybe, and I'm sure Deion.
I thought y'all give me more on that.
What did he say? Yeah, I think that Deion is surely he did this, but I would have to know this: Jimbo Fisher leaves Florida State after a national championship.
Yes.
To take the deal at Texas A&M, can build his staff however he wants, and he leaves Kelly and doesn't take him with him.
Well, now Pruitt was his defense coordinator when they won it.
Really? Okay, so Kelly was there the year before?
After, probably.
Or after?
Then how many more years did
so Kelly wasn't on the national championship staff?
Jeremy Pruitt was the defense coordinator.
Yes, he was
assistant?
ST and LB, something in linebackers.
Okay, but wasn't Jeremy Pruitt the defense coordinator on that team?
Yeah. I was just saying, but he was on the staff, right?
I didn't know he was on staff. I knew he later was the coordinator there.
Right.
Yeah,
so I think he was on the staff on the national championship, but just not as defensive coordinator.
He was there from 2013 to 2017 at Florida State.
Okay.
Then after that, Tennessee for a year with Jeremy, and then at Alabama from 19 to 22.
But I mean, hey, it's he's been part of some very successful teams and staffs. So
I guess his relationship with Deion would have been Deion being a Florida State alum.
Probably.
Maybe they crossed paths
yeah,
that way.
Yeah, that makes sense. It does. So anyway, that's an update on Deion's staff.
And then this
Has he named any other coordinators? Do you know?
I know Gus Malzahn has been considered for offensive coordinator.
Rick, he or something else.
I think Gus is very happy in Orlando right now.
Speaking of Disney prices.
Yeah.
Also, this Baker Mayfield story, and I know it won't have any longevity with it, but it's still an interesting story because I think that's Baker Mayfield's problem. He has these little flashes of, hey, thank you, that was helpful, but then he's just not able to sustain any excellence as a quarterback. It's kind of a little hit or miss all the time. But boy, he had a big hit on this moment.
So he was with the Panthers. He got waived. He was picked up by the Rams, who has a quarterback shortage at the moment.
Didn't know that, by the way.
Flew to L.A., got there on Wednesday. The team doesn't practice on Wednesday. Speedy, I'm trying to walk through this. You
got there late Tuesday night,
right.
Basically Wednesday.
They play on Thursday night. So Baker Mayfield goes out to quarterback the Rams on a nationally televised game, never going through 1 minute of practice with them. He said he read the book on the playbook on the way out. And they win the game against the the Las Vegas Raiders 17-16. And he had a pretty good night throwing the ball. He threw some good passes.
Yeah.
I still think this probably says more about the Raiders than it does Baker Mayfield, but still, it's an incredible feat.
And he headbutted one of his players without a helmet on, which he's been known to do before.
But now he's off on concussion protocol.
Yeah, but that's going to leave a mark.
It's going to leave a mark.
Maybe
I appreciate you intensity, but that's unnecessary.
Do you think he shows the scars?
You don't need
on
to wound yourself to show that you're fired up.
You think he shows the scars on his forehead?
Matter of fact,
this win here was against the Raiders. See that?
That could be a form of mental illness.
Yeah, he's going to end up with a forehead like Abdullah the Butcher from Pro Wrestling.
Oh, yeah.
You ever seen that old meathead?
Man.
But you know what? For him, watch this, Rick. Boop. Right in the face.
That guy, like it hurt him, he had a helmet on.
Well, I don't guess he was prepared for it. You don't really expect somebody to do that.
With an injured bone.
All right, so he's mentally unstable.
Well,
Rick,
how about this, though? For him now, he can say, it wasn't me, it was the Panthers, and now he's got another shot.
Right.
Because he proved he can win.
Well, if he'd just been on the Panthers and they played the Raiders, he might have won there.
How bad is Stafford hurt? I didn't know he was
It looks like it's pretty bad. I mean, pretty intense. Elbow and back, too.
He'll get hurt. All right, so bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up. But I'll tell you one thing, he had one sweet season, didn't he? We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They just said handgun. They haven't confirmed what kind of gun it was, and they said that he, as you said, well thought of, excellent teacher, and I'm looking for the part they said he shot one of the windows out or something.
Yeah, it says here police noted that he didn't appear to want to hurt the students or faculty. Excuse me. He fired the gun to an exterior window when the principal tried to enter the room.
So he just wanted to bark around off, huh?
So
yeah.
Look, I've heard of. Look, we all have moments we want to be alone, and we don't want to be bothered. But there's no need to do this. I mean, if you don't want nobody to come in, they don't need to shoot the window out.
No.
It's almost like he was so serious about being alone. He said, if it don't make me shoot up in the air, y'all come in here, I'll shoot you. I want to spend some time by myself.
Well, here's a good idea.
Yeah.
Stay at the house.
Right.
Yeah,
Because there's actually other people where you work at.
Yeah,
you want to be alone, stay home.
Let me.
You'll have that opportunity now, I think.
I believe you
will.
will.
You're talking about over to Stony Lonesome?
Yeah, the big gray bar motel.
So what we have here, look, hey, Teach, if you're having a tough time and you just can't seem to pull it together today, we all have those days. Here's to Greg's point, call for a substitute, stay at the house and pull yourself together, or say, I need to retire, I can't take it anymore, I'm having issues. Do not
go down to the range.
Do not come to the school and bring your handgun, which you're not supposed to do, by the way, into your classroom and shoot out a window and scare everybody. Do you think he was about to punch his own ticket in there? But he didn't, so I guess not. Right?
I don't know. I don't know if there's any logic to that.
I'm just telling you. I'm telling you.
Who's ready? Speedy's hand is up. Raise your hand if you're ready to go down the full-blown conspiracy theory road.
But guys,
Speedy's hand is up. Greg, is yours up?
Well, you're saying the Illuminati put him up to it because they didn't want teachers armed, and they thought this would be a good excuse.
But so I
keep
go
them
to
armed
school.
teachers.
But it's not a good excuse because they're not armed now, and he brought one. So if you're crazy, whether the teacher's armed or not,
Actually, as Greg says, this is a statement for teachers being armed because one
crazy one might show up.
Yeah. Right, but see, here's the deal.
Let's
the
all
headline
get a
is
sidearm on and carry it around.
Society's in a headline kind of world. They don't look at and read the story. They hear teacher shoots in the classroom, and that's all they hear. And they're like, "Hey, see, that's why they don't need to be on." So that's where they go on this. So I'm in my planning period at 11:30 a.m. There's nobody in there. All of a sudden, I won't let anybody in, and I just shoot out the window. I don't know.
I'm going to take the table's open. All right, I'm going to throw things on the table. The one got a guy who's mentally unstable for some reason, never has been before.
Looks kind of like Greg, by the way.
And then he comes up there. I guess he had some intention to do something with a gun. He didn't carry it through. We got him. He acted weird. Nobody got hurt. He shot out a window. All right, there's one.
All right, so we're going to put that crazy as an outhouse rat.
Crazy as an outhouse rat, and thankfully nobody got hurt.
That picture doesn't help.
And that picture right there is not helping anybody. Okay.
Well, look at his eyes. It's
definitely
crazy.
didn't get
option number 2.
Why do crazy people always have that look?
I know. Option number.
Their ears are always lower than their eyes.
Option number 2.
Hadn't really noticed that, Greg, but thank you. I'll look into it.
Opposite.
Telltale sign.
The next option for us is
my ears.
Yeah.
They're good. They're right there even with it.
Thank you, Greg. Option number 2.
Everybody get your headphones off. Let Greg give you a look.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good. I think we're good.
Right.
Mine may be. I don't know.
Well,
look at the shooter from the school and look at his straight on.
Well, Greg, I had him at the eyes, but and I can't believe that no one ever thought he was odd. If that's the way he looked all the time,
ears
you hear me? But no one ever thought this guy was odd. So let's go back to this. Option 2. There's a movement. The anti-Second Amendment bunch out there. Yeah. I want to disarm America so we can be just like all the other regimes that took everybody's gun. They put him up to this, and he's part of that.
Right.
Option 3, simply an individual who's at home crying, I don't want to live in a world where the teachers have to bring guns to school, and I'm going to do whatever I can do to keep that from ever happening, including taking my gun there and shooting out a window so people say, well, see, you can't let them have guns.
Mm-hmm.
Which, again, doesn't support that argument, but his intention, thinking it would, probably.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
But see,
probably.
keep in mind, Greg, the emotional left never thinks things through.
You're right.
What they don't understand is now a teacher saying, not only do I need to be able to protect myself from a wild shooter, I need to protect myself from crazy teachers.
Yep.
Yeah, because banning teachers bringing guns didn't stop this guy. Because right now they currently are not allowed to do it.
Well, that's the same thing.
So only
society.
the lawbreakers have them.
Right.
Exactly.
It's just a smaller version of what's happening in the
Let's say he
population.
gets a little crazy, and now we have the other teachers are armed. Somebody's going to take him out. You know, because you can ban him or not, he's bringing his, no matter what.
Yeah.
But if you got other people there with him, then they can call that clown, move on.
That's it.
That's right. Call that clown, Greg. Who missed her?
We'll know more the next few days.
Yeah.
Let me see your ears.
Where are the ears?
That look below his eyes, significantly.
I didn't pick up on that.
Let me see again yours.
They're about even.
No, you're right, Greg. They're on down there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, is that just the angle he's holding his hand?
No, they're down by his lower lip.
Wow.
Hey, good night.
Look, you speaking to the top of his head, he won't even hear you.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us today, and Merry Christmas from everybody here at the Rick and Bubba Show. Relief Factor and the Rick and Bubba Show teaming up and hopefully bringing a lot of you some relief. I've already taken my first pack today. 4 botanicals. It's all natural. And that's something you need to really think about because, man, if you're struggling and, the joints are hurting and all of this, and I was trying to do a little better yesterday, and of course, when it was over, it was one of those things where Sherry looked at me and she was like, I know that you just got through and we just got through working out, whatever, but hey, back to you, this party thing. She goes, I need you to get all those leaves up. And I'm like, after the workout? And so I'm out there, and I could just feel my body just starting to ache a little bit and hurt. and I was like, I don't even know why my shoulder's hurting right now. Why is it even hurting? And there was no reason. And then so Relief Factor is part of my life. And, of course, I added a third yesterday because I had a little something that was aggravating me a little bit. But it's all natural. And if you're trying to control this stuff with over-the-counter, and this is no indictment on them because they are trying to tell you, we didn't design these things for you to take them every day. They're supposed to help you for a short period of time. And then we get into opioids. Does anybody want to talk about the damage that's done to our society with the addictions and the lives that have been destroyed by this? But Relief Factor is all natural. So if this works for you, and it does for most people that try it, you know that this is something that your body is okay with. So go to relieffactor.com right now or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. $19.95 will get you 3 weeks. And inside those 3 weeks, you'll know whether it's working for you or not. And for most people, it does, including Rick here. All right, so some other things we have to discuss. I've got to know more about this quagmire at Helmsley's house. I'm so... And I know I don't need to add on because I know you're feeling this way more so than anybody right now.
A guy named Jonah left it there.
Right. That's Jonah's thing.
And for some reason, Charles Kelly had something.
Right.
Can I say one more thing about Dion, and then we'll move on to this?
Which explains why they wouldn't ship it to Montgomery.
A couple of years from now, when Colorado is a lot better, and I suspect they will be, don't you know it'll be a great bowl game matchup when you see Colorado play Florida State?
Yeah,
under Coach Sanders.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Florida State's getting better. So
I expect Colorado to get a lot better.
They will. Now those of you who think they're going to the playoff next year, hey, tap the brakes.
That might be a little quick.
Tap the brakes.
But you never know.
Success next year is 4 to 5 wins.
That's right.
Okay. 2 years from now, when we go to 12, another game.
Right. Now that's different. Yeah. But right now, they won 1 game out of 12.
Yeah, Helms.
That's a tough start.
Helms has had this very odd turn of events.
I don't even understand what's happening here because you got some goofy people that don't even. If you're going to steal something,
don't talk about Helms right in front of it.
Listen. If you're going to steal something, and I heard you say this in kickoff hour, at least get it sent to you.
Yeah.
What I don't understand,
the dumbest crooks we've ever seen.
I don't understand somebody. These identity thieves, and I wish somewhere I wish I could go into a canyon. And in that canyon, they had just thousands of identity thieves, and we could just flood the canyon.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? These identity thieves, I can't stand them. What a bunch of scum. But anyway, so
I went through that. And I think your wife has gone through this now.
Yeah. Just absolute scum.
It was just one account, and it was our Walmart account.
Yeah.
Where she buys all the groceries and then goes and picks them up, whatever. And so evidently they took the Walmart account and they purchased several items. High dollar items.
Well, if I'm stealing, I'm stealing big stuff.
And so I started seeing these coming through, and I'm thinking, my goodness, we're spending some money for Christmas. And then the bank starts texting me going, are you making these purchases? These look weird, whatever. And so I text Amanda. This was happening during the show on Monday. And so I'm like, hey, she says, no, I ordered groceries this morning, but nothing else. I said, well, somebody else has purchased some high dollar items. Can you go in and cancel those and then change your password in the Walmart account? Go ahead and finish the grocery thing, and then but we gotta do something. Cancel it. So she does that. She orders the groceries, and all that goes through. She cancels the orders from Walmart themselves, and then I contacted the bank and said, "This is not legit. You can go online and do it. This is not." They had a flag too, so I could go in and just. It was easy to do, and. So all that was good, and we had everything canceled. We had emails that said orders canceled, order canceled, order canceled. So we thought good. Well, Tuesday, we have this gigantic canopy delivered to our house.
He showed me a picture of the canopy. This is like somebody setting up. This is like I ordered everything I need for an outdoor fire pit patio.
Almost like a wedding type thing.
Yeah.
Like
really
something
nice.
That you'd have.
Sure enough, good one, Greg.
And
begging.
I don't think a bear can knock it down.
So this
be tough.
When
Better
we
be a big bear.
canceled the order on Monday, it shows up on Tuesday. It's still on my front porch because I can't move it.
That's the part that owns me. The part that owns me is when I heard you saying this particular package is so heavy, we're stuck with it. Yeah. I mean, we can't just simply take it, throw it in the garage, and then say, if y'all don't come get this, I'll take it back to Walmart myself. I mean, you couldn't take it back to it if you wanted to.
And evidently nobody's willing to come get it either.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't want to come get it.
Asked,
the guy that delivered
it's almost like they're going, we're willing to eat the cost on this. We're not messing with it. They haven't told us that yet, but it's almost like that's what's going on.
That's how it feels.
And so, but here's the deal. I want it off my front porch. And like to your point, if they were come back and get it, and to Speedy's point, the weather is dicey. So it's so big, it's out. It's out
Right
in the
here at
elements now.
Christmas.
It's only covering about 6-7 foot of it. The other 4 to 5 feet that's hanging off is going to get soaking wet and destroyed.
This is owning me.
And so
Can't
I
even
can't
move it.
to the garage.
Can't even move
I
it.
could slide it. I could pull it. But then I
Get a corner,
could
son.
take a chance of tearing it up.
Now-
Of course, Amanda said she went back and watched the security footage on our doorbell thing. And the way that it was one person that brought it, and they said that it's probably broke anyway because it was drug all the way down the steps.
I want to say something to you right now that I don't know that I should say on the air, but I think
It's really fine at this point.
I think I'm
You're
okay.
reckless.
Yeah,
I think I'm okay.
Yeah.
Y'all can blame Field of Greens for this. All right, so I know for a fact. I'm going to be very careful with this.
Okay.
Fact that companies that
I know. Yeah, I know.
that sometimes say, if you don't like it, we'll refund your money, and they will.
Yeah.
But they don't come back for the product.
Yeah.
They have no interest in it.
Yeah, you're right.
And what they tell you is donate it.
Yeah.
So, because it's too big a hassle to come get them if it's a big item.
And hey, and this is
So,
gigantic.
Get a green light. Call one of these homes or military vet things, the people who are always looking for donations. Tell them it's real heavy. Bring some help.
Yeah, donate it.
And let one of their trucks come get it.
Yeah.
And donate it.
That's probably what's going to have to happen.
Yeah, but get a green light. Say, look, I can't.
Unless the UAB Blazer tennis team needs something like
I
that.
started to say, are you sure this is not a hey, welcome to the team gift?
Right. Well, maybe it is.
I don't know.
Is
I'm
everybody
just
check
saying,
with Coach?
man. I'm just
Yeah.
kidding, really. But
the part that gets
big
me-
hassle though. Big hassle.
Look, we've all had things. I got a guy across the street from me. For some reason, we've got multiple delivery people that think he and I are the same person, and I have to take packages to him all the time.
Yeah.
But they're actually not so heavy I can't carry them.
Right. Yeah.
I just walk them across the street or put them in my truck and drive them over there. But you can't move it.
The dogs think
that's
it's part. The dogs think we've set up some kind of obstacle course for them, so they're like jumping on it, jumping off of it,
Yeah.
laying on it. I mean, I'm like, we got to get this out of the way.
And what kind of Nimrod
Yeah,
steals y'all's account, tries to steal a big old canopy?
I know.
And are the chairs with it? Do they go with it? I mean,
if they do, it hasn't been delivered yet.
the big old
coming.
The big old canopy, and they get it shipped to your house. They don't even get it.
Do we need a forklift to
and
move
even
it or what?
Yeah, do you have a dolly?
I think 2 people can get it. Now it's going to be heavy. I think 2 people
Two
can get
horses?
it. Now Amanda can't help me.
You think
do
I
it.
could get it up?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I could
Everybody
get it.
here.
Could you pick up one side and push it up onto a dolly and just roll it into your garage?
I don't know because it's so long. Possibly.
Yeah.
But where are we going with it? That's what we got
That's
to
the
know.
thing.
Load it up,
You
take
don't-
it back.
You
Here's
don't want
what's
to
funny.
clog up your garage.
And I don't know if they go this far with it. I don't know if Porch Pirates go this far with it.
PP.
Have it ordered to that person's house and go by and grab it.
Well, good luck stealing this.
So that's what I'm saying. They've miscalculated this one.
Yeah.
Because they can't get it up the hill.
Wouldn't you love to just punch them right in the face?
I would. I would.
Golly.
Why couldn't the clubs have been?
You know, the
delivered?
banks have taken care of this as far as a financial standpoint. It's just the hassle of it being on the
I'm telling
front
you,
porch.
Walmart's at the point they're like, look, do with it what you want, but that's still a hassle to you.
I still need that. I need that in writing before I.
No, that's correct.
But here's the thing:
That's-
it needs to happen like today.
It's in the
Because
way.
it's rain's coming.
It's in the way. It's Christmas.
I know. Got a lot of leaves to move. Leaves
The
starting to fall on
snow's
it.
falling down.
You have to throw some plastic over it.
I mean,
It's
it's
dry.
getting. Well, I didn't think about that. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Of course, that'll look good from the road.
Yeah.
Oh, the biggest problem is the eyesore.
Yeah, it goes great with Christmas
Mama
decorations.
ain't gonna tolerate that at Christmas.
No.
You couldn't use it in the backyard, put it up?
No.
That didn't work either.
No.
Second I did that, I would have it up like I like, and they'd come back and go, "Hey, we need that
I know.
canopy back."
Hey, somebody get this off House
Hey,
Sport.
good
We're
luck,
here to
y'all
get
get it.
But you need Walmart to give you a green light that you
I need
can donate
I'm
it.
waiting on the green light.
Okay.
I can only send some emails.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Welcome back. Fire up. Bubba, Roku.
Well, that was a great casserole we had, by the way. I don't think
Hey,
whoever brought that.
look, a couple things we need to talk about starting this hour.
I've never seen anything like
let me
that.
tell you something. Now, this is why I like to watch our numbers.
Have my Snickers.
Look, this is why I like to watch our numbers. Is, you know, we have people here, and we obviously want to be kind. But when you have the drop-by people. Now, in this case, the drop-by people produce the food, but then consume the food.
Yeah.
Right.
And
Quickly.
and how about this? It is their food.
Sure.
So I acknowledge that.
Yeah,
but you throw in a couple more drop bars though, and they start digging in.
Rick, normally when you drop off casseroles, you don't eat half the casserole while you're there, or more than
this
half.
was a big old platter too.
I was in complete.
I went in there and there was crumbs left.
Well,
that thing took off.
All you did was experience what I experienced a little time before you. I walk in because usually here, and I know it's not. It doesn't say much about us, but here we start the day and we have a breakfast order that goes in. And we get that, and it's relatively small, and probably is all we need.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then the golden ticket seats might bring something. Now, this bunch decided not to, and we certainly don't hold that against them. But I'm just saying.
But it would have been nice.
Yeah, sometimes
it's not required.
Sometimes the golden ticket seats bring some, and now there's more food.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then every now and then, your Moultries, your Dudneys, your regular I'm on the show periodically people, they'll bring something. Sometimes a random guest will bring something.
Right.
Yeah,
See, all that, though, we know about. And then on the rarest of occasion, we get the drop buyers. These are friends of ours. These are family members or people like this, former interns who maybe have gone into the radio career and are trying to follow in the steps of Rick and Bubba, except for a few very important ones they still haven't done, which frustrated me just a little bit a minute ago. But then they decide – I didn't know this at all. I just saw them. I knew they were dropping by. They must have let you know because you had to send me that text.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. And so they dropped by. Hey, guys, how you doing? Proud of y'all, man. You're doing great. And so I never knew. There was never any indication whatsoever that they had brought a casserole that is it the Ford faction's mama, somebody's mama?
Oh, yes, Ford's mama.
Is it Ford's mama?
Yeah. Rick, your son, when Ford was interning here, it was excellent.
Oh, it was it, yeah.
Your mom makes a breakfast casserole that, oh, my gosh, it's like, what did he do just then?
I don't know.
Oh, it'll knock your socks off.
So it's good. So
Ford, I think you ate most of this.
I did. I was pretty hungry, and she asked me if I wanted two because I went by the house.
She said
Ford.
Next time, say yes, ma'am.
I should have gone two. And
we could have put it in the refrigerator.
What was his intern name who was here?
King's Speech.
King's Speech and Samuel Jacksonville. And then some guy y'all dragging around. They've started.
My best friend, we're dragging around.
Yeah, they've started their own radio show, and they're doing very well, and we're very proud of them. And so I just see y'all, so I just do the, I'm at work, so I give you as much as I can. Yeah. And then, and I'm proud of it. I try to give you a little encouragement, not Samuel as much, but I always do you. And so
Sam's kind of mean.
Yeah,
I've kind of taken Sam.
Thank you, because he needs some help.
Yeah, I've taken that.
So anyway, accountability is good for all of us.
Absolutely.
And so now to ignore it is no help. But
Well, Sam needs training on several fronts.
Right. So
wow.
Then I just casually roll. I just casually roll in. This casserole came in here stealth, like it was special forces.
Now, Rick, we're not talking about a paper
This
plate
thing
with
was
a cover on it.
a huge
This
pan.
thing is big enough. I mean, it's like a bathtub.
Jesus himself might have said, "I don't even have to do a miracle.
No,
we got plenty.
no,
We got plenty. Guys, no problem.
We got
I'll
plenty.
take this one off. I'm
Get the
setting it up.
bags ready. We're gonna have some left over."
Got it.
So anyway, I come through and I see this giant tub over here empty.
Rick, just one break.
Yeah.
We were just in there the break
And
before.
then I look and I saw a couple of the crispy remnants out there up
Which
against
are
the
real
side,
good.
which are phenomenal. But it's frustrating to only eat one and not have any more.
Yeah.
So I hear Bubba run into it, and I think I told you. I said, it's a
I
heartbreak.
just licked the spoon. That's all there was left.
I said, it used to be called the Rick and Bubba Kitchen. You go in there right now, it's going to be called Heartbreak Hotel. And so we're grasping, and Bubba and I don't get any. So I want to know.
I didn't either.
I did.
Speedy didn't eat. Who ate it?
I didn't eat it.
Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4 of us didn't even get anything. Who all ate it?
Guys, I got some.
You got the most. I went in there.
Did Super Tom get in it?
Yes.
Tom
Yes.
got in it.
Yes.
I went in there. A couple of interns, and that's fine. I went in there, and
Did you get some?
I made a plate and a half, I'll admit it. But there was plenty left, it seemed like at
Which
that
means
time.
two
Greg,
plates.
you had
Right.
two plates.
Yeah,
Just
you
say
had
two.
two plates.
I got 2 plates.
I did too. I did. I was kind of hungry.
But there seemed
You
that
had
there
two?
was
Y'all
plenty.
already have had breakfast, guys. Y'all
So
already
did Greg.
eaten.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Well, drops of Jupiter.
It's my weakness, though. His mother's
So,
casserole
Ford,
is
you
my weakness.
basically just brought your breakfast to eat here.
That's what you
Kinda.
did. You
I wanted to
brought
hang out.
Rick and Bubba Show. Yeah. Blazing Silverman. Let's get the work out of him on his final day here. This is a phone show, a little different than just a phone segment. That means you got to get your act together. You got to be disciplined. 30 seconds a pop, largest number of people shortest amount of time you're coming in here. Yeah, go. This is designed to get a lot of people on. All 10 lines are available, so you can work right now. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program will then be gone. Another person will get an opportunity. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions. This is designed for a lot of folks to get an opportunity to get on and say what they want to say, ask what they want to ask, and then move forward. From the manchurch.com this weekend, 2 man churches, Mobile tomorrow. Andy Blanks will be there for the men's breakfast. That's their next gathering. They're doing one of our curriculum. This is their second curriculum that they've done. We have 3 of those. We'll have a 4th coming out in 2023, and you can plug in and get into the small groups if you want to, or you can just come to this gathering and make that decision. Then down around Tampa, Florida, Webster, Florida, this Sunday night, Scott Dawson will be there at First Baptist Church. This is their second man church, and they're going through their first curriculum, so they're about 10 weeks into the curriculum. You can jump right into that too. Bo gets us started. Bo is in Louisville, Kentucky. Trolling.
Keep them phones a-trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Bo, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, thank you. I just want to say hey to all the deer hunters and hope you're having some luck this year. If not, I hope you maybe get out this weekend and have some luck.
Well, I tried to go Tuesday, and I saw 2 bucks wearing shorts. And I was like, well, this feels all wrong.
The conditions.
I hope are you going out this weekend? Bo, you going this weekend?
I have I'm actually an area guide at Fort Knox. I know you guys teach the guy about
Yeah. He called before. Yeah, you called before. Well, enjoy it, Bo. I hope it goes well for you. Let's go to where it all began, 29 years ago, coming up this January. And I don't have a name here. Z93 Porta Potty Story, 30 seconds, go.
Yeah, during Thanksgiving, we were sitting around sharing stories, and one was brought up about a guy who dropped his cell phone down in the porta potty out in, I think it was Wyoming or so.
Yeah.
He dives down into the porta potty to fish it out and gets stuck. Did y'all cover that story?
I think we did. I remember that story. I think that falls under Jack Handy and Molten Lava. If I drop my phone in the porta potty, hey baby, she's gone.
Yep.
And
I'm gonna have to head on over to the Apple store.
Right. I start the process of what do I do to get a new phone.
I just hope I was backed up.
Yeah,
ready.
You got Apple
No pun
Care?
intended.
Let's go to Tucson, Arizona. Andrew, standing by. Andrew, go.
Hey guys, in my early 20s, I had my identity stolen. I had to get about $5,000 fixed, and then a couple of days afterward, I got a girl's tea set in the mail, and it was handwritten, label, my whole name on it, and everything. I wonder, Helmsy, if they're just trolling you at this point, because that's what it felt like they were doing to me.
It's expensive troll.
That's an expensive troll.
Yeah. They actually, because I don't know, I can't remember.
Well,
what
then
the other
again,
item
they
was.
cleared the cost, so it really.
I just went just to make sure that I wasn't thinking. I just logged in to that bank to make sure they were all cleared, and they're gone. And there were 3 purchases: a set of golf clubs, which that could have easily been Braden.
Mm-hmm.
But the other 2 items, which is on my front porch right now.
Giant canopy.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, we're looking at emails. A lot of people want your canopy.
I'm telling you.
Listen, I'm not giving the canopy for somebody to experience their Auburn or Alabama tailgate to take that to the next level. Okay, so y'all can stop emailing.
But
the charities are fine.
Charity's a good
y'all
idea.
Keep emailing
Charity's
me.
a good idea.
And when I figure this out, I may, I just need one clear.
Email Helmsy.
Yeah, for some reason, Speedy's getting a lot of them.
David in Birmingham. I thought
that thing come in handy over the tennis
I don't
court.
think Helmsy has a reputation of not returning emails. I understand people emailing Speedy on my behalf, but that's strange.
Well, they think it's Speedy. They think
they're just confused.
I
who
think
it
the
is.
charities have Speedy's contact.
I see.
I think that's the problem.
David in Birmingham, go ahead. Pop. Real loud. That one almost.
About, Baker Mayfield.
Mm-hmm.
The reason it was such a big thing is in the mid third quarter they were down 16-3, and then they scored, and then they started to their own 2-yard line with 1 minute and 50 seconds left, and he drove them down with no timeouts.
Oh,
okay.
So it was an exciting comeback.
There you go.
Yeah.
Let's go to Dennis in Montgomery, I-92, WLWI. Dennis, go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba, how you doing?
Good.
Hey, just real quick on the Brittany thing, I wanted to give you guys another perspective that for all the military veterans, Guard, Reserve, active duty, we work for the commander, chief, and serve that, and we have a credo across the Department of Defense that we never leave a fallen comrade behind. And Bubba's right, this is the worst deal we could ever make. And there's several million veterans who are.
Yeah, we all agree with you, buddy. Thank you for your service to the country. Charlie in Augusta. Charlie, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey, this thing to get Brittany Griner back has to be the biggest trade in WNBA history.
Oh, that's good, Charlie.
That is bad, but it is good.
There's Listener of the Week right now.
Bad, but good.
That's a good one.
I don't know how many points the Merchant of Death averaged a game.
To Samuel in Tennessee. Samuel, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Do you want Army and Daddy to win?
I'm sorry, Samuel, I couldn't understand you, buddy. Try one more time.
Do you want Army and Navy to win?
Army Navy win. That sounds like one of my grandchildren.
How did you hear that? Because you got great.
He wants to know if y'all want the Army or the Navy to win.
There it is.
Bubba,
I speak
both teams are a winner. The way I look at it.
Bubba wants the Navy to win because of what's going to be on their helmet.
Yeah, he's pulling for Navy.
Oh yeah, well I will go with the team because I don't have a loyalty there to either team. I usually pull for the one that hasn't won in a while.
Yeah. Well, in this case, neither one of them winning a whole lot.
Are they not?
But now one's 5-6 and one's 4-7.
Navy got pretty good there for a few years, but with the NASA uniforms, I think I got to go with them. Yeah.
And I would probably lean Navy just because I've actually known people who played for Navy. I've never known anyone that played for Army that I remember. Maybe I have.
I'm pulling for Army.
Let's go to Annette in Oxford. Annette, go ahead.
Yes, I was just wondering, Rick, did you ever work for a radio station in Oxford?
Mm-hmm, I did. K98.
I thought it was WOXR.
K98?
Well, that too.
You remember what years?
Yes.
Vaguely.
Careful there, Rick.
Yeah,
Rick.
This
Easy,
is probably
Rick.
probably the biggest challenge I've had in a while. Probably, I think it was 90 to 93.
Or at least the end of 92, wasn't it?
93, 94 maybe?
No, not that far.
I didn't make it. 94, I was in Gadsden at Q104.
You left right after 92.
Yeah.
Afraid where that was.
So probably about the beginning of 93.
I went to Q104 in 93, so I was there 90 to 92, maybe a little bit of 89. Whenever it went on the air, I was on K98 the first day they ever went on the air, and I was there for almost 3 years, I think.
You were practicing over on Woxer, wasn't you?
Well, now Woxer, look, let me tell you, if you wanted to update it on the weather, and that might be outdated, but I got one in there.
There you go.
It was WOXR. We called it Woxer.
Yeah, they had an AM/FM combo, and we had to keep Woxer rolling. It was a bunch of reels with beautiful music. Speedy had to do it. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You brought us instead of bringing a sack lunch, you brought a giant breakfast.
Y'all do realize when Dan Moultrie brings breakfast, he never eats it. You know why? He brings it for us.
You're talking about trying to do the appropriate thing when you're in somebody's house?
Right.
And it's normally
Can you
polite to have
imagine-
one helping before everybody,
No.
until everybody else has
Get a
something. Then go
flag.
back for seconds.
I'm going to throw a flag right here. Who in the world shows up at somebody's house and brings a dish and then opens it up, starts eating all the cookies before you ever even sit down?
The Ford faction. The Ford faction does that.
You brought something. Your mom probably taught you wisely. Yes. Always bring something when you go to somebody's house.
Oh, for sure.
When you go to visit.
Especially a casserole.
But she didn't tell you to eat it before they get it.
Rick, he's Baptist. That's why it was a casserole.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you this.
That was a
Again,
rule
last time you brought two, you did.
Yeah. It was a rule.
Maybe from this point on, you need to bring two.
Just say.
I never even knew about it. I never even heard about it.
Rick, from one segment, we went from they came in with a casserole to it was. I mean, there was nothing
I
in
thought
the
y'all
pan.
didn't want any.
Has anybody ever seen on River Monsters, I just saw it recently, or any show like that, when they take a whole chicken, put it on a rope, and drop it in piranha, so you can see how quickly they can whoop.
Yeah,
I mean, that
right.
thing, that's what just happened.
Yeah.
I really think
Did Drops of Jupiter eat some of it?
Oh, she was yamming
And
it.
Maddie in the middle, did you? A little bit.
They all ate.
I didn't think y'all wanted any.
Ever eat any?
Guys,
I don't know.
Y'all don't understand. I never get to eat the casserole either. And I have to say, hey, Mom, I'm going up to Rick and Bubba. I'll swing by the house about 7 o'clock, and I'll pick it up and take it up to the guys. Oh, my gosh, I would love to do that. You know, it's that immediate response. But if I want a casserole, I'm not getting it. So I have to kind of use you.
So in other words, not only this, you broke your mother's heart.
Kind of, a little bit.
It wasn't for you.
I know.
It was not for you.
I did have some, yes.
Adler, you got some? How much?
A good size amount.
Rick, you know he didn't eat much. He can't hold anything.
No, he can too.
He likes that casserole. Yeah. You know what he did, Rick? He goes, "Is that Ford's mom's casserole?" And I said, "Yes." And he was giddy.
I did.
Did you have breakfast already early?
Yes.
Me too.
Yeah. Yes.
Adler.
So this entire, I'm talking about dump truck of casserole was eaten by the following people: Ford,
who brought it,
Samuel L. Jacksonville.
Yeah.
What about Zach?
Zach had some. Yeah.
Adler.
Yes.
Greg.
Yes.
Tom.
A bunch.
Drops of Jupiter.
That's about it.
There's none left.
Maddie in the middle.
Maddie had a little bit, which means more.
A little bit.
Guys, I should have brought two, and I'm sorry. I'll bring another one up
here's
here.
what happens.
Well, you run a casserole through 8 people, ain't gonna be left.
Yeah. And what happened is
especially if they all double dip.
We're stuck in here.
That's 16 plates
on
Rick,
the air, and y'all
all
are in
got
there
it
eating.
within a 3-minute window.
Like
That's
a bunch
what
of piranha. You ever seen that whole chicken dropped in piranha?
Oh, it's awful.
I hate to say this, but
we had a big spoon too. That didn't help.
Yeah, that's true.
That was a giant spoon.
Like we always say on the show, better y'all than us. You know,
that's
one of our big sayings.
Well,
thank you. That's a very loving saying.
I put hot sauce on mine too. It was real good.
Oh, that adds to it. It does.
Really good.
Well, guys,
you know Adler's from South Texas. I don't know if you knew that.
Yes, I did. Little place called what?
San Antonio.
San Antonio.
San Antonio.
It is great to see you guys, though.
Yeah, sure. Sounds like it.
The casserole was great. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate you. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
No problem.
Yeah, thanks.
Glad you enjoyed it.
Tell your mom thanks.
Yeah,
I will.
Hey, enjoy whatever you get yourself for Christmas. It was for me as well. The gift you get, open for yourselves.
And happy birthday.
Yeah, thank you very much. Enjoy my cake you stopped to get.
And I will tell you this: when we come back,
Listener
we'll
of the
talk about
week.
something else we got, and we've actually hid this from some because we knew the same thing would happen with this.
You talking about listener of the week?
Yep.
Good stuff.
This is somebody loving the show right here.
Yep.
We'll be back. Sing it. Somebody say Rick and Bubba. A brand new hour from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. Coming to you from Sweet Home, Alabama, out on many platforms to the world. Update you on some things that are going on. Gift number 7 of the 12 working days of Christmas hasn't happened yet, so that's still to come. The Wheel of Meat, still to come today, and also our brand new CD, Where's the Bathroom, now available on all the digital platforms. It is there. So if you pre-saved it, you got it. If you pre-bought it, you got it. If you want to get it, go get it. And if you'd rather have hard copies of CDs, you're one of the 300 or 400 people that still care about that. Those are available at rickandbubba.com by just clicking on the store. So welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussey. The gang's all here.
Rick, glad to be here. And joining us this segment is a legend and a blast from the past.
Well, it's interesting that a woman would call in the last segment and try to go way back in Rick and Bubba time and asking, what was that station you were at? Were you there before you ended up with Bubba at the station Q104, which is in Gadsden, Alabama? And so it was interesting that we would get a call like that with someone who was coming to the golden ticket seats today,
right?
Bringing his wife. We remember Robbie McAlpine as just an enthusiastic caller to the show.
Caller to begin with.
Yeah, and we felt an obligation, Robbie, if I have this right. We cost you your job, so we felt obligated to get you a job.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Okay.
I was a happy salesman at Parkway Dodge in Birmingham, and went out with you. I think y'all did a live broadcast in Birmingham that day, and me and I think the web guy Ryan, went around and did a broadcast, and I thought it was going to be like an hour and a half. And when I got back, it was 3 o'clock because we went by some studio.
Oh, yeah. Went by Mark Phillips'
3 or 4
place.
lunches.
Yeah.
I can't remember what. Then we got back. It was like, hey, I hope you enjoyed that. You're out.
Right.
Well, because they don't like you leaving.
So we felt bad we got you fired.
Yeah.
So then we got you hired in our sales department in Gadsden.
Yeah, which worked out really good because I've had 30-year career in the media business now and own a couple radio stations myself. So
we say you're welcome.
Well, I'm here to bring you your check. That's what I came for.
I mean, you're the Ted Turner of Aniana.
You are. Yeah,
Huh?
No. Out of all 14 people that live there, I probably am.
The other night when Sherry and I took the Christmas Queen to Grand Marshal of the Altoona Christmas Parade, at one point we were riding on Robbie McAlpine Parkway right through Aniana. Went over the mountain right there.
So what all do you do up there now?
Well, I still have an auto. I'm an ad agency first.
Right.
We represent the auto and telecom industry, and then I have a radio station, an AM and 2 FMs, and one's in Marshall County, one's in Blount County, and then my wife and I own a vertical real estate company, towers and things of that nature. So just spread out. You take a little money from each little business, and you're able to pay the light bill sometimes.
Well, you go back to this, so you think about it. When we talk about
an entrepreneur, Rick, there's the American dream.
Well,
right there.
You
Robbie
call me
McAlpine.
Elon if you want to. I wouldn't go see
Elon. But if
you're one rocket launch away.
If you think about it, because I want y'all to understand, he was called Robbie from Roebuck, and all that was, if you've ever listened to radio shows, they have callers that call periodically. Hey, it's Robbie from Roebuck. Yeah. And so we got all stirred up. When he found out we were out riding around in the Funmobile doing the show on location, we go by the car dealership, and he's excited because you think, hey, I call the show. They'll just pick me up and ride me around for a minute, and we never brought him back. And then when we brought him back, he got fired. So
we felt really bad about that.
But
most employers don't like it.
But a lot of people now, because
we've got a few people fired over the years.
We have
accidentally.
We have, and not all of them were we able to get jobs.
Right.
But when you
feel bad about that one.
When you look back on that, because you do have a unique perspective. Because we talked to Rob Rawson, he used to be the sales manager, and we've had him on, the podcast and some of the things that we look back. Those of you that were there in the beginning, which you were, you were there when it became Rick and Bubba, and you were part of those early sales teams. And man, the stories, people don't understand how. And I think that young people need to hear this. It requires a lot of work. You got to be willing to get after it. And we went after it. It was super aggressive.
Yeah. My favorite part of it all was, my favorite, the part that I dreaded the most was we were out there just selling. We'd sell anything to anybody, and we were growing the show. The show was growing on its own, but we always dreaded coming and asking y'all to do a remote. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
Sure.
we'd sell, back in those days, you could the remotes were. I mean, I don't even think you guys do them anymore, do you? Or do you? I don't know. But
Not
these two are not.
Yeah. Speedy,
right.
Greg, Helms, they all do them now.
But yeah, that was
Contracts are great things.
Well, but honestly, there's a reason because sometimes things just they wear you down. And one time, and Bubba, tell me if I'm exaggerating. One time, the sales team put together a run that the people. Should we tell them what a remote is? Do y'all know what that is?
We're out on location.
That means you go on location. You're broadcasting for there. You're hawking the products. Come see us. Da 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 da.
I got one next Friday. Hendrick Hoover Automobile.
That's it.
11-1.
Yeah, we did 9 in 6 days.
Yeah.
Well, no wonder you're tired.
It about
of them.
killed us.
No wonder you're tired.
And after the 9th one, we went and did Pigskin Roundup.
Yeah.
Which had us up at the studio till midnight.
Yeah, I was laying in the parking lot.
And Bubba was laying in the parking lot, and I thought, well, they've done it. They've killed Bubba.
Yep.
And but it was.
It's not like digging post holes, but it does wear you out.
And of course, you will always be in Rick and Bubba history and folklore for the famous remote from an abandoned field.
Yeah.
Was that was yours, wasn't it?
Yeah. So I get this call.
I forgot about that.
Everybody's got
I mean, we're in a pasture. We can't even get a cell signal.
So back in those days, I was the yes. I mean, hey, can we do? Oh yeah. I mean, I have no problem.
Robbie was Herb Tarlett.
You ask me anything, I'm yeah. And then I'd figure out how to do it later most of the time. And I got this call about, hey, this beautiful big subdivision, and I can't remember where it was in Gadsden or somewhere.
It was out of town.
A developer,
yeah,
somewhere.
And I said, yeah, we'll do it, no problem. And I put it down on the calendar because you wouldn't book that day. It was a Saturday, beautiful Saturday, and we pull up there, and it's just a field. And we were like, this can't be it.
The roads wasn't even paved.
No,
it was like a dirt road with stobs everywhere.
And we sat out there with a card table, a banner,
pizza,
5 pizzas, and a little cooler of Coke, and broadcast about this thing that didn't exist.
Right.
And it was
they were selling lots. Is that
selling
what it was?
lots?
Yeah.
I mean, and I'll never forget the only human being that came. There was a little kid came up on a bicycle.
From right down the street.
Yep, down the street. Got him a slice of pizza and a Coke under his arm and off into the distance. And that was the only person. And I think we got so bored during the road at some point, y'all went on a boat ride down the river. Do you remember that? Y'all hopped on a...
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Well, what was funny is I remember...
It wasn't like we were going to miss anybody.
Does that Ryan? All of you, and of course, Ryan, you mentioned Ryan again. Ryan said these are his favorite shows, is when we get punchy. It's so ridiculous that now that becomes the whole thing we talk about every time we go on the air. And we would do things like this neighborhood. Now you can't see it today,
right?
But come here and imagine what it would.
We got
look
a
like.
drawing of what it will look like one day, like when your kids grow up, and it's going to be wonderful.
But Robbie McAlpine is also in Rick and Bubba folklore for what you just said. We have a term that we use on this show called a yeah.
Yeah.
And you were the original yeah, because that was Robbie McAlpine.
Yes.
You could go up to Robbie McAlpine and say, look, we got a budget of about $1,500. Do you think Rick and Bubba could flap their arms and fly over our place? Yeah. I'm all over that. I got that. Yeah.
Well,
done. And then you would just try to make it happen.
We looked at it as He looked at it as super serving his client.
Super serving.
Yeah. Under promise, over deliver every time.
Right. And I think you even were the promoter. Did you bring Mr. Lucky to Aniana or something one time? Yeah.
I put together a lot of those shows. Yeah. And most people don't know the backstory on that, but that show almost didn't happen. I think we finally told you like 10 minutes before the show was
that was
going
the
on.
yeah again.
You got time for a short story on
let's
how
come
that
back.
happened?
Now let's come back. Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
We're looking back over Rick and Bubba history. So listen to this, Robbie, because you were there. This January, when we come back from this break, will be our 29th birthday.
Wow.
Can you believe that?
That's insane.
Yeah.
That's great.
But didn't nobody think we'd see that day, did we?
No.
Us and a Charlie Brown Christmas. Nobody thought it was going to be successful.
No.
We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba.
Here's our story in America.
Oh, yeah, the non-smokers won't
Is
time
it in
to.
America?
That's what I was my understanding, right? Guys?
Well, non-smokers want their voices to be heard when it comes to time off. Bubba, the battle right now across our country that rages between smokers and non-smokers
It goes into the workplace. More than 40% of non-smokers believe they should get 3 to 5 extra vacation days per year to compensate for all their smoking coworkers because they are allowed cigarette breaks.
Yeah, I mean, do the non-smokers not get the same break now? How does that work?
I guess not. I guess not.
In some situations.
They're saying if a smoker who's addicted to nicotine to the point they must have a break, we must allow for it. Then what are the non-smokers should do that don't need that break? Well, they need to be given a break as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, the places I've been at where you would get a break, some people would smoke, some would go to the bathroom, some would hang outside, just look at the trees for a minute. I mean, or I guess now you check your Facebook or Twitter account or something. I mean, isn't that kind of normal? Do they get to go out on their own when they want to? And
well, they take advantage of it, and I mean, I remember before my time here working in the corporate environment where you would be frustrated at the folks that were going out smoking because they will. I mean, go burn one and come back. Don't sit out there and
or just burn one on your lunch break and when they're
that's a whole nother argument.
Rick, and here's the stupid.
I
twist.
think these non-smokers have a valid point with the time off that the smokers actually get. If that's the discussion that we're having, I think that is a valid point.
Rick, here is a strange twist. The smokers have said that they will consider quitting smoking if they'll give them more vacation days. Now, I don't know where they got that.
What?
Yeah.
It says, Bubba, workers in tech, retail, and finance and insurance spend what comes out to be more than 20 days per year on cigarette breaks.
Wow.
Well, I mean, you get it.
You know what you say?
Sometimes I need a smoke break.
I got eat up a little bit this morning. I still,
Did you?
We're in 2018. I don't see how anybody smokes.
I don't either.
I don't see how anybody, now if you're 70 or 80, maybe even 60, I get it. If you just said, you know what, I'm not going to, I enjoy this, I don't have a whole lot of time left, and this is what I'm going to do, okay. But the education is on record now, and I don't know how you and I know, look, I get it's addictive.
No doubt.
And it's hard to come off of. I get that.
Well, you know who's to blame for all of this? The NCA, the National Cigarette Association.
Well, to your point, Helmsy, I've said this before, and I know some people get upset. I'll go to the timeline of when cigarettes, like we said, we were watching a special where they're taking somebody's lung out and he starts smoking after it's over because they didn't tie it to cigarettes. There was a time we were ignorant to the dangers of cigarettes. And I don't know how we ever were because it seems inhaling smoke into your lungs, something should have went off, but it didn't.
Yeah.
And people said that people were promoting it. Your doctor would even say, "Here, settle down. Here's something to calm you down a little bit." People smoke in the waiting room. They smoked on airplanes. They smoked everywhere. Smoke, everywhere, smoke. If you are from that era and you're still alive, which is miraculous.
It is.
And you are addicted to nicotine and there's no hope for you, you're stuck. I got it.
Yep.
You just can't get off of them. It is hard.
Yes, it's very hard.
Mm-hmm. To Helmsy's point, which I completely agree on. Now, you people that have started like last week, I can't fathom you.
Rick, I was on the way to.
Have you noticed people still smoke a lot in Hollywood movies and films?
Oh, they smoke all through them. Yeah.
I was on the way to the kids' tennis tournament over the weekend. I don't remember if it was Saturday or Sunday, and I pulled up at a red light, and probably 19, 20-year-old girl driving a nice car, attractive. I thought, man, she's got it going on. And all of a sudden, she's got two in each hand.
How?
And I'm thinking, how on earth did you get down this road where you're smoking? Guys, it'll kill you. I don't know if you know that it'll kill you.
Well, I just don't understand how there's new.
And plus, you're gonna stink.
How about this? Yeah. Oh, boy, the stink.
You're gonna bump a little
bit. The stink is.
Well, let me tell
I don't
you.
understand how there's new smokers. I understand those that were addicted to it back when we didn't know. Got it. But a new smoker, how does anybody say, I think I'm going cigarette?
Of all habits to pick up.
21 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 1 week from today, the big year ender. The 28th year is over. We'll start the 29th year in January on our birthday. We'll turn 29. So as we come back, Robbie McAlpine is our guest.
Robbie from Roebuck.
Going back to Rick and Bubba history, he was Robbie from Roebuck, a caller. We cost him his job. We got him a job as a salesperson in the early days of the Rick and Bubba show, and he's recalling some of those memories. So one of the ideas we came up with is that this band that we put together, Mr. Lucky, from all the band days and stuff, that we would literally put out an album of 9 original songs, which were a combination of various bands we'd all been in. And so we released it, and then we wanted to support that by going out and playing concerts. And you decided to bring us to your beloved part of the world.
Yeah. So you were the promoter?
You were the promoter, and tell everybody what happened.
Well, I mean, I don't even know if you know this or how many people know it, but, we did it at the old McDaniel Gym in Aniana, which now is a great pickleball facility. I play from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. there every day.
Right. Yeah, right.
Great But anyway, the sound fella, we won't mention his name, but
right.
the sound fella showed up. And we go in there, and there's these fuses that turn. They're not the flip fuses.
Oh, yeah. Not really updated. Really updated.
Yeah, yeah. And he was like, hey, how do we, we're not going to be able to plug these in, and we're not going to have power for the show, so we freak out all day long. I mean, this week, get there about noon. Y'all show up about 6 for the show that starts at 7. And anyway, at one point, I think he came to you, Rick, and said, hey, we don't have a show.
Yeah.
And you were like, hey, you better make sure we have a show. We'd sold out the whole place.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm telling you, there are at least 18 people there. I'll be honest with you.
Maybe 20.
Maybe 20. Yeah. I had brought in a riser. I'd borrowed a riser from Walmart so y'all could do your, thing into the sky there.
Right.
And anyway, what we ended up doing, just to let you know how that happened, is the Blount County Fair was on the other side.
Wait a minute, I remember this.
I remember.
And this guy who was the carny for the fair and the electrician, and he said, if something goes wrong, you don't know me and you haven't talked to me. So he hot-wired a black wire and a red wire into that fuse box and then plugged all y'all's stuff in. And he said, now, everything up there's hot. He said, if anything happens, y'all don't know me and I didn't do this. And he ran it off their generator from the fair back there in the back. And we were scared the whole time somebody was going to get electrocuted.
Well, somebody did.
Oh, did they?
Well, one of the microphones, I remember that walked up to him, popped him. They said, "Man, these microphones are funny. They got all kinds of electric." Yeah, so we had to ground.
Well,
do a little
as
ground.
Robbie mentioned, he only connected 2 wires, Rick, not the ground.
Right.
Yeah,
we needed that ground really bad. Yeah, right. But
electricians everywhere just cringe.
Well, and we never can say who that man's name was or the sound man.
No.
But
I mean, I don't know the carny, obviously. I mean, we never saw him again. He didn't come back for his wire, actually.
But that was that make it happen attitude you had.
Well, yeah. I mean, you got to be willing to put people in death's way, right? To make things happen. That's the only way.
Well, and you also.
I remember it was hot in there.
Yeah. You remember? Well, you know why?
Well, it's because they couldn't run the air.
They couldn't run the AC. So you had to make the transition from listener of the show to I'm selling the show. I'm here now.
Yeah.
What was that like?
Well, I'll never forget my first day there, because I'd been a fun-time guy. I would call in and do bits or whatever and hang out occasionally at remotes and stuff. But I'd never been on the payroll. So when I get there, the very first day, I'm like, all right, this is, hey, I want you to do the Rick.
I'm part of it now.
Yeah, I'm big time. Walk in there and I sit down, in the corner of that little small studio we had. Y'all were doing the show. Y'all were doing a segment.
You're on the van seat.
Yeah. And after that segment's over, Rick leans over and says, hey, you're not supposed to be in here. The hammer's going to get you.
Right, yeah.
And at that time,
get ready to say
at that time, I thought, oh, he's just kidding. And number 2, I don't know who the hammer is yet.
Right.
Yeah. And
until it hit you.
Yeah. And then so I just sit there and enjoyed another segment. And the next thing you know, you're like, hey, you're really not supposed to be in here. You got that dad voice on me for a second. You're like, hey, buddy, let me tell you something. You really ain't supposed to be in here.
Right.
So I walk over to the next office, and that's where I met, my Rob and Angie kissed my tail strong. She didn't take the Marlboro from her mouth when she said it.
No, you're right. Yeah.
But
that early sales team, but they were
we were rough.
That was a rough bunch.
We were rough around the edges. We could hot box and pack of Marlboros like nobody's business.
Hey, hit that budget though, didn't he?
Oh yeah, every time.
Yeah,
thanks to the show.
We talked about working for the Hammer. He was hard to work for.
Mm-hmm.
He meant business, didn't he?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he would put you in positions. I'll never forget one time. I just walked in. I'd been there maybe 6 months, and as you know, I marched in the band at Alabama, played the tuba there for a short period of time.
I forgot about that.
So I didn't really know a whole lot about sports. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And this is why I didn't get to play a lot on the softball
That's
team.
what I'm saying. You was on the team. You were on the softball
but
team.
I struck out, at Regents Field. But I mean,
a few people there.
You got to play for a little while.
Yeah, I did. I got to go to bat a couple times.
Struck out in slow pitch softball.
Yeah.
I remember that.
I'm probably the only one that did that ever. But I walk in and the Hammer says, "Hey, Robbie, come in my office for a second." Oh Lord, this is where it ends.
It was sunny that day.
This is it.
You struck out. The weather was fine.
Yeah, weather was good.
And he says, "Got a proposition for you." And that's when we had the AM, in the same building. He says, "Cotton Mills." It's okay to say his name, I guess.
Sure. Yeah,
Cotton needs a partner on the sports talk show, Sports Talk Live, and I think you'd be a great candidate. We're going to work out this, and he gave me a great commission rate and plus X amount of talent fee per show and this, that, and the other. I was like, yeah, no problem. I mean, yeah, I'd do that easy.
Yeah.
And he said, we need to bill about $20,000 a month on the show. I said, shoot, man, I can do that. No problem. And we're talking about, a show on the AM that probably powers down before the show goes on. And,
right.
And anyway, I went in there and I didn't know. Cotton would basically read out of the newspaper, and he was a wealth of knowledge anyway.
Yeah.
And my own, I would sit there for hours every day. And just my only response to Cotton after he would talk for 10 minutes is, you're right about that, Cotton.
That was your line?
Yeah. I mean, I said that for 6-8 months till the show got canceled. But I was like, you're right about that, Cotton.
You're right. You may right.
You could be 100.
That's what I think.
Well, look,
right there.
Any situation you put Robbie in, he would adapt.
Yeah.
He would make it happen.
Became an expert.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. I got it handled.
So, and then
does he do that to you now?
Yeah. When did you leave and go off on your own?
So I left. You guys had left the Q and went over to 94.5, and we had another show out of California syndicated in.
Oh, I remember that.
And we hung on to some of our clients at that time until an F-bomb was dropped on that
on that particular
that show, and they all canceled. And I said, I need groceries at some point.
Yeah. So you didn't. Yeah. When we went to Birmingham, you didn't make that transition.
No. Well, yeah, I was there in Birmingham.
Yeah, for a little bit.
But
for a little bit.
You stayed with the station that we left.
Then I went to the ad
Did you sell the
business.
pigskin roundup? Did you sell that?
Yeah. I was there.
Did you hear? Yeah. He still got it.
Yeah. I was there. Don't worry. I'm still there. I mean, my station still do a pigskin roundup.
Oh, there you go. Well, it's good to see you and your wife. Glad you're here, Rob.
Good to see you. Thank you for having us.
Yeah. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I don't get it. It doesn't click with me. Because,
and I'm not caught. Look, and
because
the guy
you're not addicted to it when you first start. So I don't know why anybody would want to start. That's my
right,
point. That's all
right.
I'm saying.
And the guy called me out and said that I was being, I was calling smokers idiots. And it convicted me a little bit. I'll be honest. I probably didn't handle it. I was probably a little more harsh than I needed to be.
Did you go off a little bit?
Okay, but I will say this. I will say this. You're not an idiot. But if you're not an idiot and doing that, you're making an idiotic decision because you know it's bad. That doesn't make you an idiot, but hey, your choices are not really good ones.
Can't you act like an idiot?
You can. That's why we have choices. We have decisions we can make.
There's idiots, and then there's idiotic behavior.
Correct.
And an idiot will always have the behavior. Sometimes somebody's not an idiot may have idiotic behavior. I've had idiotic behavior.
Yeah, we all have. But if you have too much idiotic behavior, it makes you an idiot.
Right. You got to watch
That's
that.
why we come up with a name.
It's a timeline. You got to watch it.
Yeah. And then you got morons. Don't forget that group.
Oh, and don't forget this. I mean, what about when you get into an IGMO? You got an idiot and a moron.
Yeah.
That's a combo.
Well, for the longest, I thought a moron was an idiot from Utah.
Guys, I'm gonna say this because I believe in.
I thought y'all gave me
that's good. Listen, I had a thought pop in and it was good. I think all of us agree, and Bubba and Speedy.
Mormon.
Speedy, I'm sorry because I do think this person shares your wife's name, and I apologize for that ahead of time.
Okay.
I think that was the name.
Joke.
Let's say I wasn't sure about smoking. Let's say that I was still on the fence. that public service announcement with Terry.
Yeah. Oh, let me tell you, and we've all seen it.
Hey, my name's Terry.
Big old hole in her throat, sitting there.
If you're a smoker,
if Terry didn't stop you from smoking, I don't know what.
Thank you, Rick. If you're a smoker, what does that do to you?
Factory.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. It is 35 minutes past the hour. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Go there right now. If you are looking, let's say you have an empire, a media empire, and you've got a big hiring coming up or whatever the case may be, that hire could be an asset or it could be a detriment, and you don't want to mess that up. One thing you also don't want to do is get into an interview and the first 5 minutes you're like, why am I interviewing this person? They don't even have the basic requirements that we got to have for them to do this job. So that's where LinkedIn.com/Bubba can really help. And we're going to give you an opportunity for you to post your job for free if you go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba.
And you also find that at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. The way they work it out, they get some screening questions from you, and they also you can do the hashtag frame on your LinkedIn. It's purple, and people see that. They know you're hiring. It goes out there in front of the nearly 50 million job seekers that are on LinkedIn.com, and then they'll use your screening questions to vet them out. And then when you interview, you're only interviewing the best of the best. So be sure that next hire is an asset by using LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Again, that free job post is available for you, LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Bubba, the interviews continue. We now will say goodbye to the, if I'm not mistaken, is this the only intern that this studio has ever had?
Yes, right.
Yeah,
that'll do it.
That's
it.
The only intern this studio has ever had, the first one ever. He'll always be remembered in Rick and Bubba history. In an upcoming the giant game of Rick and Bubba Knowledge, you will hear the question, who was the first intern to ever work at the No Name Studio?
That's right.
And you should call in and answer Blazing Silverman.
And there he is, with a big smile on his face.
He graduates today. He is awkwardly uncomfortable with being interviewed on the show. He's wants to be a behind-the-scenes guy in the industry. Maybe one day you want to host your own show, though. You do want to get there.
Yes, sir.
Now, what kind of show are you wanting to do?
Sports.
Oh, sports.
Sports. Speaking of sports,
I love TCU.
Well, you
love the Horned Frogs.
Yeah, so you will have to overcome your discomfort with being on the air. That's going to be problematic.
Rick, that's called step one.
Yeah, right.
Not quite as talkative as Robbie from Roebuck.
No, he's not. But what I'm saying, the reason why that's important is that you'll be required to be on the air, but I think, hear me out, because I'm always looking for a way to market the next up and coming star.
Right. Yeah.
What if his whole deal was the reluctant sports broadcaster?
I like it.
Nobody's doing that.
That's right.
A lot of sports shows, that angle's not it.
Welcome to the reluctant sports show host.
Instead of the overbearing, over the top.
Yeah.
The reluctant.
Yeah.
That hadn't been done.
And like he'll just barely give the score.
And the callers.
Well, it's got some time to fill, though. What are we doing?
And then the callers
It'll
will
be
call.
awkward silence.
Look, awkward silence is all part of it. Picture this. This is how it would work.
Okay.
This is how it works. Hello, you're on the reluctant sports show. I'm your reluctant host, Blazing Silverman.
It would be
look, watch this. Let's go to the phones. Hey, Blazing, how you think Bama's gonna do? I think they'll do quite well.
Rick, what it is,
Not
it's
really
a
sure.
combination of sports and NPR.
Right, exactly.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I think we got something.
What do you think about our offensive coordinator? Good.
Good.
I'm
liking it.
I'm telling you, there may be a market for that.
If you had a show to do today, what would be your topics? Today.
Today.
The college football playoff.
What's that said again?
The college football playoff.
Okay.
Okay. He kind of looks at you.
Rick, he could host RNS, the Reluctant Sports Network.
I like this.
Yep.
This needs to be something that we do. This guy right here runs a media empire.
Yeah.
He's
right here. He
He's
is.
got
Here's your
opening
next-
right. He's got
he is.
opening for
Here's your
morning
next
show
star.
right now.
Here's your next star right here, Robbie. By the way, if you went to Robbie right now and said, "You think you can make that show work?" Yeah.
You won't even have to speak.
No, don't even worry about talking.
We'll get you commission.
I bet I can sell
$30.
20 grand on that this month.
Look, he's getting
So
started.
that's where you
He's
start.
already- Payment in advance.
College football
Look at him
playoffs.
rolling that money off there. That roll big enough to choke a horse.
And his commercials, what everybody loves about him is commercials are also short.
Yeah.
He's reluctant to even hock something.
He only does 15 seconds.
Right. 15 of dead air afterwards.
Rick, you'll really like Nikki's West.
Oh, wow.
Let me give you their phone number and their website. That's all.
Well, Silverman, did you learn anything?
Yeah. What did you learn? Anything at all?
Learn how to handle the callers.
Yeah. Well, how
Good
about
luck
that?
with that, pal.
How'd that go?
Very difficult sometimes, especially with the phones.
So
Yes.
why is it the difficulty? Are they difficult people, or is it just trying to hear the bad quality of cell phones today?
The cell phones, really bad.
Yeah, they were there.
They are bad now.
What do you think
They're
was
at
up with
an
this
all-time
Jonas character today? What was the big problem with Jonas?
He called it the third time, but it was at the end of the segment. So
And he
Was
would
it-
speak to you when you. But
You could hear him. You could
I could
actually
hear him.
It's really bothering Rick.
Did he say his name was Jonas? Was I getting that wrong?
he said his name was Jonas. I asked him twice.
But then when I would say, "Hello, Jonas, you're on the show," he wouldn't speak. Maybe he wants to be your co-host.
Silverman,
the reluctant caller.
That's it. Did he happen to mention he was near a large body of water by chance?
I don't think he did.
Do you think he could be the reluctant caller to the reluctant sports talk?
He just keeps taking Jonas and no.
We're going back to Jonas.
This is Reluctant Talk Show host. So try again to talk to Jonas. Hello, Jonas. You're on the Reluctant Sports Show. I see you're still reluctant to talk.
When we come back, we have a call from Jonas.
Jonas. Heading back to the phones, we'll start with Jonas.
Yeah.
Now, Silverman, you've done a good job.
Yeah, so
you've been like a rock, man.
I hate to see him go.
Were you familiar with the show at all before working here?
A little bit.
A little bit. So how much did you know?
I mean, I've seen it a few times, listened to it a few times from my grandfather, but before that, I really didn't.
Pretty much thought it sucked.
Yeah. He actually.
Wow, reluctant answer.
I tell you what, you're reluctant to even tell us what you learned.
But reluctant to let you know if you ever listen. Nah, I don't know. Maybe.
Did you learn something? Do you feel like you learned something?
Learned how to handle the boards in there with Adler a little bit.
There you go.
Yeah,
you actually filled in.
Yeah. He did a great job. I was actually on the phone in the car, parked outside the beach house, talking to him, being like, all right, yeah, it was good, whatever. He did a great job. He did a really, really great job.
Was he reluctant to take that responsibility?
A little bit.
Right.
But he was very technically.
Had her screaming, "Do a wipe! Do a wipe!"
Yeah.
Technically, did a great job.
Did you think so? You think he can handle that kind of thing?
Yes. Now I can kind of tell. Did you spend a lot of time on computers as a kid, kind of growing up?
What tipped you on that?
Good night, Greg.
Well, I'm just saying.
I mean, he couldn't be.
There's Uncle Greg.
He's sitting right next to you, buddy.
If you, let's say you stood, let's took you and put you beside Speedy. Who's the most better in computers? I would pick you, just from looking.
That's what he tries.
I'm talking about just from looking.
I would say he's not even a full arm's distance from you. I mean, you can't.
Would you say you wouldn't be reluctant to select him?
He walks in the door, and you go, "I bet he's pretty good with computers."
That's
Come
true.
on.
Yeah, you do.
That's not a.
I mean,
insult.
It's not a dig.
It's not, except when it comes to dating women.
It's like when it's like if I walk in the door, you know what the first thing you say? I bet he can lift something.
I bet he can help me move a couch.
I bet he can carry a box.
I'm so sorry, Alex.
When I walk in, they go, "I bet he knows a good place to eat." Hey, Megan, where's a good place for dinner?
Are you okay? Did he hurt your feelings? Is he okay?
I'm gonna go cry after the show.
I've been aggravating him since day one. He's a good sport.
So how did you kind of handle, like, Adler said, coming into this culture, it was, there's an adjustment. Everybody hacks on each other. It's a pretty rough place to be.
It's a little locker room.
Yeah. Did you have a time adjusting to that?
Not really. I mean, I've been around locker rooms and have friends that kind of dig at me sometimes. So
Okay.
it wasn't that difficult of a transition.
Yeah, and if I remember right, you came to the show through the Wednesday Bible study. One of the guys in there told me about you, and you and I had lunch, and you said you wanted to intern. Is that how that? Did I remember that right?
Oh,
Yes.
good deal.
Well, how about that?
It wasn't the peanut guy, was it?
No, it wasn't the peanut guy. It was Jerry. Jerry's a legend.
Legendary.
What's the most
still rocking the long hair?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I know Jerry.
Yeah.
What's the most memorable thing that happened on the show, or something you were like, "Oh, I was there that day," or is there something that you're going to take from here, like a big topic on the show, or a big day, or something you were involved with?
It's kind of a loaded question.
It is.
I
would be reluctant to
Can
answer
I
that.
rephrase that a little bit? You had to have some expectation of what it was going to be
That's
like.
it.
What has been the biggest surprise doing it and being here now that you've been here?
Just how relaxed it is behind the scenes.
It's not overly professional,
Wow.
is it?
Good answer.
You thought it'd be more professional, and we get that. And I think it's a compliment.
You're a little shocked that, like, there's a lot of people waiting on the next segment, and we're in there messing with the food, going to the bathroom, talking, walking around.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But
very reluctant to answer.
If somebody were, but to Bubba's point, if somebody were, because this is, I don't know if it's happening, but if not, it will. Oh, you worked at Rick and Bubba for how long? You were here for
4 months.
4 months, and I know you were reluctant to tell me, but the,
He don't want to just let it out.
But you,
Silver, you didn't seem this bashful during the time you were here. It just
I
seemed
think
like
you're
you-
all over this. This is a whole new way to present it.
I would.
I like it.
I think I can make you a star.
I think so.
Yes, Robbie.
But Robbie not going to make this happen. So the and Aniana is a great jumping place from right there. But the they're going to ask you. So you were there. What is it like there? And what would you say?
A locker room.
Okay.
Okay.
Now,
What would you say about Uncle Greg? What would you say about him?
Speaking of Greg and the
We're
breaks,
good friends.
Speaking of Greg and
like
how we
aggravating.
talk during the breaks, he did sign an NDA, right, guys? A non-disclosure agreement. Okay.
You know what he's going to do? He's going to come out and reluctantly write an unauthorized autobiography about the show. Yeah.
But it'll take him forever to get it done.
Right. Yeah. I'm reluctant to do this, but I'm writing a book about my time at the show. That's good. Well, you did a good job.
Great
I mean,
job.
actually,
You were very dependable.
Call screening and the work you did in there on the YouTube side with Adler, you've
Post
done,
show stuff.
Post show, you've really done an
show
outstanding
prep.
job.
He would
Thank
have
you.
it ready.
Yeah, I think you'll do well.
Thank you.
You might want to start behind the scenes and work your way to being
I
on
think
the
you
air.
got a star right there.
Yeah, but I think with it, don't try to be anything you're not. So I think the reluctant sports show host,
Reluctant Sports Network, RSN.
that's got some potential.
Are you writing this down?
Yeah. And by the way, you leave today with your degree from Rick and Bubba University in common sense. May you walk out with that superpower and with that degree and change the world. No pressure. All right? I know you'll be reluctant to do that, but we need to do it. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
First,
it's also John Thomas will be stopping by today. Rick, hello. This is John. I was wondering what time should I arrive? So he'll be coming up a little bit later on in the program, and we'll go four-wheeling after the program today. John's favorite. He was so distraught when he found out about Make Ready Weekend. I understand you have something you'll be doing. Does this mean we cannot get on the four-wheelers? I said, no, luckily it's in my hometown. We'll be fine. So we have that coming up. And Make Ready Weekend is this weekend. Went by and did a little run-through yesterday. We got dads and their kids coming from all over the Rick and Bubba listening audience, as far away as the great state of Pennsylvania, and, of course, all over Mississippi, Tennessee, Florida, Alabama, Georgia. So looking forward to seeing all of you this weekend at Make Ready Weekend. If you have found yourself in a place where you think, I think I could still go, I'm in Birmingham, I'd like to go, they will take walk-ups. It starts at, I think the doors open at 7 this evening. But anyway, and then it'll get started, and we'll go through tomorrow afternoon, and then it'll be over. So you can still do that. And they've given me the opportunity to allow 6 dads to take their kids today on the program. We'll give that away free. So we got some extra seats available, and we'll let you have them today at some point on the program. So we got a lot to do. It's a busy day, Dave, buddy.
A lot of folks coming and going.
That's right. Going to be getting that done. We got the old Dragonflies coming by again. They're going to be sitting here in the studio. The class that comes and listens here live in the studio to Read Across America, Green Eggs and Ham. And then all across the country, Helmsley's putting together the numbers for the world's largest classroom. We'll share that with you. A lot of you asking when that will be. That gets a little dicey because the show plays in so many different formats and ways. But I can tell you that if you listen to it as it flows, Rick, why do you do this to yourself? If you listen to it as it flows, it would be 8:20 a.m. Central Time. Does that help?
That's it.
Now, if you don't listen how it flows, then you got to adapt that to however that works for
Or
you.
change for your time.
Yeah, and you definitely want to change. But if you're an afternoon show, a midday show, boy, you really got some work to do.
Yeah.
So if you're
you just have to ride it out.
If you're an Extreme Club member, we call that hour number 4, segment 2.
Wow.
So anyway,
that don't make you dizzy.
There's all kinds of ways to do it. Tune in, people. Y'all good because it's rolling live for you, so you'll be
There
fine.
you go. Tune on in.
Yeah. So we got a lot to do. We'll come back. The world's kind of, it's as bizarre as ever. We'll unpack that a little bit. We'll try to keep it as light as we can, but there are some important things that need to be updated, and we'll update that as well. Your phone calls, of course, are always a part of it at 866-WE-BE-BIG. As I mentioned, Can't Have Nothing, the new Rick and Bubba CD on iTunes today. Some of you have been waiting on that, and there she is. So now every single CD that we have ever released can all be found in the digital domain and iTunes and other stores. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What is the store you have there?
Well, I was just looking, Rick, anytime a world record is set.
8 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. A new Rick and Bubba University coming out this weekend. And, buddy, we got a deep conversation coming up this weekend. We're going to talk about, what is it called, the LRCT? Is that right?
Yes, Rick, you're correct. Or as I call it, the Spider-Man telescope.
We're going to put a telescope on the moon, and we talked to one of the people that's working on that, Ron Wilson, coming up this weekend. So catch that on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, which will be the last Rick and Bubba University podcast of 2022.
What's happening? Oh, what's happening?
Gift number 7.
Jingle bells.
Gift number 7.
Jingle all the way.
Gift number 7. Bubba, tell them what we're after today, my friend.
Rick, we're going to make it simple today. Easy to ship, easy to carry with you. A $200 Visa gift card.
Boom.
You also get 5% back on any purchase you make.
Oh, so $200 to spend for Christmas.
That's right.
Or for whatever you want it for. And also Dirt Road Gourmet gives you $200 as well. $200 of delicious casseroles. And all you got to do is warm them up and eat them, and they are fantastic. So, $400 worth of goodies.
I would say fantastic.
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 So, what kind of numbers everybody fired up about today?
What do we got?
99.
We doing 99. So
what did we do yesterday?
37. We did 37.
37.
We did 37 yesterday. First.
What'd you just say?
One. Do the first caller.
Greg.
How old's Robbie? Robbie, how old are you?
There we go.
49.
49 it is.
49. Really 50, but we'll go with 49.
When you turning 50? Okay, June 3rd. All right, so 49 as a tribute to Robbie McAlpine because he dropped by today. That's right. Most of you that have been around for the entire time, to you, he'll always be Robbie from Roebuck.
Yep.
All right, so caller.
We had Kelly the other day. Now Robbie from Roebuck.
It's
some great memories.
Well, yeah. It's
for us.
Yeah, it's almost like it's weird to watch Robbie celebrate us costing him a job and then pulling him into this industry where he's trapped now forever. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 20. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 30. There's 30. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. There's 40.
Hey, 40.
41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47. Hello, Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Michael Longcrier, calling from Prattville.
I love that you went first and last name. You're ready to go.
That's right.
Mike, I
Just
hate
a little short.
I hate to tell you this. You were caller 48. You missed
So
it by,
close.
You missed it by one.
So sorry.
I'm so sorry.
I mean, first mistake you made is thinking you could have something. Yeah. Thanks for listening, buddy.
Just listen to y'all something.
Well, thank you.
I appreciate it.
You know what?
We appreciate
We're
you,
the
sir.
gift that keeps on giving.
That's right. That's right, Adler.
And
That's who you're making fun of, Speedy.
And you don't have to put us on your taxes. We're free.
No.
Greg, not all's lost. He
No,
can tell him what he wants.
there's a silver lining. I'm checking right here, see what he got. Oh, nothing.
Greg.
Sorry.
Hello, Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Mike from Anniston.
Mike from Anniston.
You're the winner, Mike.
You did it.
You got it, Mike. You did it. My goodness.
What happened?
Got it.
There you go, Mikey. Calhoun County has done good. Near Birmingham, near Atlanta, near perfect. So, Mike, congratulations. You've won yourself what, Bubba?
Won a $200 Visa gift card. He'll also get 5% back on any purchase made with this card. So he can just take that anywhere that he needs to and do what he needs to with
If
it.
it accepts
wide open.
Wide open.
Wide open.
That's right.
Attaboy, wordsmith.
Thank you, Kamala. He can do whatever he needs to.
You're welcome, Coach.
Appearing on the first week on the Reluctant Sports Show, Bill Bubba Buzzard as a special guest. All right, Mike, so how long you been listening to Rick and Bubba?
20 plus years, but
There you go.
Oh,
a lot
wow.
of 20-plussers are winning. All right, you also get $200 worth of casseroles from Dirt Road Gourmet. So you're going to have food, and you're going to have this Visa card. Go have some fun. And thank you for listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Man, that's great.
Thank you, buddy. See you.
Thank you guys so much.
Yeah. All right, there we go. Here we go.
Here we go.
Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name and where are you calling from? Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
You got my dinosaur here?
All right. Must be Jonas.
Yeah, Jonas is back.
Jonas is back in.
Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, me too.
Something's happening now.
It may not
Rick.
be Jonas. It may
I'm
be
telling
our
you
phone
something's
system.
happening. Jonas? Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. Hello?
Hi, Rick.
Hello?
Have
you
Bubba
not
tell me what they want
Is that-
again?
Hey, something's really wrong.
What, I don't know if you're playing. Are you
I'm not
serious?
playing.
He keeps messing it up.
Caller,
what
are
am
you
I
there?
doing?
Caller?
Hello.
Hello. I think people are.
If you didn't win anyway, just hang up.
Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. Hello.
Anybody?
E.T. phone.
Hello, Rick and Bubba Show. Hello.
This is
Well, at least we got the winner.
On that, why would I want to answer over there?
Let's just see. Call our mom.
Okay. Hello, Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name?
We got problems.
I told y'all. Everybody makes fun of me. Well, and this is fine right now.
Everybody,
we got the winner.
Everybody witnessed me giving this to Greg.
All right, I'm gonna tell you. What happened.
Complete with the receipt.
Here's what it finally. You know how we've been waiting on like the overwhelming number of calls to call something. It's call something. I think it may call for a reset.
Is he still on in there?
Mm-hmm. He's talking. He's fine.
Oh, he's reluctantly
That
taking
means-
the
that
winner's
means
information.
he would already be finished, but he's been reluctant to get the information.
Yeah.
I think
He's got at least one more segment.
I don't know what's going on
Let me ask you a question as we go to break. Did you know Gary was coming by
today.
He's texting me at the door saying, "Let me in. I'm hungry."
Now you know what he thinks it is. He thinks this is the big year ender. He's missed it by a week.
Are you serious?
Are you serious?
Because he did tell me he was coming to the big year
Has
ender.
he got them pies?
Why is he here?
I don't know.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It catches your eye. And we have a 99-year-old swimmer who appears to have smashed a world record for his age group in the 50-meter freestyle. George, and I don't know about this last name, Corones. How would you say that?
Garak.
Guys, I've seen the video, and now.
What do you mean his age group? How many people are alive at 99?
Well, he clocked, Rick, a 56.12 seconds at an official event in Queensland, a new benchmark for the 100 to 104 age group. Now, the fact that he's 99, he has a birthday coming up in April, which makes him in the range if it's that calendar year thing.
But that's like you show up for a tournament.
Listen,
and they say,
now it's tough. It's tough. Look, it's tough watching him get on the pedestal. But let me tell you something. The old codger's got excellent form.
Rick,
I
look
thought
at
it
that.
looked like an old man just banging on water.
Good start too. Look at this.
Well, look, wait, watch his form. He's got excellent form.
Oh, he's fantastic.
Look at that.
Yo, he's fantastic.
I was ready for an old man to jump in, hold his nose so he don't get water up his nose, and then splash around dog pedaling. Is what I thought was going on.
He's going to town.
I mean, this son of a gun is doing the freestyle, and he's doing it well.
Can I tell you, this guy looks so much better than the old runners.
Oh, the old Rick. Oh,
The old runners.
Rick, did you see that he gave up swimming during World War II and didn't pick it back up till he was 80?
I'm sorry, what?
Wait,
Yes.
how do you
yes,
give
you
up
heard that
swimming?
correct.
Wait a minute.
That's what he said.
He must have.
You
He
mean
must have
swimming
been
in general? So he
some
was-
kind of competitive swimmer.
Okay.
I don't know.
Or maybe he gave it
Guys,
swimming for
look at the
exercise
form.
too.
Look at
Can
the
I tell
form.
y'all this? Don't forget when he was 80, he lived 20. He's already lived 20 more years from
I know.
that point.
I know.
Hey, and let me.
And look, that swimming's got to be good for you.
Oh,
he's
it's
running out of
excellent.
gas right here. But y'all need to hear the
A
audio.
world record. How about
Rick,
that?
The audio in them accents are going, "Come on, Georgie! Come on, Georgie!"
Well, do
They're
we have
yelling
the
at him.
audio? Can we
Well,
play it?
there's music behind
Yeah,
it.
they put
and,
this weird music behind
Yeah.
Why would
we
they do
can,
that?
We can. Let me see if I can.
Rick, that's just unbelievable, isn't it?
But weren't you like me? Weren't you expecting to jump in, hold his nose, and
Yeah.
get up and start doing this?
Rick, see if
But
you- see
watching
if
him
it's,
get on the podium to jump into it is rough, isn't it?
See, there's music.
Why they got all that music in there?
Like an adult film.
It's early too.
Come on, Georgie boy.
Is that?
So he's passed the halfway mark.
That music.
Well, who's mixing this? It's terrible.
I
Come
know.
on, Georgie. Come on, let's rev him up. Let's go, folks.
Oh, the crowd goes nuts.
She interviews him at the end, and he's so out of breath. He
5 seconds. I mean, he didn't kind of beat it. He blew it away.
Well, Bubba, you know why? Most people from 100 to 104, that's like going to a tournament and you got your trophy and they say, man, y'all won the whole thing we did. How many people in y'all's Division II?
Yeah, well.
I mean, how many people even do this?
And the fact Georgie is obviously a superstar in that age group. You know, there's not many in that age group with that kind of form.
Right, there's not many in that age group.
Now, Rick, he said he
point.
gave up, as I said, swimming during World War II. And he said, I don't think I had a swim of any description until I retired. He started swimming again at 80 for exercise. And there he goes.
Georgie can get it.
Well done, Georgie.
Georgie boy.
Yeah.
Let's jam on.
But how about this? I don't know why we have to make it some sort of. I'm just saying, if I'm 99 and I'm about to be 100, and I can swim with that good a form 50 meters, it's enough for me.
Mm-hmm.
But there's just not that many people going to try it at that age, are there?
Yeah, nobody else is going to go after that record for a long time.
It's not like you're trying to hang on to the sprint record, and there's mobs of people sprinting every year trying to beat
You're
it.
correct. There's not a lot of people over 100 that especially want to swim.
Greg, there's very few people
Hams,
over 100.
show that again at
I
the
say
very
Georgie's
beginning,
record's
Kenny.
going to stand.
You got to first of all find people that are over 100, then find some that are over 100 and want to swim.
Yeah, well, it's he's obviously a special breed, no doubt.
Right.
But that getting started looked rough. I mean, that was.
Well,
that was
Bubba,
not
he's
pretty.
100 years old.
I like when he hit the water.
Well, I mean, he dives out into that thing like nobody's business.
Look. Here it is.
Can I tell you what, though? That's a pretty good entry to that pool.
Yeah, it is.
It's better than I can do right now.
Golly, y'all.
But he's, you know, when they dive in and they stay in position and they coast, he even did that.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
You could tell he's been well trained in that.
Well, Bubba, he did it for a while. Quit after World War II. Picked it back up at 80.
Yeah.
So, decided he'd start.
But listen, he's 20 years post 80. I mean, how many people can say at 80, I got 20 more years and I'm still alive? James in Montgomery, I-92, WLWI. James, go ahead.
Hey, I wanted to comment about the Georgie guy.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sounds like Beth Mowens got demoted to Australian swimming competition.
Boy, it did.
Come on there, Georgie. Next in the Pooch Handler Cox. Go, Georgie.
Yeah, you're right. It does. I didn't think about that. Thanks for planting that in my head now. Thanks for that.
You know, there was a couple of other stories yesterday I thought was kind of interesting, Rick. One, I don't know if you saw this. They found what they said is a
6 minutes past. From the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, it's another hour of Rick and Bubba Show. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the world, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Blazing Silverman his last hour as he leaves today with his degree in common sense. That now is superpower. Gift number 7, we just gave that away, so it's gone. Be with us, Lord willing, on Monday for gift number 8 and the final week of live shows of the year that is 2022. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for allowing us to do what we do.
But still to come this hour, the giant wheel of meat could happen at any time. These golden ticket seat guests are just kidding. They got Robbie from Roebuck coming by with his wife today, and out of nowhere, Gary the Bulldozer has rolled through.
There he is.
Gary the Bulldozer man showed up at the door, and I thought he thought this was the big year ender.
All right.
I did too.
But apparently,
he corrected you, didn't he?
Yeah, apparently. I didn't know I was going to be up here, so I thought I'd stop by and just see what was going on.
Come here.
Yeah.
Sit right here.
He said, "Hey," he said, "Look, that other little kid's reluctant. I'm reluctant to talk to." Oh yeah,
Gary, you're fine. Just want to say, hey, that's it. That's all we're saying.
Now, he does want something to eat, too. He's been asking. I've heard him ask 3 people.
Hey,
if we
can
got
y'all
any
not
food.
get no food up here?
We didn't know you were coming, Gary. We've already eaten our food, and there's not any here. I'm sorry.
We do have a fruit cup for him.
He started to go where? Come right here. What did you just
Don't
say?
you mean Edgar's?
What did you?
Igor's.
Come here, Gary. Gary, come here. Go walk up to this mic for 1 second.
Igor's.
Yeah. You started to go where? You started to go where?
Well, I can't hear nothing.
Well, you got it.
Yeah, you're all right. You don't need any headphones.
Thank goodness.
Yeah. Why do you need headphones? You're not taking calls. Jonas is on the line.
Jonas
he
ain't
ain't
gonna
gonna say
talk
nothing
to
to you anyway. Where did you try to go, Gary?
Over at Igor's where they send
It's
me.
not called Igor's. It's Edgar's.
Edgar's.
It's Edgar's.
Well, I call it Igor's.
Well, then don't do that in there though, because it's probably named after a family
Brilliant,
member or
by the way.
something. Yeah.
Yeah, she's having that.
So I mean, I don't know if I know you're up here for some sort of doctor's appointment or something today, but you
Did you have to bring Gwen to town?
you have to bring Sweet.
Yeah, she had to have a brain scan.
Well, Gary, that's very serious. What about?
I don't know. She's been acting funny lately.
Gary, well, you can't. Gary, that's terrible.
Wish I wasn't in here.
Hey, she come in there the other night and got in bed and pulled the covers up over her head. She said, I got to show you something.
Oh, God.
I said, what? She said, you know what's new watch I got glows in the dark.
You're terrible.
What's wrong with you?
So Gary, you were gonna make Gwen drive herself for a brain scan, and then you decided to drive her
The last minute.
Yeah, I was at the river, and, she said, I got to take 2 Valiums before I go. And I said, well, you want me to drive you? And she said, well, if you want to, you can.
Considering.
I can't believe this was ever discussed. You didn't have on your calendar, take my wife
for a brain
scan?
No.
Never crossed your mind.
Well, it is hunting season.
Well, you did. You took care of it. That's good. Who you got with you over? Do you always bring a buddy when you drive your wife for a brain scan?
No, he's buying a house down there pretty close to me at the river.
Mhm.
He's my cousin. He lives in Gunnersville right now, but
That's your cousin?
yeah, he's a Georgia fan.
I see that. He's got his dogs.
got his big hat on.
Gary, who do you pull?
It's cousin Steve.
Cousin Steve.
Hey, Steve, buddy.
Hey, Steve.
Welcome. Who do you pull for?
Well, I've always been an Alabama fan.
You
but-
like that Road Tide?
Well, they got problems.
But whoa, you're not happy with the state of the team?
No, I'm not really.
Wow, 2 whole losses.
Mm-hmm.
What's your problem? What's going on with the Tide?
I don't know.
You
He
think
said Saban's too old.
it might be time for Saban to
Yeah,
go?
he needs to go.
There it is. I knew that was coming. Yeah, I knew that was coming. So
Well,
Mhm.
well, all right, I just gonna come by and holler at y'all.
Okay, well, it's good to see you, Gary. Thanks for being here. Means-
Y'all,
If we knew you were coming, we'd have got you
yeah,
some
we
food.
weren't ready for it. Are you coming next Friday for the big
well,
year
this is
end?
the first time I've come up here. There wasn't food strode everywhere.
Well, that's a fair statement.
Well, you can stop at Igor's on your way
Yeah,
out.
Igor's
yeah.
serving up some good stuff.
Get you some
So they got
cookies.
biscuits over
They
They do.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
do.
they do.
Pretty good
there.
one too.
I may try that.
What about? Are you coming next Friday for the big year ender?
I don't know. I'm here today.
I know, but you didn't bring any pies. You hadn't, and I don't like you making us choose between peanut brittle and pies. I don't like that at all. Why don't you bring both?
That was bad form.
I mean, y'all don't realize how much trouble it
what
is
Greg
making
said.
pies. Hey, y'all don't realize it. Y'all don't know.
You know what I got to go do at the farm, don't you? And you know what? I really don't want to do that.
Go ahead and open.
Go and get that open. Get that
Why
fruit
don't you
open.
eat after we're done? So I know you've watched us eat on there for years. We haven't set the best of example.
We haven't.
But the what do you got to do at the farm? You better.
Well, you know what we talked about the other day.
Oh yeah.
So,
I thought we weren't going to talk about that on there. Though.
Are they
we're
back?
not.
Mhm.
As long as you don't talk about it.
I think y'all just talked about
I
it.
think y'all might as well talk about it.
up. You
Yeah.
brought it up.
Y'all might as well talk about it.
Nah, we can't talk about that.
No, we can't talk about this now.
I wish you'd quit talking like me.
I wish you quit talking like me.
Look at it.
But are you going to handle that today?
Yeah.
Okay. But next Friday, are you coming? Yes or no?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess.
You gonna bring pies?
Yes.
You gonna
If
bring
y'all
pies?
want pies, I'll
Don't we
bring
want
pies.
pies?
Yeah, absolutely. We
I
want
like
pies.
Speedy
We
wants
wanna add a little.
pies. Speedy wants brittle.
Well, y'all need to find out what y'all want me to cook.
Oh, he's out.
next Friday night.
Another thing, Rick told me, y'all was thinking about doing the show hunt after the big year ender, and I'll cook dinner. I'll cook dinner for y'all there on Friday night.
Well, y'all just be careful out there, 'cause it's been a while since I've done anything.
What do you mean?
Oh, you talking?
No, we're not gonna do pranks.
Gary.
Hey, Sherry, I remember. Sherry said
Here
no.
he comes.
Sherry
Can't
said
do
no
that
more
anymore.
pranks on that property.
I'm not.
I'm gonna get you on the way in.
Cousin Steve gonna do it?
I bet he's pranked Steve so many times.
Steve's probably sick of it.
God, you think Steve hadn't been through it?
Good night.
No, I know. He's still doing it.
Well, Steve's still running around with him, so it's not as
No,
bad
really,
yet.
y'all
You only
figure
see
out.
somebody run around with Gary once. Have you ever noticed that?
I know it.
Yeah, y'all figure out what y'all want from on a menu.
Let me tell you what I like.
Them
is when-
cube steaks.
Hey, Greg, here's what I normally do. See what you think about this. I take some of that deer meat, that's been cubed, and I'll stir fry it, put a little, and then get me some gravy and some biscuits, maybe a little salad, and some mashed taters, and if y'all like something like that, I mean, I can do something like that.
That sounds great, Gary.
It's him, not me.
Rick.
Steve said they had that last night.
It's a special.
Hey, Ricky,
Hey, it's good too.
You hadn't met
It is
Gary's
good.
brother yet, have you?
I haven't.
His brother's like normal.
How's it,
His
Bubba?
brother's like normal.
How does Bubba meet your brother and I've never met him? How's that even possible?
I don't know.
I mean, I have a brother that I understand you can be reluctant back to that again to get people to know him, but
I get it.
I brought mine out in the light. Why have I never met your brother?
Well, I don't know.
I asked
mean,
him, Rick, I asked him, I said, what's it like when you know Gary's going to be on there? He said, our whole family holds our breath.
Well, I'm bad about saying what's on my.
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
I love a minute ago, he said, I don't want to bring up on the air what he brought up on the air.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
But don't bring it up, Rick.
No, don't say nothing about it.
I ain't going to say nothing.
Serious.
Serious.
That's graveyard.
Hey, it's serious business.
That's
I'm
great.
serious.
Hey,
I don't like this.
graveyard there.
Hey, this kind of stuff it can't go on.
No.
You got to cull them clowns.
What are you doing with the rapper there?
Yeah,
I
he
know
got
she got a
something going.
nervous
It's
twitch going.
I don't know. I'm seeing how many knots I can tie.
All right, so will you?
At least he ain't
two
digging in his
things.
pocket.
Yeah,
Two
he
things.
does
Should we go to the
that.
break? Two things.
What?
Will you come to the big year ender? And I don't like being asked to choose between brittle and pies. Just straight up. But
yeah.
if we had to choose, we want the pies, right?
Well, I would say pies would be safer. I'd hate to have to go to the dentist.
Right.
Miss the hunt.
And then on Friday
I like
night,
some brittle,
on
though.
Friday night after our afternoon hunt, you're gonna cook dinner for us at Camp House.
Yeah.
Would you mind? Can we do that? And that's really it.
And don't talk about that other thing.
Hey, don't talk about that.
I ain't gonna talk about it yet. You can count on me.
It's out.
Look, you can't even have
He's
nothing. Hey, you can't even have trails.
Gary, you got. Gary. Wait till the
sit
till
down.
the song's over.
Sit down.
The music's got to stop.
Don't,
God
Bubba, let's don't
almighty.
miss that he left Gwen at the
Oh, yeah.
doctor.
Drop it right off.
A lot of husbands wait in the weight room for a brain scan.
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
7,000-year-old Native American burial site underwater off the coast of Florida. Did you see that story?
Is Georgie gonna swim across?
No, he's not. He's not, but he could. And wasn't it last year that they found the prehistoric forest underwater off the coast of Alabama?
Yes.
So, I was thinking about that yesterday, and, we're always being warned about the global warming and the rising of the seas. But doesn't this show that the sea level has risen before? Because it covered this forest up before there was anybody here. So why are we in such a big twist about it now?
It's one of those things that just happens.
It's just nature, man.
Yeah, don't
it
get
moves
me started
around.
on that.
You know?
Yeah, don't get me started on that. But you're 100% right. I mean, yesterday I didn't even do the story that's talked about all the frigid temperatures they're having in Europe right now is because global warming is worse than we ever thought. I mean, I can't go ahead like
No, they are having unseasonably cool weather, but we've had unseasonably warm weather. It all kind of balances out.
After having a pretty bitter winter.
Yeah,
we actually had winter this year, which has been rare. the
Pretty
past
good one,
few
too.
years. Oh, yeah.
Weather changes. That's why we call it weather.
Probably always has.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, it has. And then weather over long periods of time or climate. So, we know we had an ice age too. See that kind of throws the whole thing off. We had a big one and a little one.
Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Go there for all the information about the Rick and Bubba show and stay updated. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Today, and I hate to bring it up, but you. "21 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba." So the goal today, if you're not watching on YouTube and you can actually hear the bed music, my goal today, how many versions of Drummer Boy can I play in one show?
I like it. I like it.
This is about the fourth one today.
And every one I hear, I like it. I go, well, that's the best one.
You know who that is, don't you?
That's Bob Seger.
Bob Seger, baby.
Oh, yeah.
And a Silver Bullet Band.
Yeah.
I said, all right, so let's jump into some big stories today that we've been in a fun zone. We haven't really been in the mood for these, but they're pretty important as far as they're all over the news today.
Wow,
Andrew, why don't we start with Bongino? But you know, this is he's really he's fit to be tied right now. I don't know if any of y'all saw him being interviewed, Don Bongino, but is it Don or Dan?
Dan.
Dan Bongino.
Don's brother.
He was saying all along, because of his background, that these social media platforms were manipulating points of view. They were shadowing people and blocking them, and shadow blocking. They were completely blocking people. They were deciding what narrative you could and could not hear. And, of course, everybody started screaming conspiracy theorist and all this kind of stuff. Well, now that Elon Musk has taken over, he is rolling out the evidence.
Here comes the money.
Here we go.
Money talk. Here comes the money.
The proof is there, and here is Dan Bongino with some of his response on what is now out. I'm sorry, Ed. I'm good in here, man. It's not on my end.
Well, he must be mad about it.
Look, they got us. So mad you can't even hear him.
Yeah.
Good night. They've got us.
Silenced him again.
Yep.
They've silenced
Dan.
us.
Money.
Yeah, it's not in here. Let's see.
Speedy, why don't you do your impression of Dan Bongino?
Yeah, you do Dan Bongino.
I see something. Hang on just a minute. Back up. All right. Try it now.
All you media clowns and goons and nuts who told me I was the crazy conspiracy theorist, tell me we live in a free country where 3 of the largest social media platforms that are the new public space we can all talk in, when an opinion guy like me cannot speak on these platforms or is restricted from doing so, or banned in the case of YouTube, shadow banned in the case of Twitter. Tell me again how we live in a free country. You're the fourth estate. You're supposed to protect this stuff. You guys have a constitutional carve-out, the freedom of the press. It's literally written in the Constitution. And what do? You ignored this story the entire time. It's the biggest story of our time, the mass shadow banning of conservatives going on in this country by this big tech consortium right now.
Yeah.
And Rick, what he's talking about, Elon pledged that he was going to get to the bottom of what had been going on at Twitter, make it public, and his quote was the inmates were running the asylum.
Correct.
He also called out the former safety czar and confirms right-wing accounts were suspended when no rules were broken after the bombshell Twitter files were exposed, and he called it Soviet-level censorship.
Yep. And you were talking about that.
And that kind of thing changes elections. It changes public opinion.
Well, and the thing that has to really bother you, and all this still is that same theme you're talking about, Bubba, but like you mentioned, I mean, here we are trying to get all the information we could possibly get on something like the pandemic. We wanted to hear all the scientists, all the doctors, all the points of view. And what they would do, they would pick and choose what points of view you were able to hear, and the ones that they didn't want you to hear, they decided what you and I should and should not hear. And unfortunately, they designed that based on their preferred narrative, which makes it even worse.
Elon also in this seemed to clear Jack Dorsey, who was the CEO. He said controversial decisions were often made without getting Jack's approval, and he was unaware of systematic bias. The inmates were running the asylum, as I said before. So he, in some ways, is clearing Jack Dorsey, but I don't believe Jack Dorsey did not know what's going on, because if he did,
well, maybe it was worse than he thought.
Wasn't. Now, look, he may have said, handle it, don't tell me what you do. I don't know. But, it's kind of like a few good men. Were you either guilty or were you a clown that didn't know what was going on?
Well, here's what you want to know. You want to know what he knew and when he knew.
When he knew it. That's what I want to know.
That's it.
But like
I want to know, Rick, what he knew and when he knew it.
Amen. So these Twitter files, one of them, they are confirming that the Stanford professor of medicine, I can't say his last name, but I'll say Dr. J, and because that really is his name, J-A-Y, but I can't pronounce his last name.
Oh,
well, he was saying things like, I disagree with how Fauci and the guidance he's given us with the COVID-19 policies. I believe that this approach is going to harm children. I believe some of these things are doing more harm than good. And Twitter, when they exposed these files, he was under a group called Blacklisted for COVID information.
Yeah, well, so many people were, and this guy,
not allowed.
I don't know how you say his first name. It's Y-O-E-L, Roth, was the global head of trust and safety at Twitter. Musk said on Thursday he highlighted a 2017 tweet in which Roth referred to the Trump White House as being full of actual Nazis.
I know.
Now that's the guy deciding what should get to go through and shouldn't.
I know. Well, and here's where it's going to get ugly. And this professor I'm talking about,
by the way, he's been showed the road too.
Yeah, it's his theory. He believes, and I think you'll hear Dan Bongino saying the same thing. What's now going to happen is we're going to start seeing it, and it may or may not be proven. Let me be clear. But one thing that is possible in all this, it's bad that the social platform was doing it. We know that.
Right.
That's now official. That's not a theory. We have the proof.
We have their own emails.
But here's this. Are we going to discover that they also were getting direction from the government on what they should do?
Well, there's also been hints of that in this.
I know. That the government that was in place was using them, and they were following instruction from the government. Shut these people down.
From the Democrats.
The Democrats. Shut these people down. Take their voice away. Don't let that on. And they were compliant. So anyway, that's that. But that's why, to Dan's point, that's why the founders put freedom of the press in there. They are supposed to protect us from the government. They're not supposed to be in cahoots with the government. And that's where you got a dangerous deal. And I like, Dan said this last night. I thought he said, look, I love Fox News. I'm glad it's here. But if you think that having Fox News and talk radio is enough to push back what they have access to, it's just not.
And from what I understand, in the weeks before the Hunter Biden story coming out, the FBI was having weekly meetings with Big Tech telling them that there's going to be some fake news, there's going to be false misinformation coming out regarding specifically Hunter Biden. From what I understand, Big Tech weekly meetings
You're
with
correct.
the FBI
You're correct.
in the weeks leading up before Hunter Biden story broke.
Back again.
And you know why? Because they had the laptop. Remember, the guy from the shop called them. It ended up with the FBI.
That's right.
So they knew good and well what was on it, what was going to come out. So then they started a campaign with social media hand in hand saying, don't put this out. Don't put this out.
Which Bubba, do y'all know what kind of government you're under when the government is in cahoots with the press and they control what the press can and cannot say?
Well, it's called a banana republic.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You drug some kind of tax problem into 2018 between you and the IRS, and you just think it's going to go away, but it's not. And then you're at work, you're nervous every day. It's today. They show up, they're going to garnish my paycheck, all that. Well, stop living in fear that this is the day that's going to happen, and let's go ahead and let's get it done. Just call Optima Tax Relief. Put them to work for you. They've solved problems for so many people. They know.
Rick, you think this is one of those stories you think this cannot be true, but it is. A lady, her name is Mary Stewart Coretti, 61. She was found in Houston, Texas. She'd been missing, Rick, for years, but they found her in the wall of her house.
Oh, my gosh.
She was found by renters, Rick, doing some work on the house. Apparently, it's a one-story house. She had gone up into the attic and had fallen down in between the walls.
Well, one of my kids did that one time. We were up in the attic trying to get something. They stepped off the plywood, and we had to pull them out from behind the wall. But at least we knew it.
The pictures of this house and the scene show that it looks like they had done a remodel, and there was maybe a little more distance in between the outer wall and the inner wall than normal. But it looks like she fell. She still had on tennis shoes, still had on her glasses she wore. She basically was a skeleton at this point, but still had the glasses on.
What about when you find that you're renting? You start negotiating a better rate right then.
You ain't joking.
If y'all want us to stay here in Spook Town, buddy, we got to get that rate down.
Rick, it's just incredible.
I just can't live in a house where we found the former owner's skeleton between the walls. I can't. I can't live there.
That is just so
Can
bizarre.
you? Am I the only one?
No, Rick.
What? The Mail Online has photographs of all this with a graphic warning on it, and rightly so. But
you're looking at it?
Yeah, I have been.
Oh, there it is.
No.
What is that in that basket?
It looks like a skeleton in there. I have not seen that picture.
What a bad picture to come
I have
up
not
with her.
seen that picture.
They're showing a picture. It looks like at Halloween she's got some Halloween basket. It's got a doggone skeleton in it. Don't show her holding a
Now,
skeleton.
who came up with that?
I haven't seen that picture.
Adler did.
But this is in the Houston area, Houston, Texas.
So, all right, let's go back. Now,
That's very close to, where Adler's from, San Antonio.
San Antonio. I hate to go back to this, but I have to. I mean, this is how my mind works. And I sometimes it's a blessing, sometimes it's a curse. In this particular case, it's a curse. So I fall behind the walls day one.
Yep.
Minute one.
Yep.
My goodness, I can't get out.
Rick,
So-
she lived alone. Her parents had passed away. Apparently, limited with some of her social connections. She falls behind the wall. It may have knocked her out, may have, disoriented her. Who knows?
Do you realize how long it takes to die? Sitting there, stuck in between the walls.
I told Greg, I said, I can't believe you couldn't
I
punch
hate
your
to-
way
I
out of a
hate to-
sheetrock
well,
or something.
Let me tell you, I would have gone like a crazed bull trying to get out of there.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd have been knocking sheetrock, break. I just have to do whatever I had to do. I'd
Well,
have
yeah,
to get out.
You'd have to go. But what if she took a knock when she went down through
It's
there and
possible.
got knocked out, and then she may have woke up weeks later and been real weak at that point. I don't know. I'm just trying to speculate.
Well, here's
in
what
my
we all
mind, how in
know.
the
That's a
world does that
bad
happen?
deal right there, friends.
Yeah, it is.
So
yeah,
did,
it is.
Did she get declared at some point dead because I never could find her?
I guess they did. She'd been missing. I forgot how many years
That's
it
horrible.
said here.
Well, a long time.
I think 2015, they said. I mean,
Bubba. 35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Loving it. Go there now. It's a better way to meal plan. But they're not just sending you a meal plan. They're sending you the meals. You are preparing them, but their chefs create them every week. And, man, delicious stuff. They give you the recipe card. They give you all the ingredients. That's going to cut down on your total food bill. So much better than that sometimes forsaken trip to the grocery store. So that it comes right to the door. And, I mean, if you're hosting a party during this most wonderful time of year, they got everything you need. I mean everything. These are festive eats, crowd-pleasing quick meals. So if you need to, have everybody over for the gathering, or you're just stocking up on some snacks, that's there. And of course, they have the full-blown meals too that are fantastic. Kids love the meals that they have, and they'll also get in on the cooking, so you can teach them how to cook. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Right now, go there, and we'll get you 18 free meals plus free shipping. Just use the promo code Bubba. When you go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or you can go to RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. Somebody just heard this, and you've got the family coming to your house this year, and you're like, you know what? That's what I'm going to do. And
Here we go. Here we go.
HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Go there for all the information and enter that code Bubba. All right, here we go. Here we go. Wheel of meat. Wheel of meat. Wheel of meat. Come on with it.
Come on, give it a try.
866 We Be Big is our number. Speedy. It's brought to you by our friends at harryanddavid.com. And I'm afraid we may have a real issue here, gentlemen. The calls are not coming in, and they're dead as a wedge.
Spin to win.
So if we can't get this resolved, we'll just let the golden ticket seat spin to win.
Just reset and give us 30 seconds.
Okay, it's but I said earlier there was a problem because when I couldn't get people to answer,
poor old Jonah, we blamed him all morning.
Right? Yeah. Well, yeah. He
may be a front runner in this.
During the 12 working days of Christmas, it went bad, and because the people couldn't hear us. And that was pretty clear. But anyway, so we are resetting her now because
you want to hear from Rock City, right quick?
How's our band Rock and Roll City in there? Are y'all good?
Oh, you know we be rocking it always.
Let's just do this. Let's just spin to win. Okay. Let's just spin to win. All right, so
if you give them a minute, they'll have it.
Yeah,
you just got to reboot it.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm out here dying.
Well, let's hear Rock and Roll City. Let them jam for a minute.
Right.
Oh, you know we be rocking and rolling.
Bubba, I know that.
Adler keeps pointing to himself. We'll cover it.
Right. Over the guitars, it's the sound of people dialing away.
Rick, I wouldn't leave right now. My life depended on it because you do not know what is going to happen the next 10 minutes.
Because you don't want to miss when I take this board right here and throw it across the room.
Right.
Yeah, but yeah. So talk to me, guys. Give me. There we go. All right, here we go.
There we go.
There they go.
But the question is, can you answer it? Who wants to be a test answer over
oh
there?
boy, that looks ugly already. That's a weird looking symbol I've already got up there. That's not the symbol I normally see.
Heck, try to answer it. Let's see what happens.
But do you see up there at 1? I see that he has answered.
Well, I can barely see.
Now
it
that
there,
looks
Rick.
normal.
Yeah.
Now that looks normal. Okay.
I'm gonna bring my telescope in so I can see it a little better.
There we go. Okay. All right. I think we're good now. The next step, as you said, Bubba, is me actually being able to speak with that person.
Well, that's a big gap, Rick.
okay.
A big jump there.
Ron, welcome to Rick and Bubba from Pell City, Alabama.
Wow, what a week.
All right. Well, let's get you the first spinner. All right, the first person spinning. Well, looks like it's already left without me. First person spinning is Kelly Roberts.
Kelly.
All right, Kelly, let's.
Kelly.
She heard Wow, What a Whale. She fired it up.
Kelly.
Yeah!
Buzzbox, 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 drink it!
So congratulations. Do you drink Buzzbox coffee already, Ron?
I haven't in a while, but I used to subscribe to it all the time. Love it.
Well, you know what?
You're back in business.
The drug dealer is back. it's coming back. It's coming back to the house. So we'll put you on hold. We'll get your information. Okay.
Thanks.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
Thank
Quick
you, buddy.
go for Ron, Rick.
Go! Go! Go, 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 go!
So, attaboy, Ron. Next up, Chris Roberts. Where's Chris? Hey, Chris. How you doing, buddy?
Chris.
Chris is spinning that wheel, and Cindy will get the opportunity out of Shelby. Cindy, what do you say to Chris Roberts?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Beard.
Oh, big spin.
Big old spin.
Well, that thing will stop about the end of this segment.
That's right.
That away, Chris. Let it rip.
Let it rip. Let it rip. Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba. You know what that means, Cindy? That means you can go to rickandbubba.com and you can pick anything that is at that store. If it's in stock, it's yours. So that's all you have to do. So if you know what you already want, just stand by to tell Blazing Silverman, and we'll ship that right out to you. How about a go for Cindy? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! To Deborah in Sweet Home, Alabama. Spinning for Deborah, Jeffrey Hesley.
Hey, Jeffrey?
Hey, Jeffrey, you ready to go? I'm ready. All right, what are you waiting for her to say?
Wow, what a week.
That is correct. Deborah, say it.
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Jeffrey.
Reverse!
It's a reverse spin.
He pulled out the reverse.
It's the controversial reverse spin.
Illegal in some countries.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah! Meat! And meat it is. Deborah, HarryandDavid.com will give you a $50 gift card for you to enjoy the meat, and we'll send it right to you. And let's put you on hold. Thank you for listening to Rick and Bubba, and enjoy delicious meat from HarryandDavid.com. So the fact that was a meat winner, Bubba, we got to get another go here.
How about it go?
Here we go. Go! Go! Go, 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 go! Up to spin next, Bubba, will be Dane Stipes. Dane is ready to go. He's out of our golden ticket seats today, and he'll be He'll be spinning on behalf of Steven out of Moundville. Steven, what do you say?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Dane.
A big left-handed spin, Rick.
There you go. Rock and Roll City is ready to jam. Here.
Oh, yeah. Keep going, baby.
Yeah! You remember we chanted on this one?
Rick and Bubba hat.
Hat. Wear it. That's it. You got the Rick and Bubba 94 hat. It all began in 1994. And this is the 94 hat from rickandbubba.com. So, Steven, we'll put you on hold, get your information, and wear that hat with pride this wonderful time of year. How about a go for Steven? Go! Everybody, go! Go, 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 go! Spinning next will be Bart Pierce. Bart from the from the golden ticket seats, and he'll be spinning for Greg in Sweet Home, Alabama. This will be the final spin. Greg, are you ready?
I'm ready.
What do you say?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip. All right, here we go.
It's a big spin.
It's a big spin. Let's see if Greg can be a winner or not. Greg. Yeah. Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba. Greg, congratulations. Anything you want out of the Rick and Bubba store is yours. So all you have to do is tell us what you want out of the store. If we got it in stock, we'll send it right to you. So I'm putting you on hold, okay? How about a go for Greg? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! And that'll do it. Congratulations to our winners. Thank you to our spinners. And thank you for Rock and Roll City. For those of you that are watching on YouTube, Rock and Roll City is standing by. They've got rock and roll. They got spoonfuls of rock and roll for you in the break. If you are wanting to be with us here at 866 We Be Big, we'll try to get some of those in and stories we missed.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, Greg, let's go for it, buddy. Let's do this. I don't know if you heard, but the United States traded Brittany Griner for the Merchant of Death. Brittany Griner for the Merchant of Death is like the Los Angeles Lakers trading LeBron James for me. Take it away, Greg! Welcome to the city of rock.
I think R24
not the glasses.
Yeah, there was the glasses. And when the authorities went in, see, the attic door was open like that. So, you know, it looks like she went up in the attic to get something and just slipped down. I mean, that's I know. It's just hard to even imagine.
Why would you share the story with me today?
Well, it's as good as anything else out there.
I
Rick.
know. Well, I know.
But look, if you see the picture,
of it,
this is what's odd to me. Look at the Adler. If you got the picture of the wall, how wide it is between the foundation wall and the actual interior walls. I mean, it looks like it's a foot or two difference there. You can't tell. Hard to tell from the picture, but it's. I mean, it's a lot of area in there. Of course, you see some bones in there, but it.
Oh my gosh! A pair of shoes.
The shoes is just they're deteriorate. But look at that wall. There's a lot of distance there.
Yeah, you could fall down in there and be down there. Well, Rick, till you die.
There you go.
That's,
I think that's been stated.
That's a thumbs down right there.
Yep.
Yeah, that's tough.
That is not the
They
way
even
to go.
have the 911 call of the people call once they found it. Found her.
Oh no.
Yeah, I have to back out of my lease right then, don't you?
But here's what
I'm out at that point.
I'm back to this point. You said the attic was pulled down the stairs.
Yeah.
Nobody's been in that house to
Well,
see
she
that?
She didn't have.
But how did we
she
get
didn't have
to,
a lot of family?
But how did we get to this point? Hey, that house is up for rent today. Let's go in and look.
Would you think when
What
she was
changed?
reported missing, somebody went to the house and looked around?
A welfare check? I don't know.
I mean, so the first time we noticed that the attic door is down.
Yeah, that's a good question, Rick.
Right.
I just don't have the answer.
I know. I'm like,
Rick, I go, hey, let's check up there.
When people keep riding by this house, says, you know what? Nobody's using that house. Y'all want to rent it? I mean, something has to happen, right? I mean, I can't believe we get to this point.
Maybe she was missing. The investigators went to the site. They saw the attic door down. They just put it up, said she's not here, maybe looked up in the attic briefly. She's not here. She was declared missing. Next of kin took over. I decided to rent it out, and the people who rented it then found her in the wall. That's the only thing I could imagine, the way the story's written.
Now let's go to the people renting it. Because your first thought, your mind won't let you think the first time I found a person in here.
I'll tell you this.
Your mind just won't do that.
I've gone to this story.
You thought it was, why are those shoes and glasses down there?
I've gone to this story three times, and my browser has locked up every time I've gone to it, and I hardly ever have a browser lock up, so I don't know.
Well, you know why.
I'm getting off that story.
You better move off that, and I'm talking about right now.
I'm telling you.
Next thing we'll have you is you go and get an antique mirror.
Something is not right.
You're on
here.
the edge right now. Back out of there.
I'm afraid we're going to have a reboot here.
Ten minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Merry Christmas. Congratulations to our winners today. A lot of giving on the show today. Tremendous amount of giving. And thank you to the golden ticket seats today. Here they are, Chad and Sandy Davidson. Glad you guys are here. Chad, this was a birthday present. Chad's birthday's Tuesday. 50? I'm 50! I can kick, I can stretch. I'm 5'0". So Chad here today. Dane Stipes, you saw him spin just a minute ago. Bart Pierce is here. Will Hesley, right there, Big Will. Jeffrey Hesley. Kelly Roberts, Chris Roberts here today. And, of course, the McAlpines are here as our special guests. All right, so we're looking for, and you've heard from them earlier in the program, somebody's going to win a $50 American Express gift card from Dr. Dudney. Bubba, A number today between 1 and 8.
1 and 8. What about lucky number 2?
Lucky number 2, Sandy Davison.
Yeah, Sandy. Come on down.
Come on down. My husband did it. So $50, Sandy. So there you go. Congratulations.
There we go.
Lunch is on you
From
today.
Dr. Dudney, the dentist for the Rick and Bubba Show. As a matter of fact, Sherry had to go to the dentist and go see Dudney. She came back and she goes, boy, those are such wonderful, nice people. And boy, did they love the show.
Yeah.
They're so supportive of
Good
it.
people.
Good people. All right, so some things that we didn't get to. Bubba, I know you'll be thrilled with this in our global warming update. Global warming update today. One of your favorites, John Kerry. You know, he's the climate czar or something, isn't he?
Yeah.
I remember him telling us that he has to be allowed to fly private airplanes. We're not allowed. He's allowed because he's so important, because he's saving the planet. Wasn't that it? Something along those lines. Well, Bubba, he's got a new idea that you're going to just love. And what he'd like now is for everybody in this room and everyone out there watching the show or listening to the show, he would like for all of us to use our tax dollars to hand out climate reparations to other countries.
You know, they were already talking about the U.S. paying climate reparations. Now he wants us to pay for other countries, too. I mean, are these people, do they have a screw loose?
And he seems upset about it because he's got such a long face.
I started to say he's obviously very distraught about it. 'Cause look at that long face.
But here he is. Here's his own words.
So back on the loss and damage fund, though, I mean, is there going to have to be U.S. taxpayer money that helps the United States? Presumably the United States is going to have to be one of the nations that contributes
Well, it'd be great if there were some. I mean, the United States of America proudly is the largest humanitarian donor in the world. The American people already do an enormous amount around the world.
Yes.
Yeah, we do.
It's taken from us. That's one reason.
Yeah, thank you.
It's making him
We don't get a vote in a lot of it, and John is tore up about it.
He sure is.
Yeah.
They say he costs what he lies. I don't know.
So John Kerry, where's he on your list?
Oh, Rick, come on.
I know.
Really, right here at the end of the
I
show?
know.
On a Friday?
Is he a top fiver?
We had.
He's right up there with Jimmy Carter and all them, I bet.
I kind of feel sorry for Jimmy Carter now.
He's
All right,
like
Bubba, is he
105.
on the Mount Rushmore of your list?
Of what, idiots?
Yeah,
Yes.
people you just
Helen
despise.
Keller's on it.
Yeah, he's on it. He's on it.
that today.
He does
He's definitely on it.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying we need to know the whole story.
There you go. Why are we open this can? Why is this open?
We hadn't done it all year.
You couldn't wait. You got your can opener out so fast.
I mean, amazing story, but communist later on in life. Too.
And
beloved figure, but
and Mystic.
Well, that's
Right.
what I'm saying. There's a lot of. You got to look at the whole story there.
No, you're right. You're right. I mean, I don't like communists whether they can see or hear or not.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
All right,
I'm anti-stealing. No, you're right.
You're right.
It's
I mean, you're like
I
a
apologize for
It's really
starting.
it's
unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's a true
You hear me?
statement.
I'm sorry for
Right.
starting.
It's a true statement.
Golly.
Rick, I agree. I'm against communists of all type.
Well, it's just you have no filter.
What?
It's fine. Go ahead.
It's completely gone.
Yeah.
It's left
gone
for December.
I mean, what are y'all saying? I have to
right.
agree with a communist if they can't see or hear?
No,
Okay,
But you don't
Right.
strongly disagree.
If I had a backpack blower, it wouldn't clean up the mess.
Okay. Right. All right.
be loud.
I'm just
Yeah.
real loud.
I may have to start the ACLU. I mean,
Yeah, right.
What do you call that?
Okay. All right. We've
American Communist
Bubba's
Here it
Liberal
is.
Union.
Here it goes. All right. Video 4.
pretty
Have
good, Bubba.
you seen this? I'm gonna go ahead and get all the people you don't like out of the way.
Thank you.
Video 4. You know how sometimes we all know. I mean, we've said this before, and there. I know there's women in the room, but there's a lot of time you got to be careful if you connect yourself to a crazy woman because the influence they'll have on you. And we've seen what Kardashians have done to many men.
No.
And look,
Turn one of them to a woman.
Well, I mean, Greg, look what they've done. They did something we didn't think could be done. They've made Kanye even more bad.
Exactly.
But
Hey, Rick, don't start running that list. We ain't got enough time.
Right. Well,
Look what they did to the world's greatest
this
athlete.
Meghan Markle and Harry, basically, and Adler said this, and we didn't get to it earlier in the week. You know, Queen Elizabeth just went on in, and most people feel like Queen Elizabeth, in most of her time, handled herself with dignity and class.
Yes,
And
that's
so,
correct.
So now we're going to have Harry and Meghan
putting together a documentary that's going to try to undermine and tear her down.
I don't know if you've noticed, these two have been tearing down everything that's precious to anybody since they got together.
Now, don't forget, if Harry's not a one of the royal family, we couldn't care less who he is. We don't even know who he is, and we don't.
I still don't care who he
I
is
don't either.
and what he says.
But there was a moment when you have a crazy woman talk you into something, but now you're like, wow, this has gone too far.
Mm-hmm.
Watch Harry's face,
Like Joe Scarborough.
Yeah. Well, yes. Perfect example.
That is a good example.
Watch Harry's face when she basically mocks the queen. And he gets a look on his face that, of course, they catch. Like, oh,
that's
wow.
going to leave a mark.
Yeah. So watch this right here.
What's she doing?
She's curtsying.
He's like, why is she doing this?
She's curtsying.
I can't hear what she says, but she
Pleasure to
she
meet
said-
you,
yes,
man.
she says something right here.
Yeah, so she was talking about how she
says
was
it's a
preparing.
pleasure to meet you.
Is she making fun of having to do that?
Yeah, and watch his face right here at the end. He looks at her and he's like, "Well, I don't, she's oh wow, well that one's gonna hurt." That's exactly what that face is about. That one's gonna come back on me right there.
And this
He
is part of
couldn't
their,
get him a nice girl from Liverpool, could he?
No.
and this is their Netflix deal.
Yeah.
Yes, and she was talking about how she was told to curtsy before meeting the queen, and then she practices it, and kind of just like, why should I have to curtsy kind of attitude. And yeah, this is bizarre, and you see Prince Harry's face, like, is this a joke? Am I supposed to laugh? Is it supposed to be serious? And then he just kind of is looking to her on how to act on all things. You can kind of see it happening.
Look as she's doing it when he cuts his eyes here. That's see him cut his eyes over to the people doing the producer.
What
like,
he's
why are
hoping,
we doing this?
I tell you what he's hoping is the moment that we're actually doing right now, literally, he was hoping would not happen.
Right.
That everybody would start playing this and.
I wouldn't
and,
make fun of somebody that had funded me my whole life.
Well,
You
and
know what
another
I mean?
thing is, and I've tried
and
to,
probably still some now.
I've tried to talk and tried to learn. You know, there's also timing is always important.
Yeah.
And what you probably don't want to do is have this rolling out, to Adler's point, right when the world has celebrated her life because she just died.
Yeah. I mean, the dirt hadn't settled on the grave yet.
The other thing, too, the latest season of The Crown is now out. So everybody's watching that and then going to stuff like this.
Their timing is really bad.
Yeah.
Bad timing.
In the trailer, it shows paparazzi taking pictures of them, and they're like complaining about it. That photo is actually from like a planned photo.
Yeah.
That they hired the photographer.
Yeah.
Babylon B said they've done a documentary to tell us to leave them alone.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.